Chapter 3399. Hearing this, the third prince let out a long sigh of relief, but soon looked at him in shock and said, "Lord Yang, do you mean that you can freely enter and leave this world?" Not only him, but the several people from the Emperor realm who followed him were also stunned. The reincarnation world had a special environment and had existed for more than 100,000 years. Over the years, there had been many outsiders who had accidentally wandered into this world, but no one had ever been able to leave. There was a rumor that there was an exit in the Demon's Fury City, but that exit was extremely dangerous and close to the Demon's Fury City, so it was impossible for humans to pass through. Now that they heard Yang Kai say this, how could the third prince and the others not be shocked? Yang Kai said, "This king has his own method." This was admitting that he could freely enter and leave this world. The third prince's expression suddenly became uncertain, but he suddenly thought of something and smiled faintly. "Then I wonder why Lord Yang has come to the human sovereign city?" Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. "To give you a great opportunity." The corner of the third prince's eye twitched. Obviously, he didn't believe his nonsense, but he still patiently asked, "Can you elaborate?" Yang Kai said, "I will explain this to the human sovereign city, so please lead the way, third prince." The third prince couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he heard this, knowing that Yang Kai meant that he was not qualified to discuss matters with him. He was displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. He turned sideways and stretched out his hand. "In that case, Lord Yang, please follow me." With the third prince leading the way, it was naturally very smooth, and no one dared to act rashly. Along the way, the third prince, intentionally or unintentionally, inquired about whether Yang Kai could really enter and leave this world freely. Yang Kai didn't want to say much, but suddenly he rolled his eyes and began to talk. Naturally, he wasn't stingy with his praise for the beauty of the outside world. The third prince smiled and responded absent-mindedly. Not long after, everyone arrived at the imperial palace and saw the human sovereign in the main hall. The human sovereign hadn't changed much, just like the last time they saw him. The fat old man was only a second-order Emperor realm master, and his vitality had begun to show signs of decline. However, this old man knew how to enjoy life. He was surrounded by beautiful maids, each one of them with a unique charm. Yang Kai didn't know if the old man would one day die in their bellies. The human sovereign wasn't the only one in the hall. Most of the members of the imperial family were present, presumably having received the message from the third prince. All the princes and princesses were looking at Yang Kai with complicated gazes. Yang Kai even caught a glimpse of deep hatred in the human sovereign's turbid eyes. Yang Kai certainly knew that the old man wouldn't welcome his arrival, but he didn't care. Taking a few steps forward, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, human sovereign." Although he wasn't afraid of him, he still had something to ask of him this time. Moreover, if this matter really came to fruition, Yang Kai naturally couldn't be too abrupt in the future war of the two worlds. This attitude obviously surprised the human sovereign and the many princes and princesses. After all, when Yang Kai came last time, he was extremely arrogant and didn't put the imperial family in his eyes. Even the first prince, Fushu, was beaten up by him, and the seventh princess, Fuyu, was taught a lesson by him. However, it was precisely because of this that the human sovereign's expression relaxed slightly. He raised his hand and said, "Lord Yang is too polite. Please sit down." Immediately, a beautiful maid brought a chair over and placed it behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai sat down graciously. The third prince stepped forward and whispered a few words in the human sovereign's ear. The human sovereign's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. After the third prince left, the human sovereign looked at Yang Kai. "Lord Yang, I heard from third brother that you came from the outside world?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. The human sovereign said, "So Lord Yang really left this world more than 10 years ago?" Yang Kai said, "Back then, it was thanks to your guidance that I was able to go to the Wrath of the Demon City. It was through the exit near the Wrath of the Demon City that I was able to leave the reincarnation world." Lord Yang is really something. The human sovereign's face was full of admiration. That exit is only rumored. No one knows if it's true or not, but Lord Yang was able to find it and leave through it. You're the first one in more than 100,000 years to do so. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The last time I left, there were a lot of twists and turns, but the first time is the second time. The second time is familiar. If this king were to do it again, there would definitely not be any problems. It would definitely be extremely smooth. After saying this, he quietly observed the group of princes and princesses. Seeing that there was no abnormal reaction, Yang Kai suddenly felt confident. The human sovereign didn't seem to have any intention of replying. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Third brother said that Lord Yang is here to give us a great opportunity. What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes and said in a bewitching tone, "I'm going to take you out of here and to a wider world outside." The human sovereign smiled slightly and didn't comment. The princes and princesses also looked indifferent, as if they didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. On the contrary, the third prince frowned and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice their reaction and said loudly, "You were all born and raised in this world. You are bound by the laws of this world and are threatened by the demon race in the city of wrath of the demons. You have never known how vast and wonderful the outside world is. Now that you have a rare opportunity, don't you want to go out and experience the scenery of the great world?" Fuyu curled her lips and said, "What's so good about the outside world?" Yang Kai turned to look at her and grinned. "The seventh princess said this because you haven't been to the outside world. If you have, I'm afraid you won't have this idea." Fuyu didn't dare to talk back to him. After all, she had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai last time. Even if she didn't agree with him, she could only keep silent. The human sovereign laughed and said, "Then what do we have to pay? Lord Yang, you have come back after all this trouble. You must have something in mind, right?" Yang Kai wiped his mouth and stood up. He said with a pained expression, "I just don't want to see you live in such an environment. I don't want to see hundreds of thousands of people in the human sovereign city suffer the torment of this world and the demon race. I don't mean to do anything." The human sovereign said in surprise, "Lord Yang, I admire you for your noble character." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "If the human sovereign is interested, then there is no time to lose. Please order the people in the city to prepare. We will set off now." As soon as he said this, the human sovereign almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "I don't think I promised you anything. Why are you setting off now?" At the same time, he asked curiously, "Lord Yang, do you mean that you can take everyone in the human sovereign city with you?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it." Regardless of whether this was true or not, the human sovereign couldn't help but be moved. Lord Yang is really something. He pondered for a moment and said, "Lord Yang, you must be tired from the journey. Go and rest for a few days. I will seriously consider what you said." Yang Kai glared and said, "What's there to consider? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again." The human sovereign said patiently, "This concerns the future of the entire human sovereign city. I can't make arbitrary decisions. I have to ask for the opinions of the people in the city, right? If some people don't want to leave, I can't force them." This was a good reason. Yang Kai couldn't say anything else. He could only say, "Human sovereign is really righteous. In that case, I will wait for your good news." Well said. The human sovereign nodded slightly and then winked at the third prince. "Third prince, take Lord Yang to rest and make arrangements." "Yes, father." The third prince cupped his hands and then reached out to Yang Kai. "Lord Yang, please." Kai Yang smiled faintly. "Thank you for your trouble." He bid farewell to the human sovereign and then went into the depths of the palace under the guidance of the third prince. After Yang Kai left, the human sovereign's face suddenly became gloomy. All the princes and princesses turned to look at him. The eldest prince, Fushu, cupped his hands and said, "Father, you can't agree to what Yang Kai said." Fuyu also said, "Yes, father. The foundation of our royal family is in the human sovereign city. How can we leave with him? If we really go to the outside world, we won't have any advantages. That bastard from the kingdom of Wolfheart should be killed. Father, let's have him killed." The princes and princesses shouted at the same time. They wanted nothing more than to cut Yang Kai into pieces right now, as if they had some irreconcilable feud with him. "Shut up!" The human emperor was irritated and shouted. His turbid eyes shone with a terrifying light at this moment. He glanced at his children and said coldly, "Do you really think that this emperor is old and muddle-headed?" The group of people trembled in fear and said, "We wouldn't dare." The human sovereign snorted. "How could I not know that the foundation of our royal family is here? If he leaves here, our royal family will no longer have any advantages. How could I not want to take his life to prevent future troubles? But that person is protected by the sacred tree. Who in the human sovereign city can kill him? If it wasn't for that, how could Yang Kai be so arrogant last time?" There were many people in the human sovereign city with higher cultivation than him. There were several third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. How could they not kill him if they worked together? But with the sacred tree's protection, no third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator could break through his defense. The Fushu rolled his eyes and said, "The human sovereign city can't do that. Why don't we lure him out of the city? Once he leaves the city, he won't have the sacred tree's protection." The human sovereign nodded. "That's a good idea. The key is, how do we lure him out of the city?" The Fushu was just saying it casually. Now that the human sovereign asked, he couldn't explain clearly. He scratched his ears and cheeks in embarrassment. The fourth prince said, "How about we let him become the demon race?" Fuyu's eyes lit up and nodded. "That's a good idea. If he becomes the demon race, the sacred tree won't protect him. At that time, we'll be able to do whatever we want to him." The others obviously thought that it was a good idea. They all looked at the human sovereign eagerly. The human sovereign pondered for a long time before he looked up and said, "Fourth prince, I'll leave this matter to you. There can't be any mistakes." The fourth prince cupped his hands excitedly. "Don't worry, father. If this doesn't work, I'll bring my head to you." The human sovereign nodded gently and closed his eyes. He waved his hand slightly, and the group of princes and princesses respectfully left. Chapter 3400. Yang Kai stayed in the imperial palace for 3 days. During these 3 days, he stayed in his room peacefully, showing no intention of going out, nor did he urge the human sovereign to leave. This made the human sovereign, who had been paying attention to his movements, a little confused. If Yang Kai had acted impatiently, he could have understood, but seeing him act so calm and collected, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. He didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, but no matter what Yang Kai was planning, the human sovereign would never agree to leave the human sovereign city with Yang Kai and go to the outside world. In the human sovereign city, the imperial family was protected by the holy tree and was superior to others. Just by looking at his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was already a human sovereign, and several third-order Emperor Realm masters had to obey him. The human sovereign didn't know what the situation was like in the outside world, but he knew that strength was respected everywhere. The imperial family had been living here peacefully for more than 100,000 years, so how could they leave with Yang Kai so easily and go to a completely clueless world? It was late at night, and all was quiet. In his room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand. The 2 beautiful maids who had been waiting on him in the room bowed and left. It had to be said that although the human sovereign city wasn't big, with a population of only a few million, it was a place full of beautiful women. These 2 beautiful maids were probably carefully selected by the third prince. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, they were top-notch. What was even rarer was that they still had the aura of a young girl, untouched by others. Letting them serve Yang Kai was probably to numb Yang Kai, but unfortunately, although Yang Kai had been talking and laughing with them for the past 3 days, he never had any inappropriate thoughts. After the 2 beautiful maids left, Yang Kai flicked his finger and opened a window. Then he said indifferently, "Since you're here, then show yourself." A dozen breaths later, a middle-aged old man wrapped in a black robe shot through the window. This old man was about 50 years old, with a ruddy complexion and a hale and hearty spirit. His figure was straight and his aura was restrained, but Yang Kai could still tell at a glance that this man was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. As soon as he appeared, he cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai smiled and gestured with his hand. At the same time, he picked up the teapot and filled the 2 cups in front of him. The man glanced at Yang Kai and hesitated for a moment before sitting down opposite him. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, as if he was savoring the taste, he asked, "Did Lord Yang bring this tea from the outside world?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that your excellency is a tea lover." The man smiled proudly. In life, everyone will have 1 or 2 hobbies. Some people like power, some people like beauties, but this old man only likes tea. It's a pity that there aren't many good teas in this world, and they can't compare to Lord Yang's. Yang Kai sneered, "What kind of tea is this? There are many better teas in the outside world." The man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a look of longing appeared on his face. Yang Kai held the teacup and said indifferently, "If I remember correctly, you were with the third prince that day, right?" 3 days ago, when Yang Kai had just arrived at the human sovereign city, the third prince had brought a few people from the Emperor Realm with him. One of them was this middle-aged man, who was also the only third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could Yang Kai not remember him? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "This old man is Zhou Yuchuan. I'm highly valued by the imperial family, and I'm the Imperial Guard Captain of the human sovereign city. So it's Old Man Zhou. Pardon my disrespect." Yang Kai put down the teacup and cupped his hands slightly. He smiled and said, "May I know why Old Man Zhou has come to see this king?" Zhou Yuchuan was silent for a while, then suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. He said, "As the saying goes, it's taboo to talk too much with strangers. However, this old man only wants to ask Lord Yang a question, and I hope that Lord Yang will not hesitate to answer." Yang Kai took a sip of tea and said, "I can take you out of here, and I did just come in from the outside." Zhou Yuchuan's eyes lit up. "So Master knows why this old man is here." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "When I first came here a few days ago, I told the third prince about it. You were there at the time, so of course you paid attention. The imperial family is not interested in this matter because they are the imperial family. Here they are protected by the holy tree and have a unique advantage. They are superior beings, but it's different outside. However, those who are not part of the imperial family, such as you, Old Man Zhou, it's different. Their standpoints are different, so their considerations are naturally different." Zhou Yuchuan nodded at his words and said, "Lord Yang is right. The imperial family is indeed not interested in this matter. Not only are they not interested, Master's words a few days ago have probably made them very uncomfortable." Yang Kai said, "Since I came here and said those words, I naturally know how they will react. However, is this important?" Zhou Yuchuan frowned and said, "Master, are you planning to use force? If they make a wise choice, then so be it. If they disappoint me, then what's wrong with that?" Zhou Yuchuan's brows immediately furrowed and he said in a low voice, "Forgive this old man for speaking bluntly. Although Master is also protected by the holy tree, if the imperial family is unwilling to cooperate, then I'm afraid even the Master can't do anything about it. Ideas are thought of by people." Yang Kai chuckled and changed the topic. "Actually, I'd like to know how many people have the same idea as you." Zhou Yuchuan said, "A few of my old brothers have the same idea. I believe that most of the people in the Emperor Realm would be happy to see this. Not just the people in the Emperor Realm. There are probably 80 to 90% of those in the human sovereign city who would be willing to follow the Master out of this realm. The Master doesn't live in this realm, so you don't know how dangerous it is." Yang Kai grinned. "How can the imperial family stop the hearts of the people? It's fine if they follow the will of the heavens, but if they go against the flow, then I don't mind teaching them a lesson." Zhou Yuchuan immediately said seriously, "If the Master wants to make a move against the imperial family, then this old man can't interfere. Although this old man also wants to leave this realm, this old man still owes the imperial family a debt of gratitude. It's not just me, but the other old brothers as well." Yang Kai said, "I won't make things difficult for you." Zhou Yuchuan wanted to say something else, but Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look out the window and smiled. "We have guests. Elder Zhou, please excuse yourself for now." Zhou Yuchuan was taken aback when he heard this because he didn't sense anything at all. However, Yang Kai's words were so incisive that he began to doubt his own judgment. He didn't dare stay for long and immediately cupped his hands. "Then this old man will take his leave." With that, he scuttled out the window and quickly disappeared. Yang Kai put down his teacup and sat on the spot, waiting quietly. After a short while, the surrounding windows suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 figures rushed in, smashing the windows and doors to pieces. A gust of wind swept up, causing the candles in the room to dim. By the time the candles stabilized again, there were 7 or 8 fierce-looking existences in demonic chi in the room. The demon race. Yang Kai glanced around and raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but laugh. They wanted to taint him with demonic chi and become the demon race. Although he didn't know who in the imperial family was behind this, it was indeed a good way to deal with him. As long as he became the demon race, then he naturally wouldn't be protected by the holy tree, and the imperial family wouldn't have to be afraid of him anymore. He knew that the words he said a few days ago would make the imperial family uncomfortable, and they might even secretly use some means to deal with him. But the situation in front of him was still a little unexpected. These demon race were obviously thrown in by someone, and their cultivations were probably sealed before. One of them was a demon king, comparable to a first-order emperor realm master, and the others were all demon commanders. With such a lineup, it was obvious that the imperial family had put in a lot of effort. It wasn't surprising that there was a demon race in the human sovereign city. After all, the two races had been fighting in this world for more than 100,000 years, so it was normal for them to have captives. Otherwise, where would the imperial family find these demon race to deal with him in such a hurry? Inside the room, a group of demon race masters filled with malevolent chi immediately turned to stare at Yang Kai after crawling to their feet, their eyes flashing a fierce light. Although they didn't know why they had been released, since there was a human in front of them, they would naturally attack. Under the surge of demonic chi, the Demon King and the Demon Commander rushed over together. In an instant, the demonic chi tumbled, and the scene was terrifying. Yang Kai sat still and didn't even look at them. He raised his hand, and a small black dog appeared in front of him. He brought Return to Ruins with him when he returned to the High Heaven Palace last time, so this was a good time for it to show off its power. Bow Wow obviously didn't understand the situation, but under the stimulation of the demonic chi, it instinctively opened its bloody mouth. In an instant, its mouth almost swallowed half of the room. With a bite, the room became quiet. Whether it was the Demon King or the Demon Commander, they were all gone. The bloody mouth also returned to its original appearance. Bow Wow stuck out its tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. It turned its head to look at Yang Kai and barked, as if to say, "I did a good job, right?" Yang Kai just finished his cup of tea. He put down the teacup, patted the dog's head, and stood up. He looked in a certain direction and sneered, "Stupid." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Outside the room, the fourth prince brought a few people from the Emperor realm to pay close attention to the movements in Yang Kai's room. They listened carefully, but there was no sound of fighting at all. There was only the sound of a dog barking. They couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what was going on inside. And where did the dog barking come from? How could there be a dog in the palace? Just as they were puzzled, a gentle breeze blew by, and a figure appeared in front of them. Everyone turned pale with fright and looked over. When they saw the person's face clearly, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fourth prince was so shocked that he took a few steps back and almost fell on his butt. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "Since the human sovereign can't make a choice, then I will make the decision for him." The fourth prince was shocked. "What do you want to do?" "I will take you out of this world. You don't have to thank me. I always like to help people." After saying this, Yang Kai strode in a certain direction. The fourth prince was shocked. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses. He stared in the direction Yang Kai was going. His expression changed, and he whispered, "Not good. Quick, quick, go and inform father. Tell him Yang Kai is going to the holy tree." Chapter 3401. The sacred tree was the foundation of the human sovereign city's existence. It was the sacred tree's protection that allowed the human sovereign city to stand tall in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said that there was nothing more important to the imperial family than the sacred tree. Therefore, when the fourth prince realized that Yang Kai was heading towards the sacred tree, how could he not panic? Although he did not know what Yang Kai was planning to do, it was clearly not a good sign. The news was immediately sent to the human sovereign city, who was paying close attention to the situation. The human sovereign was shocked and hurried towards the sacred tree, accompanied by many experts from the imperial family and the imperial palace. Hundreds of people quickly arrived at their destination. However, they stopped 300 feet away from the sacred tree. This was because a stone giant covered in sharp barbs and emitting evil fire had appeared in front of them. The stone giant had sharp edges and was several feet tall. It had a ferocious expression, and its entire body exuded a murderous aura. The group of people from the Emperor realm and the imperial family trembled in fear at the sight of it. The human sovereign naturally sensed that this stone giant was not to be trifled with, but he could not figure out where such a big guy had come from. There was no trace of it before. However, at this moment, this big guy was blocking their path. It was obviously Yang Kai's helper. Moreover, from the changes in its expression, it seemed to have its own thoughts and consciousness. The human sovereign pondered for a moment and did not immediately order his men to attack the embodiment. Instead, he raised his head and shouted, "Lord Yang, it's late. Why is the master not resting, but coming to this forbidden area?" Yang Kai stood under the sacred tree and reached out to touch the tree trunk that was not very thick. He did not move at all, as if he did not hear the human sovereign's shout. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he seemed to have a resonance with the sacred tree. The sacred tree flickered with a green light that flickered and flickered. Even Yang Kai's body was glowing with a halo. A mysterious and profound aura spread out. The human sovereign's face darkened. He raised his hand slightly and waved it forward. Zhou Yuchuan immediately stepped forward, his emperor's qi surging as he punched out like a dragon. In an instant, a sky full of fist shadows bombarded the embodiment, causing the void to tremble and the four extremities to collapse. There was a series of rumbling sounds. When Zhou Yuchuan pulled back his fist, his eyes narrowed. The stone giant in front of him was actually unscathed. Instead, it grinned at him. A palm the size of a door had already reached out and swatted at him as if he was swatting a fly. Zhou Yuchuan's face turned pale with fright. He raised his palms to the sky and summoned all of his strength to defend himself. There was a loud boom. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhou Yuchuan's body shook violently. Blood oozed out of his nose and mouth as he staggered backward. His aura had weakened significantly. Everyone's expression changed. In terms of cultivation strength alone, Zhou Yuchuan could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the entire human sovereign city. The other 2 were almost on par with him. It could be said that Zhou Yuchuan was already one of the top experts in the human sovereign city. How could such an existence be unable to withstand the might of the stone giant's palm? Just how strong was this stone giant? What in the world was this thing? The human sovereign's expression changed again. He waved his hand again. This time, more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm walked out. It seemed like they wanted to join forces to deal with the embodiment. After all, even Zhou Yuchuan was no match for this stone giant. There was probably no one in the entire human sovereign city who could defeat it. If they wanted to take it down, they could only rely on their advantage in numbers. However, before they could do anything, Yang Kai, who had been standing there with his hand on the tree trunk, suddenly moved. He sighed softly and slowly pulled back his hand. He said calmly, "Human sovereign, I have no intention of causing a big commotion in this world. I just want to take you all out of this world." The human sovereign said in a low voice, "I appreciate Lord Yang's kindness. However, I have no intention of leaving this world. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Lord Yang." Yang Kai turned around and looked at him with a smile. "If it was before, it would have been fine if you didn't want to leave this place. After all, a melon picked forcefully is not sweet. If you want to stay here, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. But now, you have to leave whether you want to or not. It's not up to you." The human sovereign's face was filled with anger. Lord Yang also said that a melon picked forcefully is not sweet. If that's the case, why do you have to make things difficult for us? Yang Kai grinned. "A melon picked forcefully is not sweet, but it quenches my thirst. What kind of **T reason is this?" The group of royal family members were stunned. What is Lord Yang's intention? The human sovereign frowned. Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, and that stone giant's strength was even more incredible. If he already had such a powerful force, why did he still want to attack the human sovereign city? What was there for him to be interested in here? In terms of Saint Arts, he also knew Saint Arts, and was not inferior to any of the royal family members. Therefore, the human sovereign really did not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. "You'll find out when you get out." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. The human sovereign slowly shook his head. "Lord Yang wants to take us out of this world, but he won't tell us the reason. Please forgive me for not agreeing. If Lord Yang wants to use force, we royal family members are not cowards. At worst, we'll just fight to the death with the master." Yang Kai sneered. "Death with the master? I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if I want to harm you, you won't be able to stop me." The human sovereign said, "Even ants drag out their lives. We won't just sit around and wait for our deaths." Yang Kai nodded. "That's why I'm willing to give you a chance." The human sovereign frowned. "I'd like to hear the details. I'll make a bet with you. If I can get the holy tree to leave with me, I'll ask the human sovereign to order the residents to evacuate from this world." As soon as he said that, the 100 people on the other side looked at each other. The human sovereign's expression changed drastically. "So your goal is the holy tree?" He had been wondering what Yang Kai was plotting all this time, but now it seemed that he was after the divine tree. Yes, if there was anything in the human sovereign city that could attract someone like him, it would be the holy tree. But then again, if he really took the holy tree away, the human sovereign city would lose its protection. If they didn't leave with him, what else could they do? Stay here and wait for the demonic chi to corrupt them and turn them into demons? The human sovereign flew into a rage. Wishful thinking. Even if I have to fight you to the death today, you won't be able to lay a finger on the holy tree. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. I'm afraid the human sovereign has misunderstood me. I'm not forcing the holy tree to leave with me. I'm letting it choose for itself. If it doesn't want to, I won't force it. Choose for itself? The human sovereign was stunned. How could the holy tree choose for itself? For so many years, although the holy tree had protected the human sovereign city and protected the royal family from harm, the holy tree had never communicated with anyone. Although it was a living thing, it didn't have intelligence. How could it choose for itself? Yang Kai's words stunned him. Yang Kai ignored him. Instead, he turned to the holy tree and said solemnly, Senior Qing, the star boundary is in danger. The demon race is invading. Please lend me a hand. As soon as he said this, a series of rumbling sounds came from the ground below, as if there was an earthquake. Noticing this, everyone's expressions became uncertain. They looked left and right, trying to see where this abnormal sound came from. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the ground cracked open, and roots suddenly shot out from the ground. Then they quickly gathered around the holy tree. Ah, the holy tree! Fuyu cried out. Her hand covered her mouth as shock filled her beautiful eyes. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. The holy tree was actually moving. The holy tree that had stood tall in the human sovereign city for hundreds of thousands of years was actually moving because of an outsider's words. The roots gathered together, and the holy tree's surface shone brightly. Even the entire human sovereign city was bathed in a green glow. The tree crown swayed left and right for a while. Leaves rustled, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, the holy tree was uprooted. Below the roots converged to form a pair of legs. Step by step, the holy tree walked over to Yang Kai and stood still. Many thanks for Senior's help. Yang Kai bowed respectfully. In this world, he was probably the only one who knew the origin of the human sovereign city's holy tree. Even the human sovereign city's royal family probably didn't know much about it. The last time he was here, he had suspected that the human sovereign city's holy tree was related to the evergreen divine tree of ancient times. Azure was the guardian of that era. During the final battle, he sacrificed himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. Yang Kai had seen that tragic scene with his own eyes and was convinced by Azure's righteousness. The current frozen earth looked very much like the site of the final battle of the barbarian demon race. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether this was the case. Perhaps Azure didn't perish back then. Instead, he left behind a trace of his existence that allowed him to grow again in the reincarnation world and protect the hundreds of thousands of human sovereign cities' residents. The current holy tree was the continuation of Azure's will and life. Azure was willing to sacrifice himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. Now that the holy tree had inherited his will, how could it ignore the destruction of the demon race? Yang Kai had come first to communicate with the holy tree about this matter. Reality proved that the holy tree had indeed made the choice he wanted. The holy tree has a spirit. The human sovereign muttered absent-mindedly. The group of royalty and members of the Emperor realm were even more flabbergasted. What do you think? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the human sovereign. The human sovereign seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. There was deep resentment and helplessness between his brows. He was resentful because Yang Kai wanted to take them away from this world. The royalty didn't want to leave this place. Just as Yang Kai had said before, they were high and mighty here. It didn't matter if their cultivation was inferior to others. The royalty was the most noble existence in the human sovereign city. However, if they left this place, what was the royalty? They were helpless because the holy tree had made its choice. What could they do? Without the protection of the holy tree, the royalty was no longer the royalty. You will destroy the human sovereign city. The human sovereign gnashed his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said indifferently, human sovereign is wrong. I won't destroy the human sovereign city. There can be no construction without destruction. I'm just giving you a chance to be reborn. Chapter 3402. Does Lord Yang insist on doing this? The human sovereign looked at him with grief and indignation. Yang Kai said solemnly, "The arrow is already nocked, it has to be fired." After a pause, he continued, "But human sovereign, please rest assured, even if you go to the outside world, your royal family will still be looked upon favorably. You don't have to worry about being ostracized." Yang Kai's main purpose in coming to the reincarnation world was to deal with the royal family. They were ready-made great wizard, especially the several princes and princesses with outstanding aptitude. They were all wizard king-level existences. Naturally, the human sovereign was also a wizard king, and a high-rank wizard king at that. If he could get their help, many fewer people in the star boundary would die in the war against the demon race in the future. So, he had to take the royal family away no matter what. The human sovereign sighed deeply and said, "This emperor knows that Lord Yang has great means and can freely enter and leave this world. But do you know how many people there are in my human sovereign city?" Yang Kai said, "If the human sovereign is worried that I can't take everyone away, then there is no need to worry. Not to mention a single human sovereign city, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, I can still take them away." The small sealed world had swallowed 3 cultivation stars in the territory of the star boundary, expanding its territory to infinity. There were hundreds of millions of living beings on each cultivation star, and now they were all living and working in peace in the small sealed world. So what was a mere human sovereign city's population? The human sovereign was shocked. Lord Yang has such great means? One had to know that there were hundreds of thousands of people in the human sovereign city. He couldn't figure out how Yang Kai could take so many people away and instinctively felt that he was talking nonsense. Yang Kai said seriously, "Then, human sovereign, please wait and see. Let me put it this way. When we leave, if there is a single person left in the city, the human sovereign can take me down with you." At this point, what else could the city of human sovereign say? It was only because he was unwilling to give up, but now that even the holy tree had made its choice, he had no other choice. Without the holy tree, the city of human sovereign would no longer be the city of human sovereign. He asked weakly, "When does Lord Yang wish to depart?" Seeing that he had finally compromised, Yang Kai also let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to fall out with the royal family. After all, he still had to rely on them when he went out, and it wouldn't be good for either of them to have a bad relationship. However, he also knew that if he did that, the royal family would not have a good impression of him. He didn't mind. In any case, when they were outside, the great emperors would be there to intimidate them. What was there to be afraid of? Of course, the sooner the better. It would be best if the human sovereign could give the order now and let the people in the city prepare. The human sovereign nodded and said, "All right, I will give the order now. In 3 days, we will leave this realm with Lord Yang." "Thank you, human sovereign." Yang Kai cupped his hands. The human sovereign left with a group of royal family members and royal guards. Yang Kai stayed behind to talk to the holy tree for a while before leaving. He didn't take the holy tree away. After all, the people in the city of human sovereign hadn't left yet, and they still needed its protection for the time being. The original guest room had been destroyed, so Zhou Yuchuan personally came over to arrange a new room for Yang Kai before leaving. Although he was injured by the embodiment before, it wasn't a big deal. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover, and because the human sovereign agreed to Yang Kai's conditions, he seemed to be in high spirits and was looking forward to the outside world. There were hundreds of thousands of residents in the city of human sovereign, so it was impossible for them to evacuate immediately. The human sovereign needed to make an announcement, and the residents also needed to pack up. 3 days was not too much, not too little. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he went to the small sealed world first. Somewhere in the small sealed world, he marked out a territory for the hundreds of thousands of people in the city of human sovereign to live in. After these people entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai didn't plan to let them out. After all, it wasn't easy to find a place to house hundreds of thousands of people, but the small sealed world was different. Yang Kai was the ruler of this world, so it was easy to arrange. With a single thought, the earth rose and fell, and a new city suddenly appeared in the open wilderness. At first glance, it looked quite similar to the human sovereign city, but Yang Kai also designed it himself. From time to time, Yang Kai withdrew from the small sealed world and swept the human sovereign city with his divine sense, observing the layout of the human sovereign city before entering the small sealed world to complete the construction of the new city. In less than 2 days, the new human sovereign city, was basically completed. The city was located in a fertile land, and there were other cities nearby, ensuring that the residents of the human sovereign city wouldn't feel so lonely after moving in. At night, while he was renovating the new human sovereign city, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Sweeping the door with his divine sense, Yang Kai showed a strange expression, stopped what he was doing, and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a beautiful figure walked in, carrying a food box in her hand. Yang Kai didn't know what was inside. The person turned around and closed the door, then bowed to Yang Kai and said softly, "Lord Yang." "Princess Yu." Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. "What brings you here so late?" The person who came was the 7th princess of the human sovereign city, Fu Yu. Among the imperial family, her aptitude was extremely good, and she was now a wizard king, but a low-rank wizard king. There was still a gap between her and the 3rd prince. Fu Yu seemed to have specially dressed up today. She looked even more beautiful than usual. She wore a light green dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her snow-white breasts were faintly discernible. Her white arms were exposed, as if she had just taken a bath. Her beautiful hair was still slightly damp, causing one's imagination to run wild and fanciful. Hearing this question, Fu Yu smiled and walked over with the food box. Kneeling in front of Yang Kai, she opened the food box and took out the food one by one, saying, "You saw that master hadn't come out for a few days, so she personally cooked some food and brought it over. I hope master doesn't dislike it." When she took the plates, her body was slightly bent, so Yang Kai could see a large part of her chest with a casual glance. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was she using the soft approach when the hard approach didn't work? He also knew that the human sovereign city wouldn't continue to pester him about leaving this world. It was just that the human sovereign city was probably worried that he would be treated harshly if he went out, so they used this method to establish a good relationship with him. Otherwise, why would Princess Fu Yu do such a thing? Not to mention the fact that he and Princess Fu Yu weren't on good terms before. Thinking of this, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Princess Yu is considerate. I didn't expect Princess Yu to have such culinary skills." Fu Yu looked up at him and smiled. "I'm afraid it won't be to master's liking." As she spoke, she picked up the wine pot and filled Yang Kai's cup. She stretched out her hand and said, "Master, please have a taste." Yang Kai picked up his chopsticks and casually picked up a bit, then took a sip of wine. Naturally, he wasn't stingy with his praise. Hearing this, Fu Yu smiled brightly and eagerly poured wine and picked up food. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere in the room was harmonious. Fu Yu saw that Yang Kai didn't put on any airs and was easy to get along with, so she boldly asked, "Master, what is the outside world like?" "Yu has never been to the outside world, so I'm a little curious, but also a little afraid." Yang Kai put down his chopsticks and smiled. "What are you afraid of?" Fu Yu pouted and said with a girlish expression, "They say that there are many very powerful people out there, and they will start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Yuer's cultivation is low, so I don't know if I can protect myself outside." Yang Kai laughed. "There are indeed many powerful people out there, and there are many cases of people starting a fight at the slightest disagreement." Fu Yu's expression immediately changed. "Is that so?" Yang Kai said, "But Princess Yu, you don't have to worry. Your cultivation is above average in the outside world, so you still have the ability to protect yourself." "Above average? That's not high." Fu Yu's face was full of worry. Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Don't worry, when your royal family goes outside, there will naturally be strong people following by your side to take care of you. They will definitely not let anything happen to you." Fu Yu's bright and beautiful eyes blinked. "Why?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, looking unfathomable. Fu Yu gritted her teeth, but she couldn't force him. She could only keep pouring wine, as if she was hoping to get Yang Kai drunk and then get some useful information from him. Yang Kai wouldn't get drunk so easily. He ate all the side dishes and drank all the wine without changing his expression. Helpless, Fu Yu could only say, "It's late, does Lord Yang want to rest?" When she said this, she lowered her head, as if she didn't dare to look into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai stared deeply at her, making her feel uncomfortable. He then said, Princess, you should also go back and rest." Fu Yu felt as if she had been pardoned. She stood up and tidied up the dishes. She bowed and said, "Then Yu will take her leave." She turned around and ran out. "Princess Yu." Yang Kai suddenly called out to her. Fu Yu's delicate body trembled. She turned around and forced out a smile. Master, do you have any other orders? Yongkai looked at her with a smile. I don't dare to say anything about the outside world, but there are countless young talents. I believe that, princess, you will be able to find a suitable husband outside. Fuyu was startled. Yongkai's words evoked a sense of anticipation. She smiled and said, then I'll take advantage of master's auspicious words. She left the room, closed the door, and quickly left. Not long after, in the human sovereign's bedroom, Fuyu went to report the results of this trip. Hearing that Yongkai had no intention of keeping Fuyu to accompany him, the human sovereign couldn't help but sigh. Fuyu's late-night visit was naturally his arrangement. He knew nothing about the outside world and could only rely on Yongkai. He naturally wanted to tie the royal family and Yongkai together, and the only thing he could use was his beauty. If he could make Fuyu and Yongkai work together tonight, then he wouldn't have to worry about Yongkai not taking care of the royal family. Unfortunately, that guy wasn't tempted, making the human sovereign feel rather helpless. Father, I don't think that Lord Yang is an evil person. Bringing us out may not be a bad thing. The human sovereign said, he's using every possible means to bring our royal family out of this world. He must be plotting something against us. It's just that even I can't guess what he's thinking. I was hoping that you could go and investigate, but you didn't find out anything. Your daughter is incompetent. Fuyu bit her red lips. Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. When we're outside, we'll naturally know what he's trying to do. The human sovereign sighed and waved his hand. You may leave. Chapter 3403. 3 days passed in a flash, and on the square of the human sovereign city, hundreds of thousands of people gathered from all directions with their families. In front of Yongkai, a pitch-black tunnel entrance floated quietly in the air, like an invisible beast opening its bloody maw. No matter how many people walked in, they were all swallowed up. This entrance was naturally the entrance to the sealed world bead. Manifesting this entrance was for convenience's sake. Otherwise, Yongkai would have to take the hundreds of thousands of people into the sealed world bead one by one. Letting them walk in by themselves was naturally much more convenient. The eyes of the group from the imperial family were full of curiosity, constantly lingering on the entrance. Obviously, they wanted to know what the hell this thing was that could swallow so many people. But since Yongkai didn't want to say, they couldn't ask. Time passed by. It took Yongkai a full day and night to arrange for all the residents of the human sovereign city. After entering the sealed world bead, they would naturally appear in the new human sovereign city. This was a city built by Yongkai himself, and its defenses were impregnable. These hundreds of thousands of people would live in the sealed world bead in the future, and would no longer be affected by the strange world principles of the reincarnation world. A group of the imperial family and the Emperor Realm's residents were also taken in, but Yongkai placed them in another place. The war between the two worlds still required their help, so the final destination of their journey was naturally not the sealed world bead. The divine tree was transplanted to the medicine garden by Yongkai, forming a triangle with the immortal tree and the firmament tree. When everything was ready, the city was already empty. The reincarnation world, which had not changed for more than 100,000 years, had changed today because of the arrival of Yongkai. Yongkai leapt up and flew off in the direction of Demon Fury City. The exit to this world was close to Demon Fury City. Another day later, Yongkai arrived above Demon's Fury City, lowered his head, and summoned the endless devouring abyss before pointing his finger down. Bow Wow's eyes lit up. His small body turned into a beam of black light and darted toward the city. A short moment later, the raging demon city was in chaos. Countless demon race members were scrambling to escape, screaming in fear. The return to ruins opened its bloody mouth, and wherever it passed, the demon race was completely wiped out. They were all swallowed into its stomach. It was like the nemesis of the demon race. Even Demon King-level powerhouses were nothing in front of it, and the strongest in Demon Fury City was only the Demon King. The last time he came here, Yongkai was in a hurry to find the exit and leave this world, so he didn't have the time to care about the demon race in Demon's Fury City. This time, however, he wouldn't show any mercy. The demon race had already invaded the star boundary. If one day, the demon race of this world had a chance to escape and go to the star boundary, they would only torment the creatures of the star boundary. Return to Ruins wreaked havoc in the city for a day, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties. There were still some that escaped, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He grabbed Bow Wow and rushed toward the exit. Just like the last time, a cold wind blew from the entrance, enough to freeze one's soul. Even Yang Kai couldn't withstand this cold wind for long. However, with Bow Wow leading the way, Yang Kai wasn't affected. The cold wind was swallowed into Bow Wow's stomach, disappearing without a trace. Last time, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and the others had also relied on Bow Wow's strength to leave this place. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been traveling in the cold wind before he felt a fluctuation of space force in front of him. Knowing that he had reached the exit, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, picked up Bow Wow, and rushed in. Floating in the void, Yang Kai retraced his steps and once again felt the aura of the star boundary. In other words, the exit of the reincarnation world was not only connected to the star boundary, but also to the demon territory. It was similar to the small world where he found Lan Sun and the others. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that when he left the reincarnation world last time, he went directly to the Western Territory, and the small world that was shattered was also in the Western Territory. Could there be some kind of elusive relationship between the two? If this was the case, he would have to pay close attention to the frozen earth. Otherwise, if the demon race invaded from the frozen earth one day, the Northern Territory would probably become the next Western Territory. Following the aura of the star boundary, Yang Kai tore through space and saw the light again. What he saw caused Yang Kai to furrow his brow. The surrounding land was barren. If that was all, it would be fine. The Western Territory was more desolate than the other territories, but what made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable was that this land was full of demonic qi and had been reduced to a demon land. Not far away, there was a small team of Devil Clan patrolling. The leader was a Devil Commander. Yang Kai's appearance had undoubtedly alarmed them, and this demon race squad immediately turned to look at him. The demon commander leading them even grinned at Yang Kai before a blood-red light erupted from his body and his figure flickered as he rushed over. The smell of blood rushed to Yang Kai's face, and this aura seemed to make people uneasy and greatly reduce their courage. Blood demon. This was a common method used by blood demons to deal with enemies, and it often worked wonders. Even if the strength of an opponent was equal, once they were intimidated by this bloody aura, their strength would plummet. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow, slowly reached out, and grabbed the blood demon. The blood demon's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes wide, and a look of horror overflowed from his face. He struggled with all his might, but with Yang Kai holding him by the neck, he couldn't move at all. The group of demon soldiers following the blood demon commander suddenly stopped. Even their demon commander was caught by this human in front of them. So how could these demon soldiers be a match for him? Seeking fortune and avoiding disaster was the instinct of every creature, so they would naturally make the wisest choice. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply squeezed his hand, causing the blood demon to explode into a pool of blood. Yang Kai's Emperor Qi protected his body, so not a single drop of blood touched him. Seeing this, the group of demon soldiers immediately turned around and ran. Yang Kai coldly snorted and slammed his palm down. A huge palm print came down from the sky and smashed the group of demon soldiers into dust. Such a group of existences was naturally nothing in the eyes of the current Yang Kai. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand, but the current situation made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. He didn't use the space beacon, but instead flew into the air and sped all the way. He wanted to see the changes in the Western Territory with his own eyes. It hadn't been long since he left, at most 1 to 2 months, and this was because he had wasted a lot of time searching for the entrance to the reincarnation world in the frozen earth. Otherwise, it would have been even shorter. In a mere 1 to 2 months, the situation in the astral boundary shouldn't have changed too much. After all, the 7 great emperors had already appeared, and it was enough to stabilize the situation. However, there was still a trace of unease in his heart, and he needed to verify it with his own eyes. The more he flew forward, the uglier Yang Kai's expression became. Along the way, all he passed was the demon land. It was as if he didn't return to the astral boundary, but to the demon territory. The demon land's area was so big? Although the demon land's area was not small, it was at most a few 100,000 miles in radius. However, it seemed that it was definitely more than that. Could it be that even the great emperors couldn't stop the development of the situation? The more he investigated, the more shocked Yang Kai became. The demon land's territory was now vast, and the cities and villages he passed by had become a paradise for the demon race. There were also some places where demonic chi soared into the sky. It was visible to the naked eye, and he didn't know what kind of demon existed there. Half a day later, a city appeared in front of him. Yang Kai looked at it with full strength and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The city had no traces of being eroded by demonic chi, and it was safe and sound. Otherwise, he would have really thought that he had run into the demon territory. However, Yang Kai soon discovered another situation. 100 miles outside the city, demonic chi converged, and an army of the demon race was setting up camp there. There were countless people, and a rough estimate was that there were hundreds of thousands of them. They were confronting the city from a distance, and there was a faint intention to attack at any time. Even if Yang Kai hadn't entered the city, he could feel the panic of the residents in the city. He frowned slightly and flew straight to the city. Not long after, he arrived outside the city. He glanced around and saw 2 big words engraved above the city gate: Tiger's Roar. This was probably the name of the city. However, at this moment, Tiger's Roar City was in a state of panic. The Great Defender Array had been activated, and there were not many people on the streets in the city. The doors of every house were closed. Only on the city walls there were cultivators patrolling. When they saw Yang Kai, the patrollers looked at him as if they were facing a great enemy. After seeing that there were no traces of demonic chi on Yang Kai, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." "Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied loudly. Yang Kai was somewhat famous in the 3 territories of the astral boundary, especially in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. It could be said that he was very famous and everyone knew him. However, in the Western Territory, not many people had heard of him. The cultivator who shouted was obviously from the Western Territory. Naturally, he didn't know who Yang Kai was, but nowadays, there were indeed many cultivators from other territories in the Western Territory. They fought together with the natives of the Western Territory against the invasion of the demon race. The High Heaven Palace also contributed a lot and made a name for themselves. The cultivator who shouted had also heard of him. So when he heard Yang Kai introduce himself like this, he didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and said, "Master, please wait for a moment. We need to verify your identity before we can let you in." Yang Kai nodded and waited quietly. From time to time, he would look at the situation of the demon race 100 miles away. In less than 30 breaths of time, the shout of the previous person came from the city wall. "Open the array." Immediately, someone held an array plate and shot out a mysterious light. The great city barrier array cracked open, and Yang Kai entered. A person came up to him and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai nodded. The person continued, "Lord Yang, please hurry to the city lord's mansion. Several masters are waiting there for you. They have something important to discuss." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who are they?" The person smiled faintly. "It is inconvenient for this humble one to offend the master's name. Lord Yang will know when he arrives." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai didn't want to force him. In any case, he would know later. Immediately, under the guidance of another person, he rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 3404. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Roaring Tiger City. This city was slightly smaller than the human sovereign city, but not by much. It was roughly estimated that there were 200,000 to 300,000 residents here. Yang Kai flew along with the cultivator leading the way. Before he arrived at the city lord's mansion, he sensed a few familiar auras. He immediately understood and smiled. After entering the city lord's mansion, he saw a few familiar faces standing there. Li Jiao was the first to greet him and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang." Gao Shueting nodded slightly at him. Qi Gui also grinned. "Since Brother Yang is here, we can rest easy. We can finally have a good night's sleep tonight." The small Roaring Tiger City actually gathered the masters of the Emperor Realm from the 3 territories of the Star Boundary. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 3 more from the Emperor Realm. One was a second-order Emperor Realm master, while the other 2 were first-order. However, Yang Kai did not recognize them. Judging from their attire, they should be native cultivators from the Western Territory. They were probably the original rulers of Roaring Tiger City. Yang Kai nodded with a smile and greeted the 3 of them one by one. Then, he turned his gaze to the 3 from the Emperor Realm that he did not recognize and asked, "These are..." Li Jiao hurriedly pointed to the second-order Emperor Realm Master and said, "This is Roaring Tiger City's city lord, Lin Tong. He then pointed to the other two and said, "These two are Wu Zijin and Ma Yin, Vice City Lords of Roaring Tiger City." Then he introduced the three of them. "This is the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master Yang that this Li mentioned before." The three of them looked solemn and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Palace Master Yang." In the world of martial Dao, strength was everything. Among the people present, the three from Roaring Tiger City were not the strongest. Even Li Jiao, a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, was polite to Yang Kai, so how could the three of them dare to slight him? Not to mention, the three of them had heard Li Jiao speak highly of Yang Kai more than once. His reputation was well-deserved, especially now that Roaring Tiger City was besieged by the demon race's army. One more member of the Emperor Realm meant one more power to protect themselves. Among these three people, City Lord Lin Tong and Vice City Lord Wu Zijin were men, while the other Vice City Lord Ma Yin was a woman. She had the unique appearance of a cultivator in the Western Territory. She had a high-nose bridge, big eyes, a tall figure, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She wore a tight suit, which made her waist but even more eye-catching. In addition to her foreign territory style and the Emperor Realm cultivation, it was easy for people to have the desire to conquer her. Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting, then turned to Li Jiao and asked, "Why are you guys here?" Li Jiao let out a long sigh. "It's a long story. What's the situation?" Yang Kai frowned. "Along the way, I found that the Demon Lands area has expanded a lot. Could it be that the great emperors were unable to control the situation? What's the situation in the Western Territory now?" Gao Shueting said, "Half of the Western Territory has already fallen, and the demon race is still constantly encroaching on the territory of the Western Territory." Yang Kai was shocked. "How is that possible?" Li Jiao said, "The great emperors have already retreated, and the demon race is coming in full force. We are no match for them, so we can only fight and retreat." Yang Kai was stunned. Why did the great emperors retreat? Li Jiao shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I heard that the great emperors had a secret discussion with the demon saint in the demon territory. It seems that they agreed that neither side will make a move, and only the great emperors and the demon saint will fight, so the great emperors won't be able to help us in the war between the two realms." Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Gao Shueting said, "The great emperors had no choice. If they really were to fight with the demon saint, the situation would only be worse. Now that the strongest forces on both sides are restricted, it is for the best." Although her cultivation was not as high as Li Jiao's, she understood more than Li Jiao. The great emperors and the demon saint were existences on the same level. If they really fought, it would definitely cause unimaginable damage to the astral plane. Perhaps the aftermath of the attack would cause countless deaths and injuries to the low-level members of both sides. Moreover, if the demon saint really ran to the depths of the astral plane to commit crimes, even the great emperors would not be able to easily stop it. Now that everyone had agreed not to make a move, it was indeed the best situation, because this would be beneficial to the astral plane. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became slightly better, and he said in a deep voice, "It is not difficult to understand why the great emperors are willing to do this, but why would the demon saint agree to this? This is tantamount to binding one's hands and feet." Gao Shueting said, "The demon saint is not confident that he can win against the great emperors. Moreover, they already regard the astral plane as their own territory, so they are naturally unwilling to cause more damage." Wild ambitions. Yang Kai snorted coldly, paused, and said, "In that case, we can only rely on ourselves now." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded. "Moreover, because too much of the Western Territory has been occupied, the front line has been stretched infinitely. The reinforcements from the three territories have been scattered, so the few of us are in charge of this place." Yang Kai understood. He was wondering why the three of them were here before, but now it seemed that they had no choice. The front line had been stretched, so the reinforcements from the three territories naturally had to be dealt with separately. Gathering in one place was indeed powerful, but it could not stop the movements of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "When we came here, I saw the demon race's army stationed 100 kilometers away, and there are at least 300,000 to 400,000 people. Can Roaring Tiger City resist them?" Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "If we rely on the power of the array and gather the strength of the entire city and the reinforcements brought by the three of us, we will probably have a 50 to 50 chance. It was not that he was overestimating the enemy's morale and belittling his own, but the demon race's army was too large. Roaring Tiger City only had a few 100,000 people, but not all of them could fight the demon race. Most of them did not have any combat ability at all and were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. How many people can be mobilized here? Yang Kai asked. At most, there are only 50,000 people. 50,000 against 300,000 to 400,000 was indeed a huge difference. Yang Kai could certainly set up a spatial array, but in the current situation, he probably could not summon any reinforcements from other places. If Roaring Tiger City was already like this, the situation in other places should not be optimistic either. How many people from the Emperor realm do we have? Yang Kai asked again. Li Jiao said, apart from the few of us, there are 4 more in the city. Yang Kai nodded. That was to say, there were a total of 11 people from the Emperor realm in the city. In terms of high-end combat power, they should not be inferior to the human race. Although the demon race had 300,000 to 400,000 people, there should not be too many Demon King, so it was not impossible to fight them. What's more, although he seemed to be alone, in fact, the masters of the human sovereign city were all in the small sealed world. The vice city lord Wu Zijin suddenly spoke. Everyone, Roaring Tiger City may not be safe. Shouldn't we make plans early? Everyone turned their heads and looked at him. Yang Kai asked, Brother Wu, what's your plan? Wu Zijin smiled faintly and said, You flatter me. It's just that the demon race has many people, while our Roaring Tiger City is few. If the city is really breached, I'm afraid the hundreds of thousands of people in the city will not be able to survive. What this Wu means is to arrange for them to leave as soon as possible, lest they be slaughtered by the demon race. Li Jiao frowned and said, Brother Wu, the battle hasn't started yet, and the demon race is still 100 kilometers away. Why do you look like we've already lost? Before, our chances of winning were 50-50, but now that Brother Yang is here, our chances of winning are 80-20. Forget about hundreds of thousands of people from the demon race. So what if there are 1 million of them? He was a little annoyed. He and the others had rushed over from the 3 territories of the east, south, and north to support the Western Territory, in order to alleviate the situation in the Western Territory and prevent the invasion of the demon race. His helpers hadn't even said anything yet, but Wu Zijin, the city lord of Roaring Tiger City, had already given up before the battle, which naturally made him a little annoyed. If he really did as Wu Zijin said, then he would definitely be in a mess. At that time, who should he arrange for people to evacuate and who should stay behind to defend against the enemy? It would definitely be troublesome. He didn't want to have internal strife before the demon race arrived. Wu Zijin hurriedly said, Masterly, please don't be angry. I just said it casually. If Masterly thinks it's inappropriate, then this Wu is just joking. Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, It's better not to make such jokes. Wu Zijin looked embarrassed and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Ma Yin's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Kai a few more times. She didn't expect Li Jiao to hold Yang Kai in such high esteem. The 50-50 situation became 80-20 just because of one person's arrival. Was this possible? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, City Lord Lin Tong hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over and said, The demon race hasn't arrived yet, so I think it's better to monitor the situation over there for the time being. If they really do make a move, we'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. Li Jiao nodded and said, City Lord Lin is right. Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai and said, It would be even better if we could get some more reinforcements. With our current strength, it's still a little difficult to deal with the demon race. Yang Kai nodded and said, I'll take care of this. Even if Gao Shueting didn't say this, Yang Kai had already planned to give it a try. It would be best if they could get reinforcements, but if they couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. Moreover, he had to make arrangements for the great wizard he brought back. Since he had brought them back, he naturally had to do his best. However, there were still 20 to 30 members of the royal family, and 4 or 5 of them were great wizards. He couldn't arrange for all of them to be stationed in Roaring Tiger City. Yang Kai made a new space spirit bead and handed it to Gao Shueting. He then reminded her, If there's any movement on the demon race's side, inform me immediately. Understood. Gao Shueting nodded seriously and put the space spirit bead on her wrist. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lin Tong and the others were dumbfounded by this miraculous method, Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, outside another city, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Before he could react, a violent force had already engulfed him, making him feel as if his body was floating and he couldn't control it. Yang Kai was shocked. Although this force wasn't as strong as the great emperor's, it was at least at the level of a false emperor. He hurriedly circulated his emperor's qi and slapped out with his palm. With a boom, a surging force overflowed and sent him flying 1,000 feet away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, but his palm hurt. Looking up, a tall and sturdy figure had already charged over. It was a demon that was as tall as an iron tower. The aura emitted from his body was several times stronger than that of a demon king. His eyes were glaring with anger, and he looked ferocious. A false emperor-level demon race? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 3405. Space principles fluctuated as a figure appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched forward, forcing the false emperor demon race to retreat. The figure then turned around and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Wui. Yang Kai was not surprised. After all, he had used the space spirit bead to teleport to Li Wuyi's side. Who would have thought that he would encounter Li Wuyi in a fierce battle with the demon race's masters and accidentally get involved in the battle? "I'm fine." Yang Kai cracked his neck and slowly shook his head. Li Wuyi said, "Retreat to the side first. I'll talk to you later." Saying so, he once again pounced on the demon race. In an instant, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Li Wuyi was known as the strongest person in the star boundary below the great emperors and possessed the space divine technique. Even among the false emperors, he was an existence that looked down on all heroes. Although the demon race was extremely powerful, he was obviously not a match for him. However, this demon race should be a power demon. He was strong, had thick skin, and had outstanding defense. Although Li Wuyi had the upper hand, he could not do anything to him for the time being. Not only were these two masters fighting to the death, but on the vast battlefield, nearly 1,000,000 star boundary cultivators and the demon race were fiercely fighting, with people falling to the ground at every moment. 30 kilometers away from the battlefield, a city stood with a dazzling spirit array. Yang Kai understood that the situation here was not much different from Roaring Tiger City. Both sides were defending the city, but the battle here had already broken out, unlike Roaring Tiger City, where the demon race was still eyeing the city covetously, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai naturally could not just stand by and watch. He quickly summoned the myriad sword and charged into the enemy, cutting down the demon race wherever he went. The scale of the demon race here was much larger than that of the Roaring Tiger City. There were also more experts, and there were even fake emperors. However, there was only one of them. The rest were all Demon King. With Yang Kai's current strength, he naturally didn't fear the Demon King-level demon race. He single-handedly slaughtered his way in and out of the demon race's camp. Almost no one could stop him. Half a day later, both sides finally beat the gong to retreat. Countless corpses were left on the ground. While the astral plane's side had suffered great losses, the demon race's side did not fare well either. It could be said that both sides had suffered great losses. Li Wuyi had no intention of pursuing them. After all, he didn't have the upper hand, so he ordered his troops to return to the city and rest. Inside the city lord's mansion, Li Wuyi cleaned himself up and changed into a clean set of clothes. Only then did he have the time to speak with Yang Kai. "Senior, what is the situation with the great emperors?" Yang Kai was eager to know what kind of agreement the great emperors and the demon saint had reached. Unexpectedly, both sides' strongest forces were biding their time. Li Wuyi asked, "You heard the news?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "I just came from Roaring Tiger City. I saw Li Jiao, Senior Sister Gao, and the others." Li Wuyi said, "Then they must have explained the reason to you." "Well, the general reason is similar to what they said." "There are other reasons?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Li Wuyi said, "The other reason is because of the Bright Moon Master." "Please enlighten me, Senior," Yang Kai said solemnly. Li Wuyi sighed. "The Bright Moon Master seems to be trapped somewhere in the demon territory. The demon saint said that if the great emperors dare to make a move, they will turn back to the demon territory and deal with the Bright Moon Master first. On the other hand, if the great emperors wait and see, they will not act rashly." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. "So, this proposal was first proposed by the demon territory?" Li Wuyi said, Yes, the great emperors were forced to do so. The Bright Moon Master was trapped in the demon territory in order to free the other three masters. His noble character and unquestionable integrity are amazing. At this time, the Bright Moon Master is in trouble, so the other masters naturally cannot sit idly by. If they really force the demon saint to deal with the Bright Moon Master, I'm afraid that no matter how strong the Bright Moon Master is, it will end in tragedy. After all, that is the demon territory. Yang Kai looked puzzled. But what good does the demon saint's proposal have for them? They came to invade the star boundary, so why would they bind their hands and feet? They could have gathered their strength and dealt with the great emperors first, or even captured them. Wouldn't they have a greater advantage then? Li Wui slowly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know the whole story. Although he could obtain some information that others didn't know, his knowledge was limited. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "What were the great emperor's original intentions? Were they happy to see it happen, or were they forced to stop?" "Let's go with the flow," Li Wui replied. "What if the Bright Moon Master can escape?" Li Wui slowly shook his head. "It's difficult." "What if?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. Li Wui said, "There is always a demon behind this. Although the demon saint's proposal is beneficial to the star boundary, it is definitely more beneficial to the demon territory. If the Bright Moon Master can really escape, I believe the great emperors will take action again. It's just that no one knows what the demon territory is planning, not even the great emperors." Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he fell into deep thought. Li Wui said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. The great emperors will worry about the Bright Moon Master. They will definitely find a way to deal with it. As for you, didn't you say you went to the frozen earth? Why are you back so soon? How did it go?" Yang Kai grinned. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Li Wui's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Where?" Yang Kai waved his hand, and figures immediately appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of people in the hall. After the human sovereign and the others appeared, they were naturally at a loss, not understanding their situation. Li Wui looked at them with shining eyes and asked excitedly, "Are they all?" He knew what Yang Kai was doing in the frozen earth, so when he saw hundreds of people, he thought they were all great wizards. Yang Kai laughed. "Only the royal family is. There are probably less than 20 of them. The others are not." The human sovereign and the others were confused, but when they heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Li Wui, they all turned their heads to look. Yang Kai looked at them and said, "Everyone, this is the outside world, but the situation may be a little different from what you think. This world is now suffering from the demon race, so I may need your help to fight against the demon race, especially the royal family." The human sovereign's mouth twitched when he heard this. He already knew that Yang Kai didn't have good intentions when he went to the human sovereign city, but he couldn't figure out what Yang Kai's intentions were. Only now did he understand. It turned out that the outside world was no better than the reincarnation world. This place had already been invaded by the demon race. Yang Kai went to the human sovereign city and forcibly took the royal family away, undoubtedly because he wanted the royal family's holy technique. However, no one had a bigger fist. Even though the human sovereign was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was no longer the human sovereign city, and it was not his territory. He said with a bleak expression, "Lord Yang, don't worry, the royal family will do our best." Yang Kai immediately showed a satisfied smile. He originally planned to use reason and force if the human sovereign didn't listen, but he didn't expect them to be so smart. It saved him a lot of trouble. "Senior, I'll leave these people to you. You can do whatever you want with them. I'll go take a look at the High Heaven Palace's situation," Yang Kai said, then left. Li Wui was a fake emperor. He definitely had a way to subdue these people in the human sovereign city. Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much. He was only responsible for bringing them out. After giving his instructions, he immediately activated a space spirit bead on his wrist and disappeared instantly. The front line in the Western Territory was very long. He didn't know what the situation was with the High Heaven Palace's reinforcements, so he naturally had to go take a look. After a short while, Yang Kai appeared in another city, next to Shuiyu. Seeing him suddenly appear, Shuiyu was naturally surprised and called for the Shan Qing Luo. After asking a little, he understood the situation here. As he expected, the High Heaven Palace's reinforcements had also occupied a city in the Western Territory. They were working together with the cultivator of this city to fight against the demon race army besieging the city. However, The situation here was much better than Roaring Tiger City and Li Wu Yi's, because not only were there 6 monster kings here, but there were also people from Ice Heart Valley. The 6 monster kings were the ones who served in the High Heaven Palace before. There were 3 men and 3 women, each comparable to a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. Coupled with Ice Heart Valley's the Emperor Realm, the lineup could be described as luxurious. Moreover, the number of cultivators in this city was not small. They could mobilize as many as 100,000 people. Just half a day ago, the 2 sides clashed once. The Star Boundary side won a great victory, killing tens of thousands of people from the demon race and forcing the demon race to retreat 100 kilometers. However, the demon race did not withdraw. They were probably waiting for reinforcements to make a comeback. But in the current situation, if the demon race did not dispatch a fake emperor, it would be impossible for them to do anything to this city. The 6 monster kings alone were equivalent to 100,000 demon race soldiers. After understanding the situation, Yang Kai felt a little relieved. He did not have to worry about the High Heaven Palace's reinforcements for the time being, but he needed to pay more attention to Roaring Tiger City. Perhaps there were other cities in the same situation as Roaring Tiger City, but he did not care so much. Roaring Tiger City was because Li Jiao and Gao Shueting were there. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to pay attention to it. The Great Emperors would coordinate and dispatch the Great Emperors. Although the Great Emperors could not act rashly because of the agreement with the Demon Saint, it was not a problem for them to stay behind and plan strategies. The fighting on the battlefield seemed to have made Su Yan and the others grow up a lot. Their auras were much more stable than before. While he was talking to the 3 women, the door was suddenly kicked open. A beautiful figure wrapped in a cold aura rushed in, her beautiful eyes looking coldly at Yang Kai. Su Yan and the others turned to look at her, then looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coughed softly, feeling a little embarrassed. Yu Ru Meng put away the coldness on her face and said with a gentle smile, "Sisters, can you leave for a moment? Elder sister has something to talk to him alone." Shanqing Luo glanced at her and said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you want to talk alone?" Shuiyu nodded and said, "That's right. We're family. There's nothing my husband can't let us know." The 2 women had a deep hostility toward Yu Ru Meng. No one knew how she got together with Yang Kai. Previously, she was inseparable from him. Now that Yang Kai had just arrived, she actually came looking for him. Chapter 3406. If they could beat her, Shuiyu and Shanqing Luo would definitely teach this woman a lesson, but she had the cultivation of the Emperor Realm. The 2 women were really not her opponent, not to mention she was a disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Realm. But so what if she was a disciple of the great emperors? It was not easy to enter the Yang family's door. Su Yan suddenly said lightly, "Since elder sister Li has something to discuss with her husband, let's leave first." Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu heard this and looked at her in amazement. They didn't expect Su Yan to compromise so easily. But the 2 women were obedient to Su Yan. Since Su Yan had already spoken, they could only leave even if they were unwilling. Before Shanqing Luo left, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai with a bitter look. Yang Kai looked up at the roof ridge and pretended not to see it. After the 3 women left, Yu Ru Meng waved her hand and closed the door. She looked at Yang Kai and chuckled. "You dumped me." She was obviously talking about how Yang Kai had left her behind when he went to the frozen earth. At that time, when she found out that she had been abandoned by Yang Kai, she almost exploded with anger. But she was smart enough to follow Su Yan and the others because she knew that as long as Yang Kai came back, he wouldn't necessarily go looking for the others, he would definitely come looking for Su Yan and the others. Today, as soon as she noticed Yang Kai's aura, she immediately rushed over. At this moment, although she had a smile on her face, her anger was surging. Yang Kai didn't speak and reached out to pour himself a cup of tea. Yu Ru Meng took a few steps forward and snatched the teacup. She splashed the tea out and then slammed the cup on the table, making a thud. Yang Kai looked up and glared at her. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Yu Ru Meng gritted her teeth and said, "You actually dumped me." Yang Kai said, "So what? I didn't agree to take you with me. It was you who wanted to follow me. Besides, I've already dumped you. What do you want now?" Yu Ru Meng frowned and said, "Why are you being so fierce to me?" Yang Kai groaned. "What's so strange about being fierce to you? It's not the first time." As he spoke, he poured himself another cup of tea. Yu Rumeng snatched the teacup again and threw it on the ground. Yang Kai was furious and cursed. Bitch, you'd better restrain yourself. If you continue to be like this, I won't be polite to you. Yu Rumeng sneered. Then I'd like to see how you're going to be impolite to me. Did you want to hit a woman? Come on, give it a try. She put her hands on her waist, raised her head and puffed out her chest as she approached Yang Kai. She looked at him from the side and said, "Fight me if you have the guts." Yang Kai was furious. He grabbed her arm, twisted her around, and threw her directly onto his lap. Turning her back to him, he raised his hand and viciously slapped her. Asterisk pa. Asterisk Yu Rumeng's body suddenly stiffened. Her slender neck straightened, and her head swayed a few times. She didn't react for a long time. It seemed that her mind had stopped working. After a while, she turned her head mechanically and looked at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare hit my butt? Asterisk pa." Asterisk Yang Kai slapped her again with a ferocious expression. Both slaps were very forceful, but Yu Rumeng was really stunned by the first slap. She had never thought that one day she would be spanked by someone, and by a man at that. Only now did she feel the pain, and her eyes immediately became watery. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her throat issued a painful moan. Outside the house, Su Yan looked up at the moon while Shan Qing Luo and Shui Yu listened attentively. After the two slaps, Shan Qing Luo immediately sneered. "Kill her, kill this vixen." Shui Yu also looked excited. "Shameless, you deserve to be beaten to death. Are you still going to make a scene?" Yang Kai raised his hand and pretended to slap Yu Rumeng as he asked. Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and struggled, but Yang Kai's space principles were fluctuating, so how could she break free? Tightly bound to Yang Kai's thighs, maintaining an extremely shameful posture, Yu Rumeng angrily shouted, "Either you kill me today, or I won't let you off. You still dare to be stubborn." Yang Kai slapped her again, causing Yu Rumeng's face to pale. It was obvious how strong he was. As he slapped her, he scolded, "You shrew, who told you to make a scene in front of me? Who told you to break my cup?" Every time she said a word, he would slap her. Every time she said a word, he would slap her. At first, Yu Rumeng was still clamoring, saying that she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai, but after a while she stopped. Her proud head lowered, and she lay motionless on Yang Kai's thighs. Asterisk drip, drip, drip. Asterisk the sound of water falling to the ground could be heard. Only then did Yang Kai stop and look down. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yu Rumeng, this shrew, was crying because of him. He was too embarrassed to slap her again. If this woman continued to clamor, he really wouldn't stop. But now that she was crying, it was a bit of a headache. Did he have to be like this, reaching out and scratching his head? Yang Kai's original anger had already disappeared. He gently poked Yu Rumeng's face with his finger and said, "If you have something to say it properly. Why are you crying?" Yu Rumeng turned her head to the other side and ignored him. She just sobbed, her tears dripping to the ground as if they were free. "Don't cry." Yang Kai comforted. "I naturally have my reasons for dumping you. The place I'm going to is very dangerous. If I take you there, what if an accident happens?" As he spoke, he covered her round buttocks with his big hands and urged his Emperor Qi to rub them. Just now, he had slapped her more than a dozen times and didn't hold back. Her buttocks were probably swollen. While healing her wounds, Yang Kai said, "You're too much. You're always throwing tantrums at me and saying that you want to die with me. How can there be a woman like you in this world? If all men were like you, how could they live? If you have something to say in the future, we can talk it out. I'm an impulsive person. What happened just now was my fault. I'll apologize to you. Don't take it to heart. If you can talk it out, just say something. If you feel angry, I'll give you a beating. You can do whatever you want." After chattering for a while, Yu Rumeng just cried and didn't respond at all. Yang Kai also lost his patience. He stopped his movements and said lightly, "What do you want? Tell me, don't be so silent." Yu Rumeng was silent for a while and suddenly muttered, "What?" Yang Kai turned his ear. "Don't stop." This time, he finally heard it clearly. Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment. Only then did he realize what she meant. Laughing involuntarily, he once again covered her perfectly round buttocks with his big hands, slowly rubbing them. This request wasn't impossible to satisfy. Damn, this shrew's personality wasn't that good, but her figure was first class. The amazing elasticity in his hands really made him forget to leave. The crying gradually stopped. Yu Rumeng's body was a little twisted, not knowing whether it was because of pain or itch. Her breathing became slightly rapid, and her pale face slowly turned red. Suddenly, she asked, "You just said that you were afraid of danger and threw me away. Is that true?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Why would I lie to you? That place is one of the forbidden areas of the star boundary. Even the great emperors can't go to the core. The dragon race was once buried there. It's extremely dangerous." Yu Rumeng said softly, "Then why didn't you tell me before? Instead, you threw me away without a word." Yang Kai explained, "Is there any use in telling you? You definitely won't listen. Instead of arguing with you, it's better to do it first." Yu Rumeng didn't say anything. Apparently, she also accepted this explanation. Yang Kai's hands, on the other hand, did not behave themselves. While one hand was rubbing her breasts, the other hand unscrupulously passed through Yu Rumeng's collar. After encountering a token resistance, there was no more resistance. "Does it still hurt?" Yang Kai held his hands and asked with a comfortable face. Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Kai asked again. No. I can give you a good check." Yang Kai chuckled. "No need." Yu Rumeng's breathing was extremely heavy. Outside the room, Shan Qingluo's face was ashen, and Shui Yu's expression was not any better. The good show they were looking forward to didn't happen, and the fox spirit wasn't killed. Instead, they kissed and got up, which made the two women a little crazy. Shan Qingluo turned her head and looked at Su Yan. "Big sister, the man in the house is being seduced by this fox spirit. Why don't you do something?" Su Yan smiled slightly and said, "Let's go." Shan Qingluo and Shui Yu were dumbfounded. Before they could react, Su Yan had already walked away. Shan Qingluo and Shui Yu looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Suddenly, they raised their hands and slammed forward. Although the two women's cultivations were not at the Emperor realm, they were both Dao Source realm cultivators now. With this attack, a big hole immediately appeared in the room and dust flew everywhere. Accompanied by Shan Qingluo's giggles, the two women darted out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, Yang Kai hugged Yu Rumeng and moved freely, avoiding falling planks, his expression twitching. At this moment, a space fluctuation spread out and a jade slip suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he frowned and said loudly, "I'm going to Roaring Tiger City. Send me a message if there's anything." "Be careful." Su Yan's voice responded. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Yu Rumeng in his arms. "Come with me?" Yu Rumeng nodded meekly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and urged the space principles. With a flash of light, he disappeared. Back in Roaring Tiger City, the whole city was in a state of panic. Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng appeared beside Gao Shueting together. But at this moment, Gao Shueting was no longer in the city lord's mansion. Instead, she was at a city gate. This place was noisy and noisy. Gao Shueting's face was gloomy and ugly. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, Gao Shueting turned her head and glanced at him, then looked at Yu Rumeng in his arms and nodded slightly. "What's going on?" Yang Kai glanced around and asked blankly. He actually saw a lot of people confronting each other at the city gate. A group of people were dressed in bright clothes and riding on horses, obviously of high status. A group of people were disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Chapter 3407. The demon race has dispatched their troops, Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai frowned. If the demon race has dispatched their troops, then we should prepare for battle. What are they doing here? Gao Shueting pointed to the front. They want to escape from the city. Yang Kai's brow twitched. At this time? He knew a little about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although there were many cultivators from the Emperor realm in the city, there were definitely not many of them, and Li Jiao was the only third-order Emperor realm master. The number of people that could be mobilized in the city was no more than 50,000, but the demon race outside had 340,000 cultivators. Since they were outnumbered, they had to rely on the Roaring Tiger City's city barrier array to have a glimmer of hope. In other words, the city barrier array could not be damaged. At this critical juncture when the demon race was dispatching their troops, there were still people who wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this tantamount to tearing a hole in Roaring Tiger City's greatest defense? Although the barrier could still be closed, who knew what would happen when it was opened? What's more, this was the time when the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City were working together to defend against the enemy. Yet such a group of people wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this a case of chaos? No wonder Gao Shueting would lead a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to confront this group of people here. Gao Shueting obviously knew that the city barrier array must not be opened at this time. Who are these people? Yang Kai glanced at the group of people with disgust. There were a lot of them, at least a few hundred of them, and many of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, he did not see anyone from the Emperor Realm. There are 5 great families in Roaring Tiger City. These are all from the 5 great families. Families? Yang Kai snorted coldly. There were countless families like this in the entire star boundary. Generally speaking, these families had good positions in their respective cities and were used to doing whatever they wanted. They probably had the intention to leave long ago, but they had not made up their minds until the demon race invaded. Presumably, they felt that Roaring Tiger City could not be defended, so they wanted to escape in advance. Open the array. Quickly open the formation and let us leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. What's the point of wasting time with them? If they don't open the array, we'll just snatch the array disc. A group of people were standing below the city walls, shouting at a certain Dao Source Realm cultivator on top of the city walls. That Dao Source Realm cultivator should be one of the people in charge of the spirit array, as he controlled the array plate that controlled the city defending array. At this moment, he was standing on top of the city walls, looking down with an awkward expression on his face. He kept cupping his fists and bowing. Patriarchs, please don't make things difficult for this old master. If you want to leave the city, please go to the city lord's master. As long as you bring me the city lord's personal order, this old master will immediately open the spirit array. Otherwise, this old master cannot do this. The demon race has invaded, and the city lord master is currently dealing with this matter. How would he have the time to care about us? Don't be long-winded. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to activate the array. Otherwise, don't blame us for not remembering our old friendship. As the words fell, the hundreds of people showed a covetous look, as if they would really attack if they didn't open the spirit array. The face of the old man in charge of the city defending array changed drastically. Although he was also a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could he fight against so many people from the 5 great families? If they really attacked, he would be chopped into meat paste in the blink of an eye. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face, but he had already made up his mind. Although the City Lord Master would definitely blame him if he opened the spirit array and let them leave, it was better than being killed here by the 5 great families. Taking out the array disc from his space ring, he was about to open the spirit array when a figure suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. The figure raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. The old man was startled and turned his head to look, only to see a handsome young man standing to the side. Before he could react, the array disc in his hand had already been taken away. The old man was horrified. He knew that this young man's cultivation was definitely far above his own, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so slow to react. He hurriedly asked, "You are High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "Old sir, please rest." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this. His heart settled, and he immediately retreated to the side. Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the hundreds of people below to hear clearly. Seeing that the array disc had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, the hundreds of people frowned. The leaders glanced at each other, and a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion walked out and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't ask his name. In any case, he must be the patriarch of one of the 5 great families. Yang Kai's casual attitude displeased the hundreds of people below, but they also knew that he had the capital to do so. After all, he was the palace master of the Emperor Realm, so they naturally didn't dare to show their displeasure. On the surface, they still said politely, "We from the 5 great families would like to leave Roaring Tiger City and seek a chance of survival in this troubled world. Lord Yang, please grant us our wish." Yang Kai played with the array disc in his hand and said lightly, "Leaving Roaring Tiger City will give you a chance of survival? Do you know what the situation outside is now?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I know that Roaring Tiger City is in danger. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave anymore." Yang Kai said, "Since you don't know, then I'll tell you. The demon race has invaded on a large scale. More than half of the Western territory has been occupied, and the battle line has been stretched infinitely. Countless cities are surrounded by the demon race's army. While you and I are talking, a war may break out. Even if you can leave Roaring Tiger City, I'm afraid you won't be able to go far before you fall into the hands of the demon race. When that time comes, your life will be worse than death, so it's better to stay and fight the demon race together. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They really didn't know what the situation outside was. The demon race's invasion hadn't been for a long time. Only 2 months had passed at most. In this chaotic world, how could news spread so quickly? Only Yang Kai, who could freely travel to various places, knew more than others when he went to the city where Li Wui and the High Heaven Palace were. Now that they heard Yang Kai say that half of the Western Territory had fallen, they were naturally shocked. The middle-aged man was absent-minded for a while. Then he forced a smile and said, "Lord Yang, you don't have to be an alarmist." Yang Kai sneered and said, "I'm an alarmist? Is it necessary? What this palace master said is true. It's up to you to believe it or not." The middle-aged man suddenly fell silent. After a while, he said, "Even so, we still hope to leave Roaring Tiger City. You insist on leaving?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. The middle-aged man's palms were sweating under his stare, but he still forced himself to nod. "I'm afraid we can't do as you wish." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "The demon race is invading, and the city defense array is the key. Before the war is over, no one is allowed to leave the city. If you want to leave, you can. It's not too late to talk about it after the war is over." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "By the time the war is over, Roaring Tiger City will have fallen. How can we survive?" Yang Kai immediately looked up and found that the person who shouted was a well-dressed young man riding a tall horse in the crowd. He was a young master from an unknown family. He said coldly, "The demon race invaded the Western Territory and poisoned the creatures of the Western Territory. The cultivators of the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories came to your aid under the call of the great emperors to attack the demon race. They asked for nothing and gained nothing, but they are always worried about their lives. It's fine that you local cultivators of the Western Territory don't work hard, but you actually want to run away. If that's all, I can still tolerate you. After all, everyone has their own ambitions, and it's normal to be afraid of death. But it's your fault to disturb the morale of the army. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your life." The young man shrank his neck, but he soon said stubbornly, "When did I disturb the morale of the army? I'm just telling the truth. How can Roaring Tiger City resist the army of the demon race with so few people? How dare you still be so arrogant? Do you really think I can't kill you?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to grab the young man. "How dare you?" The middle-aged man who spoke before immediately flew out, trying to stop him. It seemed that he was related to the young man by blood. They might even be father and son. However, he was only from the third-order Dao Source realm. He was not qualified to stand out in front of Yang Kai. He was sent flying by an inexplicable force. When he staggered and landed on the ground, he heard a commotion. Turning his head to look, his eyes immediately turned red. The young man riding on the tall horse had already become a headless corpse. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, reaching a height of 30 feet. His body swayed, and he fell off the back of the horse. A group of pampered young masters and young ladies screamed in horror, and the scene was chaotic. "How dare you kill my son?" The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. In Kai Yang's hand, there was a head with a pair of round eyes. No one knew how the head had ended up in his hand when he had clearly been standing in the same place. Hearing this, he coldly said, "So what?" The middle-aged man's face kept changing. He suddenly shouted, "Kill him and charge out." After saying that, he was the first to pounce on Yang Kai. Hatred seemed to have made him lose his mind. He did not realize how big the gap in strength was between him and Yang Kai. However, the people from the 5 great clans actually believed his nonsense. Hundreds of people rushed over. Their eyes were blood-red with madness. "You're courting death." Yang Kai stood on the city wall with a cold expression. When the hundreds of people were close enough, he pointed his finger forward like a sword. Heads flew into the sky one after another. Headless corpses twitched and fell. Blood dyed the city wall red, and the smell of blood filled the air. The surrounding crowd was silent. They had never seen hundreds of people die at once. This hellish scene was enough to give them nightmares for a long time to come. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died. The middle-aged man who rushed over first was the fastest, but he also died first. It was not until this time that the remaining people from the 5 great clans realized the gap in strength between them. The young masters and young ladies cried out in fear. The Tao Source Realm cultivator also kept begging for mercy. Yang Kai's face was as cold as ice. He turned a deaf ear to their pleas. His killing intent surged like a tide as he made up his mind to show his strength before the battle. Chapter 3408. The area below the city wall was like a living hell. Hundreds of corpses were lying on the ground, and hundreds of human heads were stacked high into a small hill. The scene was horrifying, and the surrounding cultivators kept quiet out of fear. Perhaps some of them had the same idea as the 5 major clans, which was to escape from Roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, they would not have gathered here. However, with the example of the hundreds of people from the 5 major clans, none of them dared to have any ideas. This palace master from the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory killed people without batting an eyelid. He was simply inhumane. Everyone looked at Kai Yang with eyes full of fear and dread. Yang Kai acted as if nothing had happened. He was still playing with the array plate in his hand. Suddenly, he looked up at Gao Shueting and said, "Senior Sister Gao, ask the temple disciples to remove the person presiding over the array." Saying so, he threw the array plate in his hand to her. Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Okay." Then she began to make arrangements. In such a big city, the city defending array naturally couldn't be presided over by 1 or 2 people. At least dozens of people presided over it, and each of them had an array plate. City Lord Lin Tong should have a main array plate that could coordinate the overall situation. After what happened to the 5 great families here, they had to be on guard against similar situations in other places. However, if the temple disciples presided over the array, they could prevent such things from happening. For Yang Kai, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was an outsider, so he felt more at ease with the city defending array being guarded by his own people. The demon race's army was about to invade, so they had to settle the situation inside before they could resist the outside. Yang Kai took out his communication artifact to contact Li Jiao and ask about the situation with the demon race's army. At this moment, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the city barrier array, and a strange fluctuation surged up and down. Yang Kai turned his head and frowned. "What's going on?" Gao Shueting shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. However, the Tao Source Realm old man who presided over the array said, "Someone opened the array somewhere." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "You're courting death." The reason why he asked Gao Shueting to arrange people to replace the people in Roaring Tiger City was to prevent a situation similar to the 5 major families from happening again. He didn't expect it to really happen. Desertion would affect the morale, especially in the current situation where they were outnumbered. This battle was not going to be easy to fight. If the morale was low, Roaring Tiger City would definitely fall. At that time, whether it was the people of Azure Sun Temple, Fire Dragon Palace, or Ahan Temple, they would all suffer. "Where?" He turned his head and looked at the old man. The old man immediately pointed in a direction. If this old man is not wrong, it should be over there. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai disappeared. At a certain section of the city wall on the east side of the Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Sure enough, he saw that there was a crack in the defensive formation here, and the gate was wide open. More than 10 miles away, a figure was fleeing outside at a high speed. The figure looked a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. On the city wall, Roaring Tiger City Lord Lin Tong's face was pale as he stared in the direction that the person fled. Vice City Lord Ma Yin was sitting cross-legged with blood on the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be injured, but the injury was not serious. "Who is it?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Lin Tong's face twitched as he said in a deep voice, "Wu Zijin." Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the figure of the person running away was a little familiar. It turned out that it was Wu Zijin, the Vice City Lord of Roaring Tiger City. Even the Vice City Lord fled in the face of battle. How could this be? If the news spread out, how could the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City have the heart to fight against the demon race? As the Vice City Lord, he should set an example, but now he acted like this. Ma Yin's injury was probably caused by him. Although Yang Kai didn't ask, he guessed that Ma Yin was injured because she failed to stop him. He turned his head and looked around. He found that the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was indeed panicking. Wu Zijin's escape obviously had a bad influence. He suddenly remembered that this guy had told everyone to make plans to leave Roaring Tiger City as soon as possible. Now it seemed that he had already had an idea at that time. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little disheartened. Among the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, the 5 major families and the vice city lord didn't have the heart to stay and fight against the demon race. Why should the reinforcements from the 3 territories stay? He turned his head and looked at Lin Tong. What's the city lord master's plan? If you want to leave, it's still not too late. Lin Tong glanced at him and said calmly, if the city exists, the people will exist. If the city is destroyed, the people will die. Ma Yin also opened her eyes and said, please help Roaring Tiger City, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai grinned after hearing that. It seems that the people of Roaring Tiger City aren't all cowards. Ma Yin said angrily, we're ashamed to be with that old dog Wu. If we don't die today, we'll kill him the next time we see him. Yang Kai nodded and said, there's no need to wait for the next time. Before Ma Yin could figure out what he meant, Yang Kai said again, I'll be right back. Please repair the gap here as soon as possible, City Lord Master. His figure flickered and Kai Yang disappeared. Ma Yin was stunned. She looked ahead, only to see a figure flickering and disappearing from her sight in the blink of an eye. She finally realized something and said, did he go after old dog Wu? Could he really catch up with him? Old dog Wu had been running away for some time. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was slightly higher than his, it was not impossible for him to escape if he was determined to escape. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to chase after him at this time? If he was surrounded by the demon race outside the city, Roaring Tiger City would lose another high-end fighter. Lin Tong said with burning eyes, I've heard that this Palace Master Yang is proficient in the law of space. Now that I've met you today, you do live up to your reputation. The law of space. Ma Yin's slender eyebrows twitched. Only now did she understand why Yang Kai was so fast and flickering that she could not see his trace at all. It turned out to be the law of space. Someone's coming. Ma Yin's expression suddenly changed. She pointed to the front. When this sentence appeared in her field of vision, the small black dot was still far away, but when the voice fell, the small black dot had become the size of a fist. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Yang Kai who had just left. Ma Yin's mouth formed a circle. She was dumbfounded. Not only that, when Kai Yang returned, he was carrying a person in his hand. Looking closely, Ma Yin was immediately enraged. If this wasn't old dog Wu, then who else could it be? She couldn't help but think, if this person isn't old dog Wu, who else could it be? In 10 breaths, not only did he come back, but he also caught Wu Zijin, who was trying to escape. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Ma Yin would never have believed such a miraculous method. Lin Tong was also in a daze, as if he was in a dream. At this moment, Wu Zijin, who was being held in Yang Kai's hand, was coughing violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weak. Obviously he was seriously injured. Yang Kai threw him in front of Ma Yin. Wu Zijin struggled to get up, clutching his chest as he looked at Lin Tong, then at Ma Yin, his expression fluctuating. He definitely did not expect that after trying so hard to escape from the city, he would be caught in the blink of an eye, and then thrown in front of Ma Yin, who had been injured by his sneak attack by Yang Kai. This was a little embarrassing. Forcing a smile, Wu Zijin asked, Vice City Lord Ma, how are your injuries? Ma Yin slowly stood up and looked at him coldly. You don't need to worry. Saying so, she flicked her hand and summoned a soft whip. This whip was made of some unknown material and was 10 meters long, glowing with a cold light. Wu Zijin's expression changed, and he quickly stepped back, saying, Let's talk nicely. This Wu has his own difficulties and did not mean to hurt you. Ma Yin turned a deaf ear to him, her emperor chi surging and the soft whip glowing brightly. Wu Zijin turned his head to look at Lin Tong. City Lord Master, please spare this Wu's life. This Wu can fight side by side with you. The demon race is about to arrive. This Wu can more or less contribute. Lin Tong looked at him with disgust. This city lord does not dare to fight side by side with you. He had even attacked Ma Yin. How could he not worry about such a person? Wu Zijin knew that today was not a good day, so his expression darkened, raising his hand and summoning a large axe, chopping down at Ma Yin. He did not dare to attack Lin Tong, because the latter's cultivation was higher than his, and Ma Yin had been injured by his sneak attack. Since their cultivation was the same, Ma Yin was the only one who could break through. But in the next moment, Space principles fluctuated and an invisible force tightly bound him, forcing him to hold the axe high, unable to attack. Ma'in shook the soft whip in her hand and wrapped it precisely around Wu Zijin's neck. With a slight force, Wu Zijin's head flew into the sky, blood gushing out from his neck. Ma'in was a little absent-minded, as if she did not expect to kill Wu Zijin so easily, but she also understood that it was because of Yang Kai's secret help, so she turned to him and nodded to express her gratitude. Yang Kai said, "To be honest, not long ago, the people of the 5 major families in the city also wanted to leave the city, but I killed all of them." Lin Tong heard this and snorted, "You killed them well. The demon race is invading, and not only did they not know how to defend themselves, they even wanted to escape. Such people deserve to die. Even if Palace Master Yang did not do it, this Lin would have done it myself." The 5 major families were the people of his Roaring Tiger City, and such a thing happened to them. Lin Tong also felt ashamed, and with Wu Zijin, it could be said that he was burning with anger. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Since Governor Lin intends to defend Roaring Tiger City and fight to the death with the demon race, then the reinforcements from the East, South, and North territories will also do their best. Lin Tong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, everyone. If it were not for your help, I'm afraid my Roaring Tiger City would be in danger today." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. The demon race is coming fiercely, and I don't think they will be satisfied with just the West Territory. After they have eaten up the West Territory, it will be the South, North, and East Territories next. We are here to save people and also to save ourselves." Lin Tong said seriously, "Palace Master Yang is very righteous. This old man admires you." Ma'in sighed. "Unfortunately, the morale of our Roaring Tiger City is worrying now." She turned her head and looked around, and the eyes of the surrounding cultivator were also evading her. Indeed, as she said, the morale was really not good. The attack of the demon race army had already made people anxious, and after Wu Zijin's trouble, the already low morale fell to the bottom. After going out, Yuan Qi was badly injured, and it seemed that it would take a week for him to recover. Chapter 3409. Yang Kai said, "Castellan Lin, desperate times call for desperate measures. I suggest that we form a troop of military supervisors." Lin Tong raised his eyebrows and said, "Military supervisors?" Yang Kai looked serious and said in a deep voice, "The war between the 2 races is different from the one-on-one battle between the cultivator. There needs to be a clear battlefield law. Those who disobey orders can be beheaded. Those who run away before the battle can be beheaded. Those who disturb the morale of the army can be beheaded. Those who are afraid of the battle can be beheaded. Those who do not do their best in the battle can be beheaded." He turned to look at Lin Tong and said in a cold voice, "This is the duty and mission of the military supervisors." Lin Tong and Ma'in both felt a chill down their spines. If Yang Kai really did what he said, many people on their side would be beheaded before the battle with the demon race started. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a good way to deal with the current situation. Currently, the enemy outnumbered them, and Roaring Tiger City was in danger. If they wanted to defend the city, they had to work together. If there was such a troop of military supervisors, not to mention how much the morale would increase, at least it could force the cultivator in the city to fight against the enemy. After understanding this point, Lin Tong said, "What Palace Master Yang said is right. However, I'm afraid that the cultivator in Roaring Tiger City is not qualified to supervise the military supervisors." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If Castellan Lin trusts me, you can leave this matter to me." "That's what I'm thinking." Lin Tong nodded. The demon race outside the city was invading on a large scale. The cultivator in the city was in a panic. The crowd gathered on the city wall and looked into the distance. They asked each other about the news they knew. The atmosphere was gloomy. At this moment, a man flew around the city with a cold expression and a bone-chilling voice. "The devil race has invaded, and a war is about to break out. This war is related to the survival of Roaring Tiger City and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the city. The city lord has ordered that we must win this war. Now the battlefield rules are clear. Those who disobey will be beheaded. Those who flee before the battle will be beheaded. Those who disturb the morale of the army will be beheaded. Those who retreat because of fear of the war will be beheaded. Those who do not fight with all their might will be beheaded." His voice was loud and clear, loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Once these words were spread out, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Among them, there was no lack of people who were prepared to flee if the situation turned bad. After hearing this, they all frowned. However, they did not take it too seriously. After all, everyone could see that the roaring tiger city was doomed. If they really had to escape, it would not be just one or two people, but a large group. When the time came, the law would not punish the majority. How would the city Lord Master have the mood to care about this? He might not even be able to protect himself. Most people just thought that these slogans were just casually shouted to mobilize people before the war. However, before they could finish this thought, they saw another group of people flying over. There were a lot of people in this group, about 1,000 of them. Judging from their clothes, they were not the local cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, but reinforcements from other territory. The leader was very conspicuous. He was a young man with fiery red hair. Chi Gui from the Ahan Palace in the Eastern Territory. Many people recognized him at once. It was not that Chi Gui was very famous, but his appearance was too unique, so he was easily recognized. Even if they had not seen him before, they had heard of him. There was no other person in Roaring Tiger City with such fiery red hair. The group of people behind him should be the cultivator of Ahan Palace. If this was all there was to it, it wouldn't be enough to draw everyone's attention. What really surprised everyone was that Chi Gui was leading the way, his murderous aura surging from his body. His sharp eyes were like a hawk's, looking at everyone around him as if they were targets to be killed. Behind him, a group of cultivators were pushing their strength together, holding up a large pile of bloody human heads, not leaving him behind at all. There were at least a few hundred heads. Most of them died with their eyes open, and blood was still dripping from their necks. Looking at them would make people's hair stand on end and feel cold all over. Many people suddenly found that these heads seemed to be familiar. Just as they were about to take a closer look at whose heads they were, they heard the cultivator shout, "The 5 families disturbed the morale of the army and have been beheaded. Wu Zijin fled the battlefield and has been beheaded." Just like the person who announced the battlefield law just now, he shouted as he sped past. Wherever it passed, everyone who heard it froze in place. No wonder those heads looked familiar. It turned out that they were the people of the 5 families. Who else could the head that was held at the front belong to Deputy City Governor Wu Zijin? The Deputy City Governor was beheaded, and so were the people of the 5 families. The battle had not started yet, and so many of their own people had died. Moreover, these people were all important figures in Roaring Tiger City. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that the so-called battlefield law was not just a joke. It would really be implemented. Didn't you see those hundreds of bloody heads? Those were the heads of the 5 great clans and the Deputy City Lord. Even the 5 great clans and the Deputy City Lord were beheaded for violating the law. Who could be lucky enough to be spared? In that case, when Roaring Tiger City was in danger, there was still a group of people standing behind them with butcher's knives. If they accidentally violated the battlefield law, the butcher's knife would fall on their neck. Everyone's heart trembled, and they no longer dared to think about leaving things to chance. They knew that they were not as powerful as the 5 families, let alone Deputy City Governor Wu Zijin. Their lives were naturally not as valuable as theirs. On the city wall, Lin Tong checked his communication artifact with a nervous expression. Obviously, he was collecting information gathered from all sides in the city. After a while, his nervous expression gradually relaxed. He looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Palace Master Yang, you have good means." Ma Yin looked at him with her beautiful eyes shining. "What's the situation in the city now?" Lin Tong smiled and said, "Some people are still panicking, but at least the morale of the army is good." Ma Yin was excited after hearing that. "Great." She turned around and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "If Roaring Tiger City can be defended, Palace Master Yang will be the greatest contributor." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You flatter me, but don't let your guard down. Right now, the cultivator in the city is just being deterred by those heads. If they really want to defend the city, it will depend on the following battle. If our side collapses, nobody will be able to reverse the situation." Lin Tong laughed loudly and said, "Although there aren't many martial artists in my Roaring Tiger City, if we can really work together, we won't be eaten so easily. A bunch of demon bastards. Today, I'll show them the power of my Roaring Tiger City." Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's good that Master Castellan is so confident." While they were talking, Ma Yin suddenly took out her communication compass and checked it. She said with a serious expression, "The demon race seems to have underestimated us. They have gathered all their forces and are preparing to break through from the east. Let's go and see." Lin Tong snorted. They hurried to the east and arrived at their destination after a while. The city wall was already full of people. Most of them were the local cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. When they saw Lin Tong and Ma Yin arrive, they immediately cupped their hands and bowed to them, making way for them. Yang Kai stood on the city wall with the two of them and looked up. He saw a black army coming at them unhurriedly from 10 miles away. The leaders of the demon race were riding on huge, ferocious demon beasts. They looked like they were taking a leisurely stroll in the park, as if they were not there to attack the city, but to have fun. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind them were also disorderly, but they were silent. Black clouds covered the top of the demon race's army. As the army moved forward, they were also approaching Roaring Tiger City. The black clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Gulp! 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 Everyone looked at Lin Tong, as if they could find some sense of security. Lin Tong looked solemn and stood still on the city wall. His white hair fluttered in the wind, but his old body looked extremely tall at this moment. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. 10 miles, 8 miles, 5 miles, the atmosphere of nervousness began to spread. Some people had already taken out their secret treasures, clenching and releasing them tightly. Their palms were full of sweat. Some people were even saying goodbye to each other, thinking that there was no hope for survival in this battle. The appearance of the demon race was clearly imprinted in everyone's eyes. Those ferocious and terrifying demon beasts also gave people a huge psychological pressure. 3 miles away, the leader of the demon race suddenly grinned at the people on the city wall, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, raised his hand high, and slowly waved it forward. Behind him, the originally disorderly army seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment. They charged forward like thunder, and the roars of battle resounded through the sky. The killing intent and roars of hundreds of thousands of demon race, together with the monstrous demonic chi, almost converged into a solid form and rushed towards Roaring Tiger City. Many people's faces turned pale, and some people couldn't help but retreat, pushing others to the side. The battle had not yet begun, but the city wall was already in chaos. Seeing this, the leader of the demon race burst into laughter. His laughter rolled like thunder, reaching hundreds of miles away. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk as a cold light flashed past, heads flew into the air and blood splashed out. Among the bustling crowd, several dozen headless corpses twitched and fell to the ground, their dark red blood splashing onto the faces of the nearby cultivators, the wet and hot sensation causing goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. Chi Gui's cold and cruel voice sounded, "Those who cower before the battle will be executed." He coldly put away his sword and looked around. The surrounding cultivators all avoided his gaze. There were dozens of people who did the same thing as him. They were the people who had just killed the cultivator, and each of them was emitting a ghostly aura. In an instant, there was no one within 3 feet of these people. Everyone stayed far away. If the battlefield law they heard before and the hundreds of heads they saw were still far away, then what was happening now was really happening right next to them. There were really people holding butcher's knives behind their backs, and they could fall at any time. Is this still human? Yang Kai quickly shouted. To tell you the truth, there are 5,000 military supervisors in the city supervising the battle, but they will not show any mercy to those who violate the battlefield laws. I ask you to behave yourselves. 5,000 supervisors. This number gave everyone a huge fright. Chapter 34:10. Although Roaring Tiger City had almost 200,000 people, only 50,000 of them were available for the battle, not counting the reinforcements from the 3 territories. Originally, the 50,000 demon race soldiers were already outnumbered. Now, they had to transfer 5,000 of them to be the army supervisors. Whoever came up with this idea must be a F** king lunatic. One had to know that the duty of the army supervisor was only internal and not external. Furthermore, since they had to monitor and supervise the battle, their strength definitely couldn't be too weak. On the battlefield, both the army supervisor and the scouts were the cream of the crop. The 5,000 army supervisors that were transferred out were definitely a group of elites. In other words, the forces on Roaring Tiger City's side that could resist the demon race were definitely not just 1/10 less. Maybe 2/10, 3/10. There was also Qi Gui, the Emperor realm. Those who thought of this were already cursing in their hearts. However, at this moment, he didn't have the time to think too much, because the demon race's army was already in front of him. The Tao Source Realm Masters in charge of the Spirit Array had already taken out their array plates, and were not stingy in urging their strength to stabilize the operation of the Spirit Array. The battle in Roaring Tiger City began at this moment. Lin Tong raised his arms and shouted, "Kill!" On the city wall, many cultivators activated the power of their secret treasures and secret techniques and blasted them down the city wall. Beams of colorful light penetrated the light screen of the Great Formation and smashed into the demon race's camp. There was no need to aim at all because the demon race had gathered all their forces here. Any attack could hit the target. One by one, the demon race fell. However, more and more of the demon race rushed forward to fill the gap. The deaths of their clansmen did not make them cower. Instead, it made them even more ferocious. Every demon race seemed to be unafraid of death. More and more corpses were piling up at the foot of the city wall, gradually forming a small mountain. Both sides attacked each other, but the Roaring Tiger City was protected by the formation. As long as the formation was not broken, there would be no casualties. On the other hand, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. A good start. The morale of the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was greatly boosted. He was no longer stingy with his own strength and unleashed his killer moves to his heart's content. More and more demon race cultivators were killed. In less than 30 breaths of time since the start of the battle, more than 1,000 members of the demon race had died. Countless attacks bombarded the formation, causing the light of the formation to become dimmer and dimmer. It showed signs of collapsing at any time. Although the defensive formation of Roaring Tiger City was not very good, there were too many demon race troops. When the defensive formation was set up earlier, no one had expected that there would be a day when so many demon race would attack the city. Naturally, it would not be able to last for too long. Once the array was broken, Roaring Tiger City's greatest reliance would lose its effect. How could the cultivator in the city be a match for the ferocious demon race at close quarters? Lin Tong was obviously aware of this, but there was nothing he could do. He could only desperately perform what he had learned, hoping to reduce the number of enemies as much as possible before the array was broken. A tall figure leaped high with a black sledgehammer in his hand. The sledgehammer was the size of a door and was surrounded by demonic chi. It slammed heavily on the array. At the point of attack, a long crack immediately appeared on the array's light screen and spread in all directions. The demon race cultivator was sent flying by the rebounding force, but he soon returned. He roared furiously and raised the sledgehammer high before he smashed it down again. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Everyone could see that this hammer strike was going to open a gap in the formation. A gap might not be a big deal in normal times, and it might be repaired very quickly. However, at this time, it was the key to victory or defeat. Without needing any instructions, attacks were launched at the demon race cultivator one after another to kill him first. The demon race grinned coldly and did not dodge, allowing the attacks to land on his body. However, a stone-like glow appeared on his body, and he remained unscathed. This was a demon king, and a stone demon at that. His natural defense was outstanding. Seeing this scene, Lin Tong's heart sank. As the sledgehammer smashed down, countless people wailed in their hearts, as if the sledgehammer's target was not the city-defending array, but their own bodies. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the demon king and stretched out his hand to grab the sledgehammer. Ma Yin's eyes widened. Only then did she realize that the person standing in front of the demon king was the palace master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai. Instinctively, she shouted, "Be careful." The demon king's blow was so powerful that even a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator could be smashed into a meat patty if they were not careful, let alone Yang Kai, who was just a second-order Emperor Realm master. Lin Tong's heart also jumped to his throat. In this situation, the addition of the Emperor Realm meant that Roaring Tiger City had more power to protect itself, not to mention that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space. If Yang Kai died here, Roaring Tiger City would definitely not just lose the Emperor Realm. The morale that had just been stabilized would probably collapse again. Hong, under everyone's gaze. Yang Kai remained motionless, but a visible wave of energy suddenly burst out from behind him. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and the sledgehammer that was supposed to be smashed into the city-defending array was firmly held in his hand. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Lin Tong could not believe his eyes. Is this really something that can be done with a body of flesh and blood? But soon he hurriedly shouted, "Quick, repair the spirit array." He did not know how long Yang Kai could hold on, but Yang Kai risked his life and rushed out of the spirit array to block the critical blow by himself, giving Roaring Tiger City a chance to breathe and repair the damaged spirit array. Hearing Lin Tong's shout, the nearby cultivator who was maintaining the spirit array reacted and hurriedly took action. Opposite Yang Kai, the stone demon's brow furrowed as it stared at Yang Kai in a daze, showing a stunned look, as if it had never expected that this little worm in front of it could actually block its thunderous blow. Another demon king next to him immediately laughed. "Lao Sua, you piece of trash. Did those succubus demons suck you dry last night? You were actually stopped by this human." The demon king named Lao Sua flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bullsh *T. This king almost ked them to death. "How can they suck me dry?" The demon king asked. "Then what's the situation now?" Lao Sua looked at Yang Kai with a solemn face and said in a deep voice, "This kid is not simple. He seems to have some strength." The demon king snorted coldly. "Hurry up and kill him. They are repairing the spirit array. Don't let it go to waste." Lao Sua said angrily, "I don't need you to tell me that." Yang Kai smiled at him and said, "You guys are chatting happily. Do you want to continue chatting? Speaking of which, I'm also quite interested in the succubus demon. If there's a chance, we can discuss it together." Lao Sua laughed out loud. "You want to hit on the succubus demon with your small body? Be careful not to be sucked dry." Yang Kai shrugged and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I think I'll be fine." Lao Sua sneered. "Unfortunately, you won't have the chance." After saying that, he exerted force in his hand and tried to take back the hammer. But in the next moment, his expression changed greatly because his hammer was tightly gripped by the human in front of him. He couldn't move it at all. Lao Sua immediately showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. One must know that he was a stone demon. Although he was slightly weaker than the innate demon race like the power demon, he wasn't weak by much. Now that his demon treasure was being held in someone's hand, he couldn't take it back. What the hell was going on? How could this human have so much strength? "Your hammer is not bad." Yang Kai winked at him. Inexplicably, Lao Sua suddenly felt a chill from head to toe. Before he could react, his demon treasure had been snatched away by the human. Yang Kai weighed the hammer in his hand and nodded. "It's quite heavy. It's good to use." With a whoosh, he swung the hammer and smashed it toward the demon king in front of him. Lao Sua's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated. But the surrounding space became incomparably sticky at this moment, making him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Then he felt his head sink and his vision turn black. He didn't know what happened. The noisy sounds of fighting suddenly quieted down at this moment. The whole world seemed to be still at this moment. Pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. Everyone felt an extremely unreal feeling, especially those from the demon race. Almost all of them were dumbfounded. The demon king, who had mocked Lao Sua before, felt his eyelids twitch and he cursed unconsciously. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai saw pieces of flesh fall to the ground in front of him. Stone demon Lu Sua had been reduced to a bloody mist under his hammer, not even his bones remaining. Although the vitality of the demon race was tenacious, such an outcome was undoubtedly more than enough to kill him. Next, Yang Kai held Lao Sua's sledgehammer and stood quietly in midair. His cold eyes swept around. The defensive array behind him had a crack, but it gave off an imposing aura of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. On the city wall, a burst of cheers came. Lin Tong's anxious heart also relaxed. Ma Yin's beautiful eyes were filled with a strange brilliance. Yu Ru Meng curled her lips and her figure flashed, blocking her line of sight without leaving a trace. "Kill him!" With a roar, the demon race rushed toward Yang Kai. Although Lao Sua's death had a great impact on the demon race, they were not afraid of death. Now that the demon king had given the order, who would dare to not charge? In an instant, Kai Yang was completely surrounded by people. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk with a series of muffled sounds, the demon race exploded into a cloud of blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai reappeared. The demon race that had rushed forward before had been completely wiped out. Not a single demon race could get within 3 feet of him. The blood of the demon race dyed Yang Kai's body red. The demonic chi contained in the blood soared into the sky, making Yang Kai look more like a demon race than a demon race. Demon race constantly rushed forward, one after another, without any hesitation. The place where Yang Kai stood seemed to have turned into a meat grinder. No matter how many demon race rushed in, they would all die without a burial ground. It was truly a case of one man holding back 10,000. Chapter 34:11. As long as there was life, there would be no end to the slaughter. Yang Kai stood alone outside the great city barrier array, but he was like an invincible god of death that blocked the torrent of steel from the demon race. He was clearly alone, but the power he exerted was comparable to that of thousands of soldiers and horses. On the city wall, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was busy repairing the gap in the great city barrier array. After some hurrying, he finally repaired the great city barrier array. Seeing this, Lin Tong shouted, "Palace Master Yang, we can retreat now." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid we can't go back." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he appeared in another location. The demon race had created another crack in the great city barrier array at that location. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the foresight to go and fill the gap in advance. Otherwise, the swarming demon race would have really rushed into the city. The same situation as before repeated itself. The demon race army madly rushed toward the crack, but they were stopped by Yang Kai and his hammer. They could not move forward at all. Instead, they left behind countless corpses and suffered heavy casualties. Behind Yang Kai, the few cultivator who was repairing the great city barrier array hurried over and continued their previous work. The battlefield was noisy, and the demon race was brutal. It had only been 15 minutes since the beginning of the battle, but the great city barrier array of Roaring Tiger City had been in danger twice. If Yang Kai had not descended like a divine soldier, the great city barrier array would have been broken long ago. However, how many Yang Kai were there in this world? Although there were more than 10 people from the Emperor realm in the city, none of the Emperor realm dared to rush out of the city like Yang Kai and resist the attack of the demon race army with their flesh and blood. Lin Tong used his killer moves to bombard the demon race while observing the situation. Deep worry could be seen on his face. As the city lord of Roaring Tiger City, he could see the biggest drawback of his side. If the demon race army changed their strategy, it would be a problem for them to defend Roaring Tiger City today. What one feared would happen. A moment later, seeing that they couldn't break through the Yang Kai's location and that the crack was mended, the demon race army suddenly split up and rushed in several directions. Lin Tong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. If the demon race's army gathered all their forces and attacked one place, there was still hope for Roaring Tiger City to be defended. Yang Kai's performance could be said to be extremely stunning. With his protection, it was impossible to break through the formation. But if he were to divide his forces, once several gaps were created in the spirit array, Yang Kai would not be able to defend all of them at once. Facts proved that the demon race army was not fools. What Lin Tong could see, they could naturally see as well. At this moment, they really did so. After a short while, another gap appeared in the formation. Yang Kai rushed in, and just as he finished off the nearby demon race army, he heard a cry of surprise not far away. He looked up and saw that there was also a gap there. The demon race army there was also excited and swarmed toward the gap. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and raised his hand to summon his Dharma body. He asked it to stay in place and guard the gap while he rushed in that direction. As soon as the Dharma body appeared, it started a massacre. Its body, which was dozens of feet tall, gave people a strong visual impact. Its body was angular from top to bottom, and the surface of its body was covered with evil fire. Its back was full of barbs, and it held a demonic war hammer in its hand. It was simply unstoppable. Every time it swung the war hammer, a large amount of blood would rain down. As the heaven-devouring Great Emperor expanded the territory of the demon race army, thick black gas was emitted from the surface of their bodies, and they were all devoured by the Dharma body. The demon race army was stunned. This guy was even more powerful than the human just now. No one knew how it appeared and where it came from, but it guarded in front of the defense formation like a door god. Its defense was impregnable. 2 gaps, 2 figures. The demon race army left thousands of corpses behind, but they couldn't move an inch forward. However, the 3rd gap was soon opened and became the demon race army's breakthrough point. Lin Tong rushed in without hesitation. He didn't dare to rush out like Yang Kai, as he knew his own strength. Although they were both from the Emperor realm, he was only a first-order Emperor realm master. If he really rushed out, he was afraid that he would immediately be drowned by the demon race army. Lin Tong sensibly stayed inside the array, but he didn't hesitate to use his body to block the third gap. With a roar, Lin Tong's thin body swelled up like a balloon. The clothes on his upper body burst open, and his muscles bulged. His whole person grew taller, and an inexplicable aura overflowed from his body. He raised his hand and summoned a giant machete that was taller than a person. It was overflowing with light, and it was obviously of extraordinary quality. Layers of light rippled from the giant machete, turning into boundless blade shadows. Every demon race that rushed in was cut into pieces. Ma-in and several other cultivators from the Emperor realm from Roaring Tiger City stood aside with solemn expressions. They were not stingy with their Emperor Qi, cooperating with Lin Tong to block the demon race's advance. Fortunately, the array wasn't completely destroyed, and the gap wasn't too big. The number of demon race that rushed in at once wasn't too high, and the combined forces of several cultivators from the Emperor realm from Roaring Tiger City was barely enough to hold the line. Seeing this, the morale of many cultivators was greatly boosted. They released their secret techniques even more fiercely, trying to reduce the number of demon race as much as possible. The fourth gap was also opened. Li Jiao and Gao Shueting followed suit and moved to block it. Although there were only two of them, it was easier for them to defend than Lin Tong and the others. After all, Li Jiao was a third-layer Emperor realm master with a half-dragon bloodline. Although his true strength wasn't at the level of a false emperor, he was still slightly stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor realm master. He blocked the gap, and Gao Shueting cooperated with him from the side. No matter how many demon race came, they were all killed. The cultivators on the city wall who were repairing the array were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. They rushed here and there like firefighters, repairing the gaps wherever there was one. Just as one gap was repaired, another was broken. Fortunately, the demon race's army was also lacking in strength. Otherwise, if one or two more gaps were created, Roaring Tiger City wouldn't be able to defend itself. Yang Kai and the embodiment also constantly changed their positions, heading to the gaps to guard them. At every moment, the array looked like it was in imminent danger, but it still stood strong. After a full hour, tens of thousands of demon race's army had been killed or injured, but Roaring Tiger City's army had no casualties. This was simply unimaginable, but it was all thanks to the power of the array. The cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was hiding behind the array, so as long as the array wasn't broken, they wouldn't be in any danger. However, many people couldn't bear to use their power continuously for 2 hours. Many people in the city took pills to replenish their power, and some even meditated to adjust their breathing. Judging from the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, Roaring Tiger City really wasn't in any danger. However, accidents always happened when one wasn't paying attention. Outside the city wall, Yang Kai's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Under the fluctuating space principles, he could defeat any enemy within 30 feet. Countless demon race cultivators exploded into blood mists, leaving no corpses behind. The ground had turned into piles of minced flesh. Suddenly, Ma Yin's shout rang in his ears. "City Lord, be careful." Her voice was mixed with panic and fear. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He saw that Lin Tong's eyes were wide open, and his legs had somehow sunk deep into the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out. Obviously, he had been set up. At this moment, a Demon King-level blood demon burst out from the gap in front of him and pounced at him with a ferocious grin. Lin Tong didn't panic. Showing the demeanor of a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he slashed the big saber in his hand forward. The blood demon had no intention of dodging at all. It allowed the saber to cut into its body, but its body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Without any resistance, it wrapped around Lin Tong tightly. The blood mist was like a living creature, drilling into Lin Tong's 7 orifices. Lin Tong's face changed. He couldn't help but groan, and his body trembled violently. Ma Yin and the others were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. This was the first time they had fought against the demon race, so they didn't know the characteristics of the 100 races in the demon territory. Even though they had heard some rumors before, how could they compare to their own experience? If the blood demon was fighting with Lin Tong, they might have been able to provide some help, but in this strange situation, They didn't know how to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, a large number of members of the demon race rushed in from the gap, and a monstrous demonic chi rushed towards them, causing everyone's face to change drastically. Lin Tong suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Palace Master Yang, I'll leave Roaring Tiger City to you." Saying so, he waved his saber and chopped down on his own body. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tong's legs had been severed at the waist. He dragged his crippled body, wrapped in a bloody light. With a roar, he charged out of the city, plunging headfirst into the devil army. Terrifying power fluctuations surged, causing the surrounding demon race to pale. The blood demon Demon King, who had turned into a bloody mist and wrapped around Lin Tong, hurriedly retreated, looking at him in horror and cursing, "Madman." But how could Lin Tong allow him to escape? Pushing his Emperor Qi, he opened his arms and hugged him. The blood demon Demon King was shocked and struggled with all his might, his hands turning into sharp claws as he dug holes in Lin Tong's chest. Lin Tong's expression remained unchanged, and a dazzling light burst out from his body. A loud bang rang out, with Lin Tong as the center. The area within a radius of 500 meters was emptied. Not only was the blood demon Demon King's corpse nowhere to be seen, but even the thousands of demon race had disappeared. "City Lord!" Ma Yin cried out in grief, and the eyes of the other Roaring Tiger City's people from the Emperor realm also turned red. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling, crying out in grief, and clamoring to avenge Lin Tong. This was the first person to die in today's battle, but no one expected that the first person to die would be the City Lord of Roaring Tiger City. Just as they were in a daze, a pair of hands quietly reached out from under Ma Yin's feet and grabbed her. Just now, Lin Tong was also caught by these hands and was stuck in the ground, unable to move. Ma Yin was in grief and did not notice. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed over, and while pushing Ma Yin away, he slapped the ground with his palm, causing the power of space principles to surge. The ground trembled and a muffled groan came from underground, as if something had been crushed. Only then did Ma Yin look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly said, "Sand demons are best at escaping through the earth, be careful." Chapter 34:12. After hearing what he said, Ma Yin and the others finally understood what had happened to Lin Tong just now. Since the sand demon could ambush Lin Tong, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, it must also be a Demon King. But such a master was still killed by Yang Kai from a distance. How strong was Yang Kai exactly? There was no time to be shocked because a large number of demon race cultivators were pouring in from the gap again. Without Yang Kai guarding the gap on the other side, the demon race also broke through the defense. More and more demon race cultivators poured into the city and engaged the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City in a bloody battle on the city wall. People kept falling to the ground and dying. It was the first time that the cultivator on the city wall fought the demon race at such a close distance. How could they compare to the bravery and fearlessness of the demon race? It could be said that they were routed at the first touch. The role of the army supervisor was finally realized. The 5,000 army supervisors were not just a joke Yang Kai made up. They really existed. Anyone who took a step back would be killed by the army supervisor in the next moment. The demon race was at the front, and the army supervisor was at the back. If they took a step back, they would definitely die. If they resisted, they might still have a chance to live. At this time, there was no doubt that there was only one choice. Coupled with the shocking scene of Lin Tong sacrificing himself just now, many cultivators' blood was stimulated. They roared and rushed into the demon race's camp, determined to bite off a piece of meat from the demon race, even if they had to die. Yang Kai raised his arms and shouted at the right time, "If the city lives, we live. If the city dies, we die. Kill." After a brief moment of panic and discomfort, the morale of the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City finally rose. They fought fiercely against the demon race. Ma Yin led by example and rushed to the forefront. She was not inferior to any man. Profound and obscure incantations sounded. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a large number of light rays enveloped the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. The two war wizard spells, Bloodthirst Spell and Life Chain, bloomed dazzlingly again. Under the effect of Bloodthirst Spell, the fear of the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was swept away. The life chain connected the vitality of thousands of cultivators together, allowing them to withstand more damage without dying. They held it. Everybody was surprised to find that the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was able to fight against the army of the demon race despite being outnumbered after countless gaps were broken in the city defense array. Of course, it was because of the geographical advantage that the army of the demon race could not fully break into the city. Only a small part of them had broken into the city, but it was enough to boost everybody's confidence and let them know that the demon race was not invincible after all. The place where the Emperor realm was located became a forbidden zone for life. The demon race could not break through their defense line at all. No matter how many people rushed at them, they all fell to the ground. The demon kings had obviously noticed the situation too. They all took action and attacked the cultivators of the Emperor realm in Roaring Tiger City. That, however, was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. If the demon kings had been hiding in the army of the demon race, he might not have been able to find them. After all, there were too many of them. However, they had taken the initiative to attack recklessly, which was tantamount to exposing their location and giving Yang Kai a chance to kill them. Yang Kai's figure wandered back and forth on the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the demon race suffered countless casualties. One demon king after another was killed by Yang Kai on the spot. Without the command of the demon kings, the originally orderly army of the demon race gradually became disorganized. However, the demon race was not afraid of death and took the initiative to charge into the encirclement of the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, giving the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City a chance to gather and annihilate them. Half a day later, the army of the demon race was still attacking, but the situation on the battlefield had taken a turn for the worse. On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, densely packed heads stood, all of which belonged to the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City. There was not a single demon race figure to be seen. All the demon race that had rushed and had been killed. The number of the demon race army had also been reduced by more than half. It was not until this moment that the demon race seemed to realize that something was wrong because the demon kings were nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Even the demon king who had been giving orders in the rear had been assassinated by Yang Kai. What a mess! Although the demon race was not afraid of death, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. When they saw no hope of victory, they would naturally choose to retreat. Groups of demon race retreated, and gradually, the army of the demon race retreated. The shaky defender array was suddenly deactivated at this moment, and Yang Kai led tens of thousands of cultivators to rush out, chasing after the enemy for thousands of miles. Along the way, the demon race left countless corpses behind. It was not until they were thousands of miles away that they retreated. Looking in the direction of the demon race's escape, every cultivator was gasping for breath. Every one of them was covered in blood, as if they had just walked out of a sea of blood, but no matter who it was, they all looked excited. We won. Despite being outnumbered by several times, Roaring Tiger City had won the battle at a very small price, which was something that no one had dared to imagine before the war began. They all thought that they would definitely die this time, and that Roaring Tiger City would definitely be reduced to demon land. But the reality gave them a big surprise. And there was only one person who created this surprise. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, with reverence on their faces. If Yang Kai had not guarded the gap in the formation at the beginning, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City would not have had the chance to reduce the number of the demon race's army. If Yang Kai had not killed the demon king on his own, the demon race's army would not have been scattered. If Yang Kai had not performed that magical secret skill, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City would not have been able to compete with the demon race. In the end, if he had not led everyone to chase after the enemy, the result of the battle would not have been so brilliant. At this moment, whether it was the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City or the reinforcements from the 3 territories, they only had a strong sense of identity with this young man. The army was united. Ma-Yin stepped out and cupped her fists. "Governor, please give the order." Lin Tong sacrificed himself for a noble cause and entrusted Roaring Tiger City to Yang Kai before he died. Coupled with Yang Kai's various performances in this battle, no one would be convinced to be the governor of Roaring Tiger City. Only Yang Kai was qualified to be the governor. He was the High Heaven Palace's palace master in the first place, so he did not care too much about the governor of Roaring Tiger City. At this moment, he would not decline anything. He nodded and said, "Let's go back. The demon race will come back again. Go back and fix it properly." Yes. Everyone responded. Half a day later, the army returned to the city. Someone would count the number of casualties, and the injured would be treated and settled down properly. The city walls and the damaged formation of Roaring Tiger City were also being repaired in full swing. However, the momentum of the entire Roaring Tiger City was completely different from a few days ago. With the prestige of the great victory, the many cultivator in Roaring Tiger City were in high spirits. Even if the aftereffects of the bloodlust skill broke out, it did not reduce their vigor. In the governor's residence, Yang Kai soaked his body in the pool with a contemplative look on his face. Yu Ruming sat by the pool, fiddling with the clear water with her bare feet while glancing at him from time to time. This woman was so thick-skinned that she did not seem to know what the word shame was. Yang Kai even wanted to accompany her when he was taking a bath. She did not know how to avoid him at all. "Are you going to stay here to guard the city?" Yu Ruming suddenly scooped some water and threw it at Yang Kai as she asked. Yang Kai said calmly, "I'm entrusted by someone, so I have to do my duty." Yu Ruming smiled and said, "That old guy was wishful thinking before he died. Did you take it seriously?" Yang Kai squinted at her and said, "Even without Governor Lin, I have to guard Roaring Tiger City." As he said to Lin Tong before, the 3 territories came to support the Western Territory. It was not only to save people, but also to save himself. He could not retreat. Yu Ruming curled her lips and said, "The demon race will not give up easily. Next time, there will only be stronger forces coming. How long can you guard it?" Yang Kai said calmly, "You speak as if you know the demon race very well." Yu Ruming said, "You know the obvious. You can beat them back once, but what about the second time and the third time? As time goes by, it will only attract more and stronger demon race." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then I'll beat them until they don't dare to come." Yu Ruming could not help but roll her eyes and said, "You talk big." Yang Kai looked at her with great interest. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and said, "Little witch, get over here." Yu Ruming frowned and said, "What did you call me? Why did you call me Little Witch?" "I just called you casually. What's wrong with that?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Yu Ruming slowly shook her head and said, "Nothing, it just felt strange." "Really?" Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his hand and grabbed her. Yu Ruming cried out and fell into his arms. Her whole body became wet. She put her hands on his chest and said with a vigilant look, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai did not speak and just leaned over to kiss her red lips. At the same time, Yang Kai threw her into the middle of the pool. Yu Ruming stood up angrily, her beautiful body faintly discernible. There was a bite mark on her red lips. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai's back. "You bit me." Yang Kai got up and put on his clothes. Using his Emperor Qi, he evaporated the water and walked out without looking back. "Why did you bite me?" Yu Ruming shouted from behind, but she did not get any response. Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Smelly man, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." Yu Ruming swore fiercely for a while before walking out of the pool, taking off her wet clothes and changing into a new set of clothes. The city was busy. As the new city lord of Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai walked around the city accompanied by Ma Yin and checked the current situation of Roaring Tiger City. The number of casualties was also calculated. In the previous battle, although Roaring Tiger City had won a great victory, they had also suffered a great loss. More than 10,000 people had died, but compared to the results of the battle, such casualties were within an acceptable range. There were more injured people, and many of them were eroded by demonic qi. They were in danger of losing their minds and becoming demons at any time. Ma Yin ordered these people to be gathered in one place and watched over strictly. Once they found something wrong, they were to be killed immediately. Yang Kai asked her to take him to the place where these people were imprisoned. He personally performed an exorcism technique to remove the demonic qi from their bodies. This magical method amazed Ma Yin. Chapter 34:13. After being busy for half a day, Yang Kai returned to the city lord's mansion. Everything in the city was taken care of by the other people from the Emperor realm. After choosing a suitable place in the city lord's mansion to set up a space array, Yang Kai directly activated the array and returned to the High Heaven Palace. He took out the communication compass and sent a message. After waiting for a moment at the array, the South Gate army hurried over. "Palace Master, what's the matter?" "Come with me." Yang Kai waved his hand. The South Gate army said, "Do we need to set up an array?" He was an array master, so Yang Kai usually didn't have any reason to look for him. It was nothing more than an array problem. He naturally guessed it immediately. Seeing Yang Kai nodding, the South Gate Army said, "Palace Master, please wait for a moment. I'll call a few brats over to help." The so-called brats he was referring to were naturally the few disciples he had just taken in. Towering Palace was a huge sect with 100,000 disciples. Among them, there were bound to be some with special talent in the Tao of formations. The South Gate Army had no intention of leaving the High Heaven Palace now. Since he planned to stay in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, he naturally had to consider the issue of his legacy. Not only him, but Hoyu was also the same. She also accepted a few talented disciples to help her refine equipment. Not long after, 4 or 5 young disciples hurried over. After seeing the South Gate Army, they respectfully greeted him as master. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Although he didn't know the names of these young disciples, he thought that they were people he brought over from the Hung Luo Star Field because they all looked familiar. Without saying much, he immediately teleported back to the Roaring Tiger City through the space array. The previous battle made Yang Kai realize that the original array of the Roaring Tiger City was not very useful. It must be rearranged or reinforced, and the South Gate Army's array master was the best candidate. Leading him on a tour in the city, the army of the South Gate criticized the array of Roaring Tiger City as if it was worthless, as if they were ashamed to be on the same side as the person who deployed the array of the city. They could not wait to dismantle all the arrays of Roaring Tiger City and redeploy them. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said, "We don't have much time. Do your best to reinforce the formation." Southgate Dajuan patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Palace Lord. I will personally set up a formation 10 times better than this one." Yang Kai naturally wasn't worried about him. Among all the array masters he had come into contact with, it was estimated that only Yang Inflammation was better than him in the Tao of array formations. The others really couldn't compare to him. Without staying in Roaring Tiger City for long, Yang Kai activated the space spirit bead that Li Wui had left him and teleported to Li Wui's side. As soon as the two sides met, Yang Kai went straight to the point and said, "Senior, I want to pick some people." Li Wui stared at him. "You want people from me?" Yang Kai blinked and said, "Then who else can I ask?" Li Wui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't have enough troops on my side. Who else can I ask if you want people from me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Are you serious?" Li Wui said with a headache, "You saw it when you came last time. I have millions of troops in the demon race, and I only have enough troops to protect myself. I don't have any extra people to give you." Yang Kai thought about it carefully and agreed. Although Li Wui had more troops than Roaring Tiger City, they were also facing a lot of enemies. Yang Kai also witnessed the last battle with his own eyes. The demon race even had pseudo-emperor level existences, and they were evenly matched with Li Wui. He might not be of much help here. Li Wui said, "Where are you now? How's the situation over there?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "Roaring Tiger City has just finished a battle and suffered a lot of casualties. We urgently need reinforcements." Roaring Tiger City. Li Wui raised his eyebrows and walked to the Mountain Ripple map to take a look. This Mountain Ripple map should have been refined not long ago. It included the terrain of the entire Western Territory, but after all, time was short, and the refinement was not detailed. After searching for a while, he finally found the location of Roaring Tiger City. He nodded gently and said, "This position is also more important. If Roaring Tiger City falls, the demon race army can open a gap and rush into our hinterland. Senior is right, so please help us." Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the opportunity. Li Wui pointed at him with a finger and looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's useless for you to say it here. I really can't transfer too many people here. Where are the people of your High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai sniffed and searched on the Mountain Ripple map. He pointed at a position and said, "They are all stationed here. They can't provide reinforcements?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm afraid it can't be helped. They also have their own enemies." Li Wui sighed. "The demon race has a lot of people. Now, the cities in the Western Territory are facing a situation where they are outnumbered." Yang Kai frowned. "If that's the case, why don't we join forces and fight?" Li Wui shook his head. "If we join forces, it's equivalent to giving up a large part of our territory. We can also join forces with the demon race. The loss outweighs the gain. Although the current situation is not optimistic, as long as we don't retreat, there is still some hope. After a pause, he said, go and find Yang Inflammation. Now, she is in charge of the logistics of the astral territory. She knows the situation of the major cities in the Western Territory the best. Maybe she can transfer some people from the Emperor Realm and the great wizard you sent last time. I have also sent them over and let her assign them. Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai was stunned. Where can I find her? I'll send you there, Li Wui said. He reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, Yang Kai only saw a blur before he suddenly appeared in a large hall. Before he could react, there was a burst of noise in his ears. Yang Kai looked over and couldn't help but be stunned. There were more than a dozen people standing in the hall, all of them third-layer Emperor Realm Masters and Sect Masters of their respective sects. In the past, all of them were famous figures who were revered by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the star boundary, but at this moment, they were arguing with each other, as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between them. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces in the hall. Wen Zishan and Ma Qing were actually tugging at each other's clothes, looking like they were about to fight. Yang Kai moved to the side discreetly, afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. The sudden appearance of another person in the hall naturally attracted everyone's attention. They all turned their heads, and many acquaintances nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Michi even cupped his fists and greeted, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai responded and looked around curiously. Why are you here, kid? A distressed voice came from above the hall. It sounded familiar. Yang Kai looked up and found that the speaker was Yang Inflammation. However, at this moment, Yang Inflammation didn't show the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Instead, he looked like he had a headache and glared at Yang Kai hatefully. Did that bastard Li Wui send you here? To be able to appear directly beside her, Li Wui had undoubtedly used a space beacon. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Wen Zishan and Ma Qing in surprise. What's going on? Why did these two look like they were about to fight? Michi came over and quietly transmitted his voice. Palace Master Yang is also here to ask for reinforcements, right? Yang Kai nodded, then looked at him and asked, Are you also here? Michi smiled bitterly, yes. He then turned to Wen Zishan and Ma Qing and said, They are all here, but Master Yang Inflammation can't mobilize many people. With so many people, it's not easy to distribute them. Temple Master Wen and Holy Master Ma both argued that their side's situation was urgent and should be given priority, so it ended up like this. Yang Kai almost laughed when he heard this, but he soon put on a sad face and grimaced. So, we're going back empty-handed? Michi said with a sad face. That's about it. While the two were talking, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing had already started fighting, but the two still had some scruples and didn't use their Emperor Qi. They just punched and kicked each other. It was rare to see third-layer Emperor Realm Masters fighting like hooligans, so the spectators couldn't help but laugh. Yang Inflammation's face was livid, and he shouted angrily, Is that enough? A scorching aura enveloped the entire hall, and only then did Wen Zishan and Ma Qing retreat, glaring at each other with hatred, obviously not convinced of each other's strength. In front of the hall, Yang Inflammation's false emperor aura was unmistakable, and he was able to control the situation. He swept his beautiful eyes around and said, Everyone has their own difficulties. This palace doesn't have any extra troops for you for the time being, so you can all go back. Ma Qing immediately shouted, Didn't Master just say that there were 30,000 troops that could be transferred? Why is there no more? Wen Zishan also nodded, Yes, why is there no more? I don't want much, just give me 10,000. Ma Qing didn't back down. I also want 10,000. The Ahan Temple Master coughed softly. This king also wants 10,000. The others hurriedly shouted, fearing that they would really lose everything if they were too slow. Yang Inflammation snorted, If each of you wants 10,000, where is this palace going to find people for you? Right now, the eastern, southern, and northern territories are calling for reinforcements, and more people will only be available in a month. Ma Qing said, Master, a month later is a month later. Let's talk about the 30,000 people first. Yang Inflammation looked at him coldly and said lightly, If you continue to be long-winded, there won't be anyone in a month. Ma Qing swallowed the words he was about to say. With things having come to this point, everyone knew that there was nothing they could gain from Yang Yen and could only leave resentfully. Fortunately, Yang Yen had also said that the 3 territories were still transferring reinforcements, and that more people would arrive in a month's time. At that time, there would naturally be people they could use. Yang Inflammation was now in charge of Star Boundaries logistics and had the authority to allocate troops. She was also a false emperor-level master, so naturally no one dared to offend her. After staying for a while, everyone said goodbye and left. Yang Kai didn't leave, and after everyone left, he looked at Yang Inflammation with a smile. Chapter 34:14. Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yang Inflammation looked at him suspiciously. You really understand? Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. These people who were overseeing the major cities had their own difficulties, and Yang Inflammation's side was the same. Yang Inflammation had already spoken clearly, so how could Yang Kai insist? It's good that you understand. Yang Inflammation breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would ask her for people. If it was someone else, then it would be fine. If she really couldn't transfer people over, then it would be fine to directly refuse. However, she really couldn't refuse Yang Kai. If she really opened her mouth, then Yang Inflammation would have to think of a way. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Inflammation said, Is the situation on your side critical? It's as though. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail, so as not to worry her. He smiled and said, I will think of a way to get people. You don't need to worry about it. Yang Inflammation said, Where can you find people now? Although the East, South, and North Territory were mobilizing people, this matter was related to the entire Star Boundary. Even if reinforcements came, they would have to be gathered here and then assigned by her. Yang Kai smiled and said, My High Heaven Palace can transfer another 5,000 people. In addition, there is another place that has a group of helpers. Where? Yang Inflammation looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai had an unfathomable look on his face. I can't say. You will know when the time comes. But let me say this first. These people are not under your control. When the time comes, don't have any ideas. Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes at him. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai had a basic understanding of the situation of the major cities in the Western Territory. Every city had a powerhouse overseeing it, but they couldn't leave because the demon race's army was eyeing them covetously. Half a day later, Yang Kai bid farewell and left. He activated the Space Spirit Bead and directly returned to the High Heaven Palace again. He instructed Hua Qingxi to send the remaining 5,000 available troops of the High Heaven Palace to the Roaring Tiger City before he stepped into the space array alone. Since he couldn't count on Yang Inflammation, he could only think of a way himself. Originally, he did not want to use this last trump card, but now that things had come to this, if he did not use it, when the next demon race army came to Roaring Tiger City, the city might not be able to resist. He could only prepare in advance. Dragon Island. The world only knew that there was a dragon race on Dragon Island, but very few people knew that there were many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters with half-dragon bloodlines on Dragon Island. The power hidden in Half-Dragon City was definitely not to be underestimated. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even know where Dragon Island was, let alone bring the powerhouses of Half-Dragon City out. However, Yang Kai had a good relationship with Dragon Island now, so Dragon Island would not make things difficult for him in this matter. The only thing that gave him a headache was how to face Fu Xiu when he went to Dragon Island. Yang Xiao, that brat, followed old Qiong into the Four Seasons realm, but now there was no news of him. If Fu Xiu knew about it, she might blame him for not looking after him well. It would be bad if he provoked this female dragon. However, if he went to Dragon Island, he would have to face her, so Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he appeared on the small island in the Eastern Sea. Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and after identifying the direction, he flew into the sky and plunged into the sea after a short while. He entered Dragon Island with ease, and just as he appeared, he saw Fu Ling pouncing on him with a pleasantly surprised face. Brother-in-law, I knew it was you, haha, I was right. Yang Kai raised his hand and blocked her 10 meters away, glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. You also know this? Fu Ling had a complacent look on her face as she clasped her hands behind her back and said, Of course, basically no one comes to Dragon Island, and no one can enter it. Only you would come here. She looked at Yang Kai and winked mischievously. Why, did you miss Sister Qing? I missed her a lot, Yang Kai casually replied. Then did you miss me? Fu Ling put on a bashful look. Of course not. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and didn't want to talk nonsense with her, so he said, Stay here, I'll leave first. Wait, I still have something to tell you. Fu Ling shouted behind his back, but she didn't get any response. She was so angry that she stomped her feet while looking at Yang Kai's back. On Half Moon Island, Yang Kai descended from the sky. Zhu Qing heard the commotion and came out to check. She was pleasantly surprised. You're here. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He walked forward, hugged her waist, and kissed her fiercely. Zhu Qing's body softened immediately, and her beautiful eyes became blurry. After a long while, Yang Kai let go of her. He stroked her hair by her ear and said, I have something to do this time. I'm afraid I don't have much time to accompany you. Zhu Qing asked, What's the matter? Come with me to see the Great Elder. I'll tell you on the way. Yang Kai held her hand and flew towards Greenwood Island. On the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the current situation in the astral realm. Zhu Qing was stunned. Although Dragon Island was powerful, it was basically isolated from the rest of the world. Therefore, although the news of the invasion from the demon territory spread like wildfire, and almost everyone in the astral realm knew about it, Dragon Island didn't hear about it at all. Zhu Qing obviously realized the seriousness of the situation, and also understood that Yang Kai really didn't have much time to stay here. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the Cyanwood Island and saw Zhu Yan. Repeating the original words, Zhu Yan listened with a dignified expression. Although the dragon race didn't care about worldly affairs, the invasion from the demon territory was really too important. It was related to the entire astral realm. The dragon race also couldn't stay out of this. They were bound to contribute. After muttering to himself for a long time, Zhu Yan said, Did you come here because you want my dragon race to make an appearance? Yang Kai said, It would be best if the dragon race could make an appearance, but the current situation isn't too serious. The dragon race can hold back for the time being and keep it as our biggest trump card. Since the great emperors didn't inform Dragon Island about this, I reckon they also have the same idea. Zhu Yan nodded his head and said, You are right. In that case, what do you want from Dragon Island? The people of Half Dragon City. Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. I am currently stationed in a city called Roaring Tiger City. A few days ago, I had a great battle with the demon race and suffered a lot of casualties. I need to replenish my manpower, but there aren't many reinforcements left in Astral Realm. If the Great Elder can let me take the people of Half Dragon City away, it will definitely ease the situation on my side. Zhu Yan said, You can discuss this matter with the Second Elder. She can make the decision. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. The people of Half Dragon City aren't considered part of the dragon race. Do I still need to tell the Second Elder? Zhu Yan smiled and said, Although they aren't considered part of the dragon race, many of them are still descendants of the dragon race. How can I let you take them away just like that? Yang Kai helplessly said, All right, then let's ask the Second Elder to come over. Originally, he wanted to quickly take the people of Half Dragon City away and not meet with Fu Tianyi, but now it seemed that would not be possible. Zhu Yan immediately sent a message to Fu Tianyi. While waiting, Zhu Yan naturally asked about Yang Zhao's situation. Yang Kai was at a loss. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to tell her the truth. When Zhu Yan heard this, he glared at him and said, Shower went to the Four Seasons realm with Qiongqi? Yang Kai braced himself and said, And Lu Yan? You've seen her before. She's the little girl with the Phoenix bloodline who came with the Beast Warrior Master more than 10 years ago. Zhu Yan angrily said, What are you doing? Can't you watch over a child? You actually let her run away with Qiongqi. Do you know what kind of existence Qiongqi was in ancient times? She was an evil spirit that ate people without spitting out their bones. You're making this old master angry. Yang Kai was spat on by him, but he still had to smile and said, Great Elder, please calm down. Sit down and talk, don't get too worked up. Calm down my ass. Shower isn't your son, so you're not paying attention. Yang Kai was suddenly unhappy. How is Shower not my son? Since he calls me father, he's my son. I wasn't being careless. It's just that this boy disappeared by accident, and when I found out, they were already in the Four Seasons realm. If you were really paying attention, how could you not watch over a child? Zhu Yan was furious and wanted to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Great Elder, Although Xiaober is still a child, you shouldn't underestimate him. This time, for Xiaober, I'm afraid that not only is this not a bad thing, it might even be a good thing. Zhu Yan sneered. Then I'd like to hear how this is a good thing. Yang Kai said. Xiaober may have comprehended the time principles. Zhu Yan was startled and squinted at him. Do you think this old master is a fool? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Great elder, don't think I'm just comforting you. What I said is the truth. Zhu Yan coldly snorted. How could Xiaober comprehend the time principles? Second elder, and I have never. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned and looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. This old master remembers that you seem to understand a little bit of the time principles. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In my early years, I went to the Four Seasons realm and obtained some opportunities there, comprehending the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal. I suspect that when Xiaober was hatched, Xiaober inherited something from me. Zhu Yan's expression brightened when he heard this. Are you sure that Xiaober comprehended the time principles? Yang Kai smiled and said, I grabbed Xiaober in my hand, but in that instant, he actually ran off into the distance. At that moment, I felt as if time had stopped. And it wasn't just me, Qiongqi also felt it. Zhu Yan became even more excited when he heard this. Qiongqi has followed the flowing time great emperor for tens of thousands of years and is extremely sensitive to the time principles. If he also felt it, then it's not wrong. He clapped his hands and said, So Xiaober really comprehended the time principles? The displeasure and anger from before had long disappeared and was replaced by excitement. Because of Yang Zhao's congenital deficiency, both he and Fu Tianyi felt guilty. If he really inherited the time principles from Yang Kai, then even if his bloodline was not pure, his future achievements would not be too low. What he didn't know was that Yang Zhao didn't have any problem with his bloodline being impure. This brat could transform into a true dragon. The dragon race was already strong, so how strong would a dragon race master of the time principles be? It was scary just thinking about it. Chapter 34:15. Yang Kai continued. A few years ago, I encountered Qiongqi outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He was being pursued by seniors Li Wui and Zhou Feng, and was about to be taken back to Spirit Beast Island for custody. However, he used the excuse of recognizing me as the young master to borrow my strength to resolve his predicament. I have also heard of Qiongqi's notoriety. Does Great Elder know why I accepted him at that time? Zhu Yan asked. Isn't it because you have cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttlecock? Yang Kai smiled slightly. This is just one of the reasons. The most important reason is that old Qiong said at that time that the true inheritance of the flowing time great emperor is still hidden in the Four Seasons realm. If I could lend him a hand, he would take me to the Four Seasons realm to try my luck and see if I could inherit the mantle of the flowing time great emperor. The achievements of the flowing time great emperor are earth-shattering, and the time laws are extremely profound. There is no reason for me not to be tempted. Naturally, I agreed and asked for a favor from Spirit Beast Island to keep him by my side. Zhu Yan was shocked. The flowing time great emperor's inheritance is in the Four Seasons realm? Yang Kai nodded seriously. That's why I said that Xiaober going to the Four Seasons realm with old Qiong this time may not be a bad thing. It may even be a great opportunity. Although old Qiong doesn't understand the time laws, he has followed the flowing time great emperor for so many years. Even after the death of the great emperor, he has been guarding the flowing time temple. It can be said that he is loyal to the great emperors. No one knows better than him what kind of person is more suitable to inherit the mantle of the flowing time great emperor. Perhaps, in his opinion, Xiaober is more suitable for the opportunities in the Four Seasons realm than I am. He has a higher chance of obtaining the flowing time great emperor's inheritance, which is why he brought him in. Zhu Yan finally showed a smile and paced back and forth a few steps. If what you say is true, then this old master and second elder will owe Qiongqi a favor. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. As for safety, Great Elder doesn't have to worry too much. I can't guarantee old Qiong's character. After all, we haven't known each other for a long time. However, Lu Yan will be accompanying them, and Lu Yan will definitely protect Xiaober. Good. Zhu Yan clapped his hands and pondered for a moment. Then we'll wait for Xiaober to come out of the Four Seasons realm and see the result. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally passed the test. However, he didn't know how the second elder would react. The great elder was relatively easy to talk to, but the second elder was more difficult to deal with. Just as he was thinking this, the sound of something breaking through the air came quickly, and then a pretty figure landed beside Yang Kai. It was none other than Fu Si. She looked around with her beautiful eyes and showed a disappointed look. She looked at Yang Kai and said, "Shower didn't come with you this time?" Yang Kai shook his head stiffly. Fu Si sighed, "AI, why didn't you bring him here?" Yang Shao left Dragon Island with Yang Kai not long after he was born, and almost 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Shao was also very anxious in her heart. If she wasn't afraid of shocking the world, she would have already gone to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to visit, instead of waiting on Dragon Island. However, she was a 10th Order Great Dragon and the second Elder of Dragon Island, so it wasn't appropriate for her to always show her face outside. Yang Kai hurriedly turned his eyes to Zhu Yan, showing a look of help. Zhu Yan understood and quickly changed the subject. "It's like this, Yang Kai came here this time to take away all the origin kings in Half-Dragon City. Something happened in the star boundary." "Then take them away," Fu Si responded casually, a little absent-minded. Zhu Yan was stunned. "Aren't you going to ask what happened?" Yang Kai was also very surprised. He didn't expect Fu Si to be so easy to talk to. Was this still Fu Si? Was this still the dragon race's second elder, who was known for his impartiality? Could it be some guy pretending to be him? Fu Si was too lazy to pay attention to him and just looked at Yang Kai. "How has Xiaober been over there these past few years? Has he grown taller? Does he miss me?" Yang Kai was sweating from the question and really didn't know how to answer. Zhu Yan sensed that something was wrong and quickly said, "Just now, I was talking to Yang Kai about Xiaober. Yang Kai said that he is doing well in the High Heaven Palace, so you don't have to worry. He also misses us very much." "Is that so?" Fu Si smiled and suddenly gritted his teeth. "If he misses me, I don't know how to follow him back to take a look. Anyway, there is a space array and it's not too far away." Zhu Yan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "Recently, Shaoer has been in seclusion." Fu Si frowned. "Shaoer is so young. Why is he in seclusion?" Yang Kai immediately said, "Second Elder, although Shaoer is young, he is very talented. The next time you see him, you will be surprised." Fu Si wasn't really angry, he just felt sorry for his son. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he immediately showed an expectant look. Yang Kai said again, "I won't hide it from you too. I have a younger sister. Although she is a few years older than Xiaober, the two of them are about the same size and can play together. In the High Heaven Palace, the two of them are inseparable." Fu Si pursed his lips and said with a smile, "It's good to have a playmate. Luckily, you brought Shaoler away. If he was left on the Dragon Island, he would probably be very lonely." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said softly, "You have a younger sister." Her voice was actually a little nervous. "If Yang Kai has a younger sister, doesn't that mean she is my sister-in-law?" This sudden relationship made her very nervous. Yang Kai said with a smile, "She is only a few years old. She is still young." Zhu Qing looked at the tip of her foot and muttered to herself in silence. After that, Fu Si asked a lot more about Yang Shao. Yang Kai braced himself and answered. With the help of the Great Elder, he didn't reveal any flaws. However, he couldn't help but worry that Fu Si would follow them to the High Heaven Palace on a whim. Fortunately, Fu Si didn't have that intention. Furthermore, with the Great Elder in front of him, even if Fu Si knew the truth in the future, the Great Elder would be the one to take the blame. Yang Kai could completely wash his hands clean. After talking for more than 2 hours, Fu Si was still in high spirits. Zhu Yan interrupted her and said, all right, Yang Kai still has something to do this time. There isn't much time left, let him go." Fu Si glared at Zhu Yan and only then did she remind Yang Kai, "The next time you come to the Dragon Island, remember to bring Shaoler back, you must remember." "I will remember." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. He made up his mind in his heart that he would never come to the Dragon Island before Yang Shao came out of the Four Seasons realm. Zhu Yan looked at him and said, "There is no time to lose. You should go to the Half-Dragon City now. Fu Ling is waiting for you there. She will help you take care of the following matters." "Many thanks, Great Elder." Yang Kai cupped his hands and bowed to the second elder. "This one will take his leave first." He turned around, hugged Zhu Qing, patted her back gently, and flew away. Outside the Half-Dragon City, Yang Kai descended from the sky. Fu Ling had been waiting for him for a long time. Obviously, she had received the Great Elder's message and immediately rushed over. As soon as she saw Yang Kai, she happily rushed over and greeted him politely. "Brother-in-law, the Great Elder said that you are going to bring the people of the half-dragon city out of the Dragon Island? Is that true?" Yang Kai glanced at her, and his eyes fell on her chest. "Put on your clothes before you talk to me." Fu Ling pouted and stretched out her hand to tighten her clothes, covering the spring scenery on her chest. Then she smiled again and said, "I heard from Great Elder that there is a demon invasion outside. Is it true?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "It's true. The situation in the Western Territory is not good. We are short on manpower, so I came here to find reinforcements." He frowned and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and do what you need to do." Fu Ling responded, his eyes rolled again, and rushed into the city in a flash. After a short while, a loud dragon roar came out, and Fu Ling had already revealed his true body of a rank 6 giant dragon. When the dragon might spread out, it enveloped the entire city, causing all the half-dragons to tremble. Fu Ling's voice sounded at the right time. "All cultivators above the Origin King realm in the city, gather outside the city." The city was in chaos. But soon, many figures flew out of the city. The people of Half-Dragon City were basically all descendants of the dragon race, but some of them did not inherit the dragon race's bloodline, while others had a thin and impure bloodline. However, no matter what kind of people they were, they would never dare to offend the dignity of the dragon race. Because on Dragon Island, the dragon race was the only master, and they were used to obeying the dragon race. Who would dare to disobey Fu Ling's orders? Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as one figure after another rushed out of the city. After a short while, a dense crowd had gathered outside the city. Yang Kai stood high up in the air, looking down with an excited expression. He had long known that the forces hidden in Half-Dragon City were extraordinary, but when he really gathered all of them together, he found that the actual situation was better than he had expected. He had sensed that there were more than 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, and this was not all of them. It was difficult to imagine what kind of scale it would be if all the cultivators from the Emperor realm were gathered together. The people of Half-Dragon City gathered very quickly, and from the time Fu Ling shouted to the time all the qualified cultivators gathered, only a stick of incense worth of time had passed. The crowd below was divided into 3 distinct groups. The group to the left of Yang Kai had the smallest number of people, less than 200, but they were all from the Emperor realm, and many of them had half-dragon bloodlines, which allowed them to display greater strength than those in the same realm. The middle group was naturally made up of Dao Source realm cultivators, numbering between 10,000 and 20,000. This was an extremely terrifying number. In Roaring Tiger City, the combined forces of the 3 territories and the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City only numbered between 40,000 and 50,000, of which 90% were Origin Kings and only 2,000 were Dao Source realm cultivators. But Half-Dragon City alone had between 10,000 and 20,000 Dao Source realm cultivators, which showed how powerful Half-Dragon City's heritage was. This was not difficult to understand. The cultivation environment of Dragon Island was quite good. The world energy was rich, and there were many genius emperor artifacts. What's more, there was no slaughter on Dragon Island, so it was natural for the half-dragon cultivator to steadily improve their cultivation. Over the years, such a scale was understandable. Chapter 34:16. The remaining group of Origin Kings was even more terrifying, numbering at least 100,000. What was the population of the entire Half-Dragon City? Although Yang Kai didn't know, he was certain it was less than 1 million, probably only a few 100,000. However, among these few 100,000 people, there were 100,000 Origin Kings. In other words, there was 1 Origin King for every few people in Half-Dragon City. This kind of frightening ratio was impossible to appear in any city in the astral boundary. Only the Dragon Island of Eternal Peace would have this kind of abnormal phenomenon. With Fu Ling's shout, 1/6 of the entire population of Half-Dragon City was mobilized, and the city suddenly became much more lively. Such a scale naturally made Yang Kai extremely satisfied. The only flaw was that there were too few Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Of the 200 or so people in the Emperor Realm, only a few had reached the Third-Order Emperor Realm. Most of them were First-Order or Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. This phenomenon was ultimately due to the dragon blood flower. Before, Dragon Island cultivated the dragon blood flower, mainly relying on the blood of the half-dragons in Half-Dragon City, especially the powerful half-dragons. If they lost too much of their blood essence, their strength would naturally be affected. If not for this, there would definitely be more Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Even so, Yongkai had nothing to be picky about. With such a huge force, it was enough to change the direction of a war in a small area. Fu Ling transformed back into her human form and stood beside Yongkai, saying, "Brother-in-law, everyone is here." Yongkai nodded. "You can tell them." "Okay." Fu Ling responded, sweeping her beautiful eyes around as she shouted, "Everyone listen up. The one standing beside me is Yongkai, the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the northern territory of the Star Boundary. He is also my brother-in-law. The Star Boundary is now under the invasion of the demon race and needs your help. This time, my brother-in-law and I will take you away from Dragon Island and go to the Star Boundary to support the demon race. Let me say the ugly words first. Once you leave Dragon Island, listen to my orders. I only have one request for you. Be obedient. If I find anyone disobeying my orders, don't blame me for being merciless. Is that clear?" In front of Yongkai, this woman was very flippant, but in front of the people of Half-Dragon City, she was very dignified. After she finished speaking, a thunderous response came from below. "Understood." Fu Ling nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yongkai. "Brother-in-law, do you have anything to say?" Yongkai squinted at her. "I only have one question." "Yes." Fu Ling nodded. "You also want to leave Dragon Island? You still want to come with me?" "That's right." Fu Ling nodded as a trace of craftiness flashed through his eyes. He smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Yongkai chuckled. "Have you asked the Great Elder?" Because of Yongkai's matter, this woman made a mistake and was punished to guard the entrance for 100 years. Only a dozen years had passed since then. It was far from 100 years. Yongkai didn't believe that the Great Elder would let her leave the Dragon Island. "Of course I have asked." Fu Ling didn't panic at all. She winked at Yongkai and said, "If you don't believe me, you can send a message and ask." Yongkai snorted. "Of course I have to ask clearly." While speaking, he took out a communication compass and communicated with Zhu Qing. After a short while, he put away the compass and looked at Fu Ling in disbelief. "How is it?" Fu Ling had a complacent expression. She was simply fearless. Yongkai nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhu Qing told him that it was indeed the Great Elder's idea for Fu Ling to leave Dragon Island with him. Of course, it was also the result of Fu Ling's initiative, saying that she wanted to atone for her crime. However, she also had a valid reason, and that was the people of Half-Dragon City. They had always lived on Dragon Island and had never been to the outside world. They had a lot of people and were very powerful. Even if they were handed over to Yongkai, he might not be able to command them smoothly. If there was a dragon race accompanying him, these people wouldn't dare to act rashly. And Fu Ling's main task was to intimidate the 100,000 people of Half-Dragon City and make sure that they would obey orders. Yongkai couldn't say anything about the Great Elder's approval. He reminded Fu Ling, "Don't cause trouble outside, otherwise I will immediately send you back here." Fu Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I won't cause trouble and will definitely be obedient. I will do whatever you tell me to and won't resist at all." The last sentence had a deep meaning, and Yongkai gritted his teeth when he heard it. Turning his head and looking at the 100,000 people, Yongkai opened his mouth and said, "Some of you might find me familiar or have already recognized me. That's right. I came to Dragon Island more than 10 years ago and also entered Half-Dragon City. I also snatched the dragon race's bride. Now I have fallen in love with the dragon race's 5th elder, and we are husband and wife." The 100,000 people were amazed by his words, but there were indeed many people who recognized Yongkai. After all, there were many people who were captured to build Fu Qi's wedding palace, so they had met Yongkai before. Yongkai snatching the bride was also witnessed by everyone. As for what happened after that, they didn't know. Now that they heard Yongkai say that he actually fell in love with the dragon race's 5th elder, and they were husband and wife, they were immediately shocked. The current situation in the Star Boundary is very bad. Leaving Dragon Island, you might not be able to adapt to a lot of things, and you will also have to deal with all kinds of dangers. I only have one request for you. He looked around and said word by word, "Stay alive." The 100,000 people's expression turned cold. If anyone has any questions, you can ask now. If there are no questions, we will set off now. We obey Lord Yang's orders. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The 100,000 people shouted in unison. We obey Lord Yang's orders. They were on the Dragon Island. Admittedly, there wasn't much fighting and killing, but they were naturally inferior to the dragon race. Those half-dragons with decent strength were often on tenterhooks, wondering if they would be captured by the dragon race to cultivate the dragon blood flower. Now, there was a guy who actually subdued a dragoness. Moreover, it was the fifth elder of the dragon race. Naturally, they regarded him as a role model and held him in high esteem. With this kind of psychological recognition, even if it was the first time they saw Yang Kai, they didn't feel any repulsion, and they only felt admiration in their hearts. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, "Good, then come in." As he spoke, he raised his hand and tapped the void in front of him, opening a gap in the sealed world bead, and an oval-shaped void corridor immediately appeared. After all, it wasn't very convenient for 100,000 people to move together, so they could only use the sealed world bead. The Emperor Realm Masters looked at each other in dismay, but none of them hesitated and stepped forward, disappearing into the void corridor. With the Emperor Realm taking the lead, the remaining Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivators naturally walked into the sealed world bead one by one. After half a day, Yang Kai collected all the 100,000 people. He called Fu Ling and flew towards the exit together. After leaving Dragon Island, they returned to Roaring Tiger City through the space array on the island. The city was bustling with activity. It had only been 3 days since Yang Kai left Roaring Tiger City, and the 5,000 reinforcements from High Heaven Palace were already in place. The army from the South Gate led a group of disciples to instruct the array masters in the city to rearrange the repair array. On the city walls and on the towers, cultivator patrols could be seen from time to time. A tense and uneasy atmosphere spread through the city. It was Fu Ling's first time leaving Dragon Island and coming to the outside world. She looked around and found everything strange. Several times, she almost lost track of him. Yang Kai grabbed her by the collar and took her to his side, guarding her strictly. After finding Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, Ma Yin, and the others to ask about the situation, they learned that the demon race had really made a comeback. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor Realm were worried. Although Roaring Tiger City had just won a battle and killed countless enemies a few days ago, it had not been long since the demon race attacked again. Not to mention that the demon race had sent out more people this time than last time. It was almost 1 million. Let's talk about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although they had the support of the 5,000 cultivator from High Heaven Palace, they only had a little more than 40,000 people who could fight. Most of them had just recovered from the aftereffects of the bloodlust technique and could not exert their full strength. A large part of the reason why they were able to win last time was because of the might of the Roaring Tiger City's Great Protective Array. However, when the South Gate Army arrived, they dismantled the Great Protective Array. It would take at least a month for them to set it up again. It could be said that Roaring Tiger City had no array to rely on at all. It was equivalent to being in a completely defenseless state. The demon race's army was eyeing the city covetously, which naturally made the people in Roaring Tiger City panic. Fortunately, there were supervisors led by Qi Gui to supervise the city. Otherwise, there would have been deserters. Nevertheless, the situation was so bad that no matter who it was, they could not see any hope of winning. Not to mention winning, it was unknown whether they could survive the next demon race's invasion. Before Yang Kai returned, Gao Shueting and the others were discussing whether they should evacuate Roaring Tiger City and join the others in other cities. Li Jiao sighed and said, "Brother Yang, it's not that we're praising others and belittling ourselves, but the difference in numbers is too big. I'm afraid that Roaring Tiger City can't be saved this time. If we want to evacuate, we have to be quick. The demon race is already thousands of kilometers away, and they'll probably reach the city in a few hours. By then, it'll be too late to leave." Gao Shueting said, "That's right. Now that you've set up the interspatial array, it's easy to leave." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There's no need to evacuate. I didn't hurt them last time, so I'll break their spines this time." The group of people stared at him, wondering where he got his confidence from. Gao Shueting's eyes lit up, and she asked, "You found reinforcements?" This was the only explanation that could explain why Yang Kai was so confident. Otherwise, where did his confidence come from? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior Sister Gao, you're smart. You really found reinforcements?" Li Jiao looked at him in surprise. "Where? When are they coming, and how many are there?" Yang Kai said, "Brotherly, don't be impatient. You'll know when the time comes. In any case, I guarantee that we'll give the demon race a big surprise this time." Chapter 34:17. The wind was howling, and the sand and dust were kicking up. The atmosphere was bleak. The army of the Devil Clan was back, and this time, it was even larger and more numerous than a few days ago. The army was like an invincible torrent of iron that was going to crush roaring Tiger City into smithereens. All the cultivators in the city were mobilized. However, the huge difference in the number of cultivators and the fact that the city was undefended made them feel uneasy and uneasy. Everyone's eyes were focused on one person. That person was standing at the highest point of the city wall, facing the demon race's army. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. It was this person who had turned the tide in the battle a few days ago. It was this person who had led the cultivators in roaring Tiger City to win the demon race in the last battle. He led the soldiers and set an example by killing countless enemies. If it were not for this person, the tens of thousands of cultivators in roaring Tiger City would have lost their will to fight. However, at this moment, even though this person was standing at the highest point and everyone could see him clearly, he did not give them much of a sense of security. All the cultivators in the Emperor realm were mobilizing, trying to maintain the morale that could collapse at any time. Rumbling noises came from below the ground like muffled thunders, crushing everyone's hearts and putting tremendous mental pressure on them. It was the sound of the demon race's army approaching roaring Tiger City. The marching of 1,000,000 soldiers made the ground tremble. The cultivators in roaring Tiger City began to panic, and the people who were already restless became even more confused. The demon race's army was already 25 kilometers away. With such a short distance, it would only take one charge before they arrived at the city. It was at this moment that Yang Kai let out a thunderous roar and soared to the sky. He bent in midair and charged at the demon race's army. Exclamations were heard. All the cultivators in roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded as they stared at the person who charged at them alone, not knowing what he was going to do. A war was not a one-on-one fight. No matter how strong an individual was, how could he fight against a 1,000,000-strong army? Once one was surrounded and exhausted, one would be killed. Perhaps only pseudo-emperor level experts would be able to enter and exit freely under such circumstances. Yang Kai was obviously not a fake emperor. He was just a second-order emperor realm master. Not only was the cultivator of roaring Tiger City sweating, but even Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others could not help but clench their fists, secretly worried. Yang Kai had only told them that he had found reinforcements, but they didn't know where the reinforcements were or how many there were. Now that they saw Yang Kai taking the initiative to meet the enemy, they were naturally worried about his safety. Yang Kai was the flag of roaring Tiger City. If he fell, roaring Tiger City would immediately face a situation of collapse. At that time, not to mention 1,000,000 demon race, even 100,000 demon race would be able to devour roaring Tiger City. But at this moment, they had no other choice but to wait and see, so they secretly prayed in their hearts. It was impossible for the demon race army to not notice Yang Kai's blatant charge. A team of 1,000 people immediately separated from the army to meet the attack, led by a demon king. The demon king was wearing revealing clothes, with only a corset covering her upper body. Although she was wearing a long skirt, the skirt was split all the way to her thighs, revealing the beauty between her legs. Her delicate collarbones, flat belly, and slender legs were all exposed. Her figure was extremely hot, and her trembling breasts were like two peaks. Complex patterns could be seen on her snow-white flawless skin, giving her a wild feeling. Yang Kai knew at a glance that this demon king was a succubus demon. A few kilometers away, the succubus demon smiled at Yang Kai. She pointed her slender hand forward, and thousands of demon race swarmed over. The laws of space fluctuated. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he suddenly punched forward. There was no terrifying explosion of power, nor was there any burst of strength chi. However, following his punch, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the center of the thousands of demon race. When this black dot first appeared, it was only the size of a sesame seed. However, in the blink of an eye, It quickly expanded and exploded into a black hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. An incomparably terrifying devouring power came out from the black hole. The nearby demon race were caught off guard and were directly sucked into the black hole, disappearing without a trace. The remaining demon race were also pulled by the huge suction force and were swallowed back in. As far as the eye could see, it was as if the entire world was collapsing into the black hole, giving off a very frightening feeling. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of demon race were completely devoured by the black hole. The black hole appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. After all the demon race had been banished, the black hole disappeared without a trace. Before the succubus demon could react, the people she had brought out had all been wiped out. Her vision blurred, and Yang Kai, who was originally several kilometers away, suddenly appeared in front of her. He was practically face to face with her, and an aggressive aura rushed towards her. The succubus demon's beautiful face paled as she opened her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. The whistle was sharp and ear-piercing, and the invisible spiritual energy turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The succubus demon was a special race among the 100 races in the demon territory. The fighting strength of this race was not too strong, but the strength of their spiritual energy was far beyond that of their peers. Therefore, they absolutely could not be underestimated just because their realm was not high. Perhaps at any time, a seemingly powerless succubus demon could launch a fatal blow. The spiritual energy arrow surged, causing ripples in the air, and directly blasted into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The succubus demon pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. Her slender jade-like hands were placed on Yang Kai's chest, and her sharp fingers poked out. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to dig out Yang Kai's heart. After poking, the succubus demon's brows wrinkled, because she found that the flesh of this human in front of her was incomparably tough. She was unable to break through his flesh defense. "Does it feel good to touch?" A voice suddenly sounded in her ear, and the succubus demon's expression changed greatly. She raised her head and saw Yang Kai looking at her with ridicule. There were no signs of his soul being attacked. The succubus demon immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Her first reaction was that it was impossible. The cultivation of this human in front of her was clearly not very high. She estimated that it was about the same as her own. How could he be fine after taking her soul attack? However, looking at his clear eyes, it was clear that this person's soul was unharmed. She wanted to retreat. Succubi were not suited for close combat. That would only expose their greatest weakness. Succubi liked to distance themselves and use their spiritual strength, which was far superior to those of the same level, to toy with their opponents in the palm of their hands. However, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. No matter how hard the succubus demon tried, she could not move at all. The blood drained from her face, and she became incomparably pale. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Yang Kai grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Then his large hand unceremoniously covered her towering breasts and squeezed hard. The succubus demon wrinkled her brows and revealed a delicate and pitiful look. Her eyes shone with a strange light. She even let out an "ah" and angrily looked at Yang Kai, saying, "You're hurting me." Every frown, every smile, every movement was blooming with a charming light, enough to make any man go crazy. However, Yang Kai was unmoved. Instead, the strength of his hand increased. "It hurts." The succubus demon looked a little flustered. She punched and kicked Yang Kai, but how could she break free from the restraints of Yang Kai's space imprisonment? From afar, this adulterous pair looked like they were flirting. There was no trace of the atmosphere of war between the two races. "What's Brother Yang doing?" On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, the corner of Li Jiao's eyes twitched. He felt that this scene was a little ridiculous and envious at the same time. "Hooligan scum." Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, and her face turned red. On the other hand, a group of cultivators standing on the city wall watched with relish. The originally nervous and uneasy atmosphere was washed away by this strange scene. Creaking sounds were heard. Gao Shueting turned her head and saw that Yu Meng and Fu Ling were grinding their teeth together. Not bad. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. A wicked smile appeared on his lips, and he seriously sized up her face. "But your appearance is a little worse than that person's." With a bang, something seemed to have been crushed. The succubus demon screamed and looked down. She saw blood flowing wildly from her right chest. The towering peak had disappeared, and blood dripped down from her abdomen. She screamed again and again as if she had gone crazy. A huge question appeared in her mind. Who is that person? Yong-kai punched down, and the screams came to an abrupt end. Blood rained down from the sky. A mid-tier demon king was crushed by his punch just like that. Even though it was a succubus demon that wasn't known for its combat strength, it was still unbelievable to all the members of the demon race. Yong-kai's figure had already rushed through the blood rain and met the demon race's army head-on. With a clap and a pull, a gigantic crescent blade was formed and slashed toward the demon race's army. Wherever the crescent blade passed, figures were split into two. All the members of the demon race retreated. The crescent blade flew for thousands of meters before it gradually lost its power and dissipated. However, its path was filled with the incomplete corpses of the demon race. The demon race's army was enraged. Under the command of several demon kings, troops approached Yong-kai and surrounded him. Yong-kai grinned and laughed wildly. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. The myriad sword had already been summoned. At the same time, he waved his hand and the Dharmakaya appeared. There was no need for communication. The two figures, one big and one small, formed each other's horns and charged into the demon race's army like an indestructible sword. No one could stop them. No one could stop them. Although the demon race had millions of people, none of them could match Yong-kai and the Dharmakaya. They couldn't stop their crazy slaughter. In the roaring tiger city, everyone was quietly watching. They saw that the army of millions of demon race had stopped advancing. There was chaos not far from the edge of the army. The chaos created by Yong-kai and the Dharmakaya spread from the edge of the army to the center. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. One by one, the demon race's army was crushed into powder and would forever sleep on this land. The ground was gradually dyed red with blood. Chapter 34:18. There were too many people in the demon race, so the people of Roaring Tiger City couldn't see Yong-kai and his embodiment, but they could infer their location from the various reactions of the demon race army. They continued to charge in and out of the demon race's army. With just the two of them, they were able to hold them in place, unable to move. A miracle was born again. Just like a few days ago, when everyone couldn't see any hope, when all the light in front of them was covered, it was Yong-kai who tore open a corner of the sky and let the sun shine, reviving life. The shouts from Roaring Tiger City were like waves, each wave louder than the previous one. Ma Yin's blood was boiling. She turned to look at Li Jiao and said, "Master Li, I am willing to lend a hand to the city lord." Li Jiao stared ahead without turning his head and said in a deep voice, "Wait." Although Yong-kai and his embodiment were like fish in water in the demon race army, it was because these two guys weren't ordinary people. Needless to say, the embodiment was an existence who could fight with a fake emperor and was much stronger than a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yong-kai was even more of a monster who was proficient in the law of space. If he sensed that something was wrong, he could withdraw at any time. If others rushed in rashly like this, they would only be courting death. Li Jiao didn't have the confidence to rush in and come back alive under such circumstances. Ma Yin wanted to help on a whim, so how could he allow it? Yong-kai had previously said that they should act according to the situation, so now was obviously not the best time. Dozens of miles away, the demon race army was in chaos. Wherever Yong-kai and his embodiment rushed, there would be a commotion, death, and slaughter. Li Jiao and the others clearly saw that Yong-kai and his embodiment had shuttled back and forth several times in the demon race's army before suddenly turning around and charging into the center of the demon race army. The chaotic commotion suddenly calmed down. Millions of demon race formed a huge encirclement surrounding Yong-kai and the Dharmakaya in the center. However, there was no one within a radius of 1,000 feet around the two figures. Every member of the demon race was looking at them with terrified eyes. The demon kings were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They retreated into the army and didn't dare to act rashly. Yong-kai held the myriad sword and leaned back to back with the avatar. He looked around coldly and grinned. "It's time," he muttered softly. As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz, a series of strange sounds came from all over the demon race's army. It sounded like some kind of flying insect was flapping its wings. However, it was definitely not just one or two flying insects. Instead, it was an endless swarm of insects. The members of the demon race looked around blankly. Soon, they knew where the sound was coming from. Suddenly, a black cloud of insects appeared on the ground. As soon as they appeared, they rushed toward the demon race. The demon race was shocked and tried to stop them. However, they were horrified to find that the life force of these insects was extremely tenacious. Even if they were sent flying, they wouldn't die. They only stayed on the ground for a while before flapping their wings and flying again. However, if they were infected by these insects, the demon race would scream miserably and fall to the ground in extreme pain. Soon, they would die on the spot. What was strange was that the dead demon race didn't have any wounds on their bodies. However, their souls would disappear. Soul-devouring insects. Yongkai hadn't used the soul-devouring insects for a long time. However, the current situation was undoubtedly the best time for them to show their prowess. They had always been the best weapon to deal with such situations. Previously, he had been shuttling back and forth between the demon race's army with the Dharmakaya. First, it was to kill the enemy and distract the army. Second, it was to secretly plant the soul-devouring insects. Now that the soul-devouring insects were out, it was really effective. In an instant, the demon race's army was in chaos. Those low-level demon soldiers, and even the demon general and demon commander, couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from attacking. One by one, they were devoured by the insects and died. Only the strong ones at the level of the demon king were not afraid of the soul-devouring insects. The situation was extremely chaotic. The demon race's army, which was originally in order, was no longer in order after the appearance of the soul-devouring insects. At least 1/5 of the demon race's army was distracted. Yongkai took a deep breath and raised his hand again. Suddenly, one figure after another appeared in front of him. The cultivator from Half-Dragon City made a dazzling appearance. The first to appear were those from the Emperor Realm, followed by the Tao Source Realm, and finally, the Origin Kings. It would take a lot of time to put them into the sealed world bead, but it would only take a few breaths of time to release them. After all, Yongkai was the master of everything in the sealed world bead. At the center of the demon race's army, over 100,000 people suddenly appeared. The few demon kings who had been paying attention to Yongkai's movements were dumbfounded. A feeling of uneasiness spread in their hearts. Profound and complex incantations resounded throughout the world as rays of light enveloped these 100,000 people. Bloodthirst technique, life chains, crimson light emerged from the bodies of these 100,000 people. Everyone's breathing became heavy as their blood boiled. Raising the myriad sword high, Yongkai shouted, "Kill!" The 100,000 people immediately scattered and rushed in all directions. Led by those from the Emperor Realm, they turned into sharp arrows and rushed into the demon race's army. How could the demon race's army, which was already in a frenzy because of the soul-devouring insects, stop such a fierce army? As soon as the two sides came into contact, the demon race's army was routed. One after another, the 1,000-man teams led by the Emperor Realm rampaged through the demon race's army, slaughtering to their heart's content. It was as if they were venting all the grievances they had suffered on Dragon Island over the years. Yongkai and the embodiment each had a team of several thousand people behind them. The demon race's army was in a complete mess, unable to fight back. In terms of numbers alone, the demon race had an absolute advantage. However, the direction of a war was never decided by numbers. The number of people from the Emperor Realm in Half-Dragon City was several times more than the number of Demon King in this demon race's army. Just this difference alone was enough to make up for the army of hundreds of thousands. Not to mention that the soul-devouring insects were still wreaking havoc, making the demon race exhausted. On the city wall of Roaring Tiger City, everyone looked at this sudden change in shock and excitement. Li Jiao shouted, "If we don't go now, when will we?" There was no need to wait any longer. This was obviously the best time. Under the leadership of Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others, tens of thousands of people swarmed out of Roaring Tiger City to meet the demon race's army head-on. Just 2 hours ago, they were still worried about whether they could see the sun tomorrow. They never thought that they would take the initiative to meet the enemy head-on. This was simply unimaginable before. Roars shook the sky, and the universe trembled. In the wilderness, the two races fought in a chaotic battle. Figures fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, mountains of corpses were piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. The difference in numbers was still huge, but this was a war without any suspense. Fu Ling shouted and rushed forward. He did not transform into his true dragon form, but his dragon roar resounded in the world. Under the dragon's roar, a secret technique was released, and the demon race turned into sparkling statues without any signs of life. In less than 10 minutes, the demon race had lost more than 100,000 people, but Roaring Tiger City was still full of energy and was pressing forward step by step. The demon race's formation was in chaos, and their morale was low. The horn of retreat finally sounded, and they fled in panic. The cultivator from Roaring Tiger City and Half Dragon City naturally chased after them and beat them when they were down. Countless corpses were left behind by the demon race. Some people were left to guard the city in case of accidents, while Yang Kai led the others to chase after them. It was not until dawn the next day that they returned to the city. After a war, people were always busy. However, Roaring Tiger City suddenly had more than 100,000 people, and there were even 100 to 200 people from the Emperor realm. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City very excited. In the Western Territory, such a force was probably only comparable to those big cities that were guarded by pseudo-emperors. At noon, the statistics of the war were also released. In this war, 300,000 enemies were killed, and less than 10,000 people were injured or killed. The number of casualties was lower than the number of casualties in the previous battles, which was simply unbelievable. Nevertheless, the facts were right in front of them, so they had to believe it. The corpses outside the city needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, with so many corpses in the wild, they would definitely rot and stink. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about these things. Li Jiao would organize people to deal with them. In just a few days, Roaring Tiger City had dealt with 2 batches of the demon race army, and they had won both victories. Yang Kai believed that the demon race would not have any ideas about Roaring Tiger City in a short time. After 2 consecutive defeats, the demon race would definitely need to rest and recuperate. However, when the next demon race came again, they would probably have to deal with it carefully. This time, Roaring Tiger City had won beautifully, but they had also exposed their trump card. When the demon race came again, they would definitely have a corresponding countermeasure. Perhaps there would be a real powerhouse leading the army to battle. In the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai was reclining on the couch with Yu Ruming's slender and beautiful legs as his pillow. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he had a contemplative look on his face. Yu Ruming gently rubbed his head, acting like a good wife and loving mother. It was hard to believe that this woman would want to die together with Yang Kai at the slightest provocation. The room was silent. Only the sound of the 2 people breathing could be heard. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Ruming? Yu Ruming responded. I remember that you told me before that you would take me to a place. Now, can you tell me where you want to go? Why do you suddenly ask this? Yu Ruming smiled and looked at him curiously. Yang Kai said, You didn't hesitate to use the Heart Seal secret technique to tie me up. I think you have some plans for me, but I can't figure out what you and the power behind you are planning, and why you have been biding your time. Rumung, now that the war between the 2 worlds has begun, I have been entrusted by Lin Tong to protect Roaring Tiger City before his death. I don't want to be too distracted, so I think we should be honest with each other. Tell me where you want me to go, and what you want me to do. If possible, I will cooperate well. Yu Ruming smiled and shook her head. Now is not the time. When the time is right, I will tell you. Yang Kai looked up with indifferent eyes. Yu Ruming frowned slightly, and inexplicably felt that Yang Kai was very far away from her again. Chapter 34:19. As expected, the demon race behaved themselves for a period of time. Since the last 1 million demon race troops were repelled, Roaring Tiger City spent a month in peace. A month later, the city defense array was activated again. When the light curtain of the array enveloped the city, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City finally felt safe. This array was set up by the Southgate Army, and its performance was several times better than the original array of Roaring Tiger City. With this array, even if another 1 million demon race troops came, Roaring Tiger City could rely on the power of the array to deal with them. Not only that, there was also good news from the High Heaven Palace. The first batch of cultivators who entered the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions had come out. Although only 1/10 of them cultivated the power of Wizard, this undoubtedly showed that this method was feasible. As long as they continued to put cultivators into the Dream Realm Thousand Illusions, sooner or later, there would be a wizard in the astral boundary that could deal with the war of the 2 realms. These cultivators who cultivated the power of wizard and became wizards were assigned by Yang Inflammation. Perhaps because they were not able to help Yang Kai last time, Yang Inflammation felt guilty. This time, he directly assigned 2 great wizard-level existences to come over. 2 great wizard-level existences could only be regarded as icing on the cake in the current situation, but it was better than nothing. At least they could add some practical wizard skills to the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, saving Yang Kai some effort. Roaring Tiger City had also been maintaining contact with other major cities in the Western Territory. In a month, the overall situation was not very optimistic. Many small and medium-sized cities had fallen, and many cultivators in the astral boundary had died. Those who were still alive were forced to flee to other cities and join other cultivators. Some people also came to Roaring Tiger City. They accepted tens of thousands of people and once again strengthened the defense of Roaring Tiger City. Since the beginning of the War of the Two Realms, more than 1 million people had died in the astral boundary. The demon race's casualties would only be higher. However, the demon race kept increasing their troops as if they could never kill them all. Everyone was mentally and physically exhausted. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was cultivating in seclusion in the City Lord Mansion, suddenly opened his eyes. He took out his communication compass and checked it. Then he frowned, got up, and flashed out. On the city wall, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and a group of people in the Emperor realm saluted. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai looked into the distance and asked. "Li Jiao, the demon race again. How many people?" "Not too many, I think." Qi Gui sneered. "If we can defeat an army of 1 million, what is a few 100,000? Last time, the Roaring Tiger City was able to achieve such a victory before the Great City Barrier Array was completed. This time, they had the Great City Barrier Array to rely on, and Roaring Tiger City had tens of thousands of people. So Qi Gui was naturally full of confidence. "Don't be careless," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "Since the demon race dares to come, they must have something to rely on." Suddenly, Gao Shueting seemed to have thought of something. She was slightly shocked as she said, "You mean, Yang Kai? I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise this battle will be difficult to fight." He turned to Ma Yin and said, "Send people out to scout again. See if there are any other demon race armies nearby." Ma Yin nodded and quickly went down the city wall to make arrangements. Not long after, more than 12 people rushed out of the Roaring Tiger City and rushed in different directions. Half an hour later, Ma Yin came to report, "City Lord, there is no other demon race army within 1,000 miles, only that one." Yang Kai nodded and shouted, "Send my order, prepare for battle." The horn sounded, and the Roaring Tiger City was operating at full speed. Nearly 200,000 cultivator were in charge of their own duties. Under the leadership of the people from the Emperor realm, they were arranged in square formations to guard all directions of the city wall. They were waiting for the demon race army to arrive before they attacked with all their might. Information was sent back from the spies outside. The demon race army kept approaching the Roaring Tiger City. It was obvious that they were going straight for the Roaring Tiger City. On the city wall, the atmosphere was solemn. Many people from the Emperor realm looked into the distance. The demon race army gradually appeared in their field of vision. Just as the information said, there were less than 1 million of them because they were much fewer than last time. They were probably the army of the demon race that was defeated last time. However, it was this army that had suffered a great loss in the Roaring Tiger City. This time, it was valiant and full of vigor. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Time passed slowly. The demon race army suddenly stopped when they were 50 miles away from the Roaring Tiger City. The army separated to the left and right. A figure, a demon flame stallion, walked out of the army unhurriedly. The demon flame stallion's hooves were burning with evil fire. It was full of evil energy. At first glance, it looked like a horse, but it was a few heads taller than an ordinary horse. It was extremely ferocious and majestic. On the back of the horse, the demon race was swaying as if it was drunk. It closed its eyes and slowly approached the Roaring Tiger City with its mount. Everyone was looking at this demon race. Many people frowned because no one could see the depth of this demon race. At first glance, this demon race looked like an ordinary person. But at this time, why would an ordinary person come here to die? They could not see it because this demon race's cultivation was unusually high. It was not until this moment that the demon race yawned and slowly opened its eyes. There seemed to be a flash of lightning. As the tightly closed eyelids opened, the world suddenly trembled. A great power descended from the sky like an invisible mountain. It pressed down on the chests of many people in the Emperor realm, making it difficult for them to breathe. A fake emperor, Li Jiao cried out in alarm. The faces of Gao Shueting and the others also changed. Yang Kai's expression was also very gloomy. Although he already knew that the demon race would be prepared and might send out a fake emperor-level powerhouse, when such a fake emperor really appeared in front of him, Yang Kai still had a headache. Roaring Tiger City was not a big city. Logically, the demon race would not pay too much attention to it. However, Roaring Tiger City had won the previous 2 battles and killed countless enemies. It probably attracted the attention of the demon race, which was why they sent out a fake emperor-level powerhouse to deal with it. Sure enough, a tall tree attracts the wind. A fake emperor? The demon race obviously heard Li Jiao's words. He looked over and chuckled. His smile was clean and hearty, and coupled with the vicissitudes of life on his chin, he had a different kind of charm. He raised a finger and slowly shook it. Wrong, 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 very wrong. A fake emperor is just a name here. In the demon territory, someone like me is called a half-saint. Whether it was a fake emperor or a half-saint, they were just different names. They were existences that were only one step away from the great emperors and demon saint. They were not existences that could be stopped by the ordinary people in the emperor realm. Yang Kai bared his teeth and cursed Qiongqi 100 times in his heart. If this old man had not taken the initiative to bring Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to the Four Seasons realm, he would not have lacked high-end combat power. With the strength of Qiongqi and Lu Yan, the half-saint in front of him would not have an easy time. Now that the enemy had sent out a half-saint, he and his embodiment had to go all out to deal with it. Even if the remaining people of Roaring Tiger City could win against the demon race, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. What's more, whether they could win or not was still unknown. He had contributed a lot to the previous 2 victories. This time, without him, Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be reduced sharply. The half-saint suddenly pointed at Li Jiao and laughed arrogantly. Old man, since you have a lot to say, come out and die first. I can give you a quick death. Li Jiao's face darkened when he heard this. Just because he said something, he wanted to be the first to die? What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai said indifferently, Your Excellency is really arrogant. Whether it's a fake emperor or a half-saint, if you want us to die, you have to show some real ability. Hearing this, the half-saint immediately tilted his head and looked over. His hawk-like eyes were extremely sharp, piercing people's skin. He gently nodded and said, You will be the second to die. Then he reached out and pointed at the others one by one. You will be the third, you will be the fourth. He chattered for a long time, making everyone angry. It was as if they were really going to die one by one under his command. As he pointed, the half-saint of demon race suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He raised his finger and couldn't point anymore. He squeezed his eyes hard and looked at a certain place on the city wall for a long time without saying a word. Everyone on the city wall was at a loss. They followed his gaze and didn't know what he saw. After a while, the half-saint withdrew his hand and said with an embarrassed smile, I suddenly remembered that this king still has something important to do. And I will leave first. After saying this, he turned his horse around and trotted back the way he came at an extremely fast speed. What the hell? Li Jiao and the others were all stunned. They all felt that there was something wrong with this half-saint of the demon race's brain. He came with such an aggressive aura and even said such big words, but in the end, it was all bark and no bite? Was this still a fucking half-saint? Could it be that he was pretending? But that aura that was not inferior to a fake emperor's could not be faked. The current situation was too strange. No one knew how to deal with it. They all turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he immediately made up his mind. He shouted, Activate the array and kill the enemy. Gao Shueting hurriedly said, Yang Kai, be careful of a trap. The half-saint's actions were too strange. It was easy to feel that he was doing this on purpose to lure everyone out of the city. A half-saint was already very difficult to deal with. If they lost the protection of the array, even the Emperor realm wouldn't be enough to kill him. Gao Shueting wasn't the only one who had this concern. Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting and said in a deep voice, Trust me. Gao Shueting hesitated for a moment before turning her head and shouting, Activate the array. With a rumble, the Great City Barrier Array was activated. Profound and complex incantations sounded, and the light of the bloodthirst technique and life chains shone, enveloping the army in the city. Chapter 34:20. Although it took some time to use bloodlust and life chains on the roaring Tiger City cultivator, Yongkai soon caught up with the half-saint of demon race. Under the shocked gazes of Li Jiao and the others, Yongkai raised the myriad sword and slashed downwards. The half-saint of demon race didn't even raise his head, but it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. With a flick of his finger, he accurately hit the back of the myriad's sword. With a ding sound, a powerful force was transmitted, and the myriad's sword almost flew out of his hand. Yongkai was secretly shocked by the strength of this demon race. The law of space fluctuated, turning the space around the enemy into an invisible cage. The demonic flame colt's movement suddenly stopped, and flames erupted from its body. It struggled with all its might, but it was as slow as a turtle crawling. Under the solid space, even if this demonic beast was strong, it was difficult for it to regain its freedom. The pitch-black moon blade slashed down, but the half-saint of demon race grabbed the moon blade with a backhand grab, and with a slight force, the moon blade shattered. The next moment, he leapt up, completely unrestrained by the law of space, and soared into the sky. Yongkai whispered, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." Time seemed to stop at this moment, and the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal slammed down on the half-saint. The half-saint of demon race showed a rare look of surprise, and flames suddenly erupted from his body. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the space was distorted by the heat. He raised his hand, and a ball of flames met the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal head-on. The two collided in midair, producing a violent sound, and then disappeared. With a mournful cry, the demonic flame colt was shaken by the aftermath of the attack and fell to the ground, dead. The half-saint of demon race looked down at his mount and bared his teeth, a pained expression on his face. Clang! The clear sound of a bell rang out as the quaint mountains and rivers bell spun and flew out. It expanded in the wind and covered the half-saint demon with the power to suppress heaven and earth. "Good treasure," the half-saint of demon race shouted. His eyesight was quite good, and he immediately saw through the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinary power. His figure turned into a mass of flames as he dodged left and right in the air, avoiding the suppression force of the mountains and rivers bell. Yongkai's figure flickered, and with a flicker assault, he appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head. Then he stretched out his hand, which transformed into a dragon claw shadow, and clawed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's palm grasped at thin air. A half-saint was comparable to a fake emperor, so how could it be so easy to deal with him? However, after being attacked by Yongkai again and again, the half-saint of demon race seemed to be a little angry. He stepped on the mountains and rivers bell, and an irresistible force erupted. The mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing cracks to appear one after another. The half-saint of demon race stood proudly in the air, looked at Yongkai and said, "Boy, that's enough. If you attack again, this king won't be polite to you anymore." Yongkai grinned at him and waved his hand, releasing the embodiment, and looked at him meaningfully. "What are you worried about?" The half-saint laughed. "What does this king need to worry about? It's just that this king has something important to do, so he can't be bothered to deal with you. Since you have no scruples, then let's fight." Yongkai roared, "Dragon transformation." A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky, and Yongkai's figure suddenly swelled. Short horns grew on his head, and the exposed skin on his body was covered in dragon scales. His hands completely transformed into dragon claws, and a long dragon tail appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yongkai's body changed greatly, and he suddenly turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. His head reached the sky, his feet touched the ground, and his nostrils spewed hot air. His dragon breath swept out, and the wind and clouds changed color. The half-saint of demon race put his hand in front of his forehead and looked up, and his face twitched. "Good boy." Yongkai opened his mouth and roared, and a golden ball of light shot towards the half-saint of demon race. The golden light was dazzling, and almost covered the light of the sun in the sky. When it hit the ground, it spread out with a loud bang, and the whole world lost its color. A deafening explosion sounded, and the earth trembled unceasingly. After the golden light disappeared, a large hole with a diameter of 300 meters appeared on the ground, and the half-saint of demon race was nowhere to be seen. In the distance, a voice sounded, "Remember, this king's name is Baizhua. I will teach you a lesson another day." Yongkai turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, and his face became gloomy. He ran away. That half-saint unexpectedly ran away. Yang Kai immediately felt powerless, as if he had punched cotton. If they really fought, even if he transformed into a 300 meters long dragon and joined forces with his embodiment, he still wouldn't be his opponent. But this time, he was facing a half-saint, so Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. But what he didn't expect was that the other side would retreat so quickly, and didn't even pay attention to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. What was the meaning of this? As such, he somewhat confirmed a guess in his heart. If the half-saint wanted to run away, even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he couldn't do anything. He had nowhere to vent his fighting spirit, so he could only turn his gaze to the hundreds of thousands of demon race's soldiers. This army of several 100,000 was indeed the one that had been crippled the last time. This time, they had come aggressively under the leadership of the semi-sage devil. They had wanted to avenge their previous disgrace. However, they hadn't expected that the semi-sage devil wouldn't care about their life and death, and would take the lead in withdrawing. Nearly 200,000 cultivators from Roaring Tiger City had already rushed up. In the wilderness, the two armies instantly clashed. History repeated itself. This demon race's army was already defeated by Roaring Tiger City, and they dared to come today because they had a half-saint with them. Now that the half-saint had openly left, they had completely lost their backbone. So how could they still have the will to fight? As soon as they came into contact with each other, they were defeated like a landslide and were utterly defeated. On the other hand, Roaring Tiger City's army was full of vigor, and they were like wolves and tigers. Under the leadership of nearly 200 cultivators from the Emperor realm, they kept on killing. When Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya rushed into the battlefield, the outcome of the battle was even less suspenseful. His huge body was a very eye-catching landmark even in a battlefield of millions. The demon race all retreated, but Yang Kai rushed wherever there were the most people. With a casual slap or sweep of his tail, a demon race member would be killed. After a long time, the noisy battlefield finally quieted down. The cultivator who was still alive looked around and saw that the demon race was no longer around, and only their own people were bathed in blood. Cheers rang out and went straight to the ninth heaven. Yang Kai had already dispersed his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He stood in the void and looked around. In all directions, inexplicable forces were converging toward him. Each force was insignificant, but when hundreds of thousands of them gathered, they formed an extremely terrifying force wave. A tiger's roar was heard, and a giant tiger suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was very lifelike and had a gloomy aura. Yang Kai looked back and had a strange look on his face. The giant tiger was not a physical entity, so he could not explain it clearly, but he felt that he could mobilize the giant tiger's power for his own use. If he absorbed the giant tiger into his body at a critical moment, his strength would definitely increase explosively. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the giant tiger. Many people were confused and did not know what the illusory figure that suddenly appeared meant, but they felt that the illusory figure of the giant tiger was closely connected to them. Military momentum. Li Jiao raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "What's military momentum?" Li Jiao replied excitedly, "It's the momentum that can only be gathered when the army is united. I've seen some records in an ancient book, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Brother Yang, since the military momentum has appeared, it means that the 100,000 people in Roaring Tiger City have united as one. This is even rarer than a million-strong army." Gao Shueting nodded and said, "It's difficult for a military force to appear. Only when everyone has absolute confidence in the commander will there be a chance for it to appear." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "I feel that I can use this giant tiger to increase my strength." Li Jiao nodded and said, "That's right. Military momentum is hard to come by, but it's also very useful. There hasn't been a large-scale battle in the astral boundary for so many years, so naturally, no military momentum has been born. My Roaring Tiger City is very likely to be the first place to give birth to a military momentum." Yang Kai said happily, "This is good news." Li Jiao laughed and said, "With Brother Yang's ability and such a military momentum, my Roaring Tiger City will have nothing to fear even if a half-saint comes next time." Yang Kai and his Dharmakaya were already very strong when they joined forces. Against that half-saint called Baizhua, even if they weren't a match for him, they wouldn't be too far behind. If this military momentum was also increased, they could at least be on par with Baizhua. They might even be slightly better. Roaring Tiger City won 3 battles, and all of them were great victories. This made everyone in Roaring Tiger City have a kind of bone-deep trust in Yang Kai. It was also natural for them to gather in military momentum. This was the recognition of more than 100,000 soldiers to Yang Kai. It was the convergence of more than 100,000 people's strength. How could he be underestimated? Just as Li Jiao said, having such a military momentum of more than 100,000 people was even rarer than an army of 1,000,000. The facts also proved this point. So what if the demon race had an army of 1,000,000 people? Weren't they still scared witless by the people of Roaring Tiger City? Last time, they killed 300,000 people. This time, it would be even more, because less than 200,000 people from the demon race fled miserably. Leaving some people to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties, Yang Kai went straight back to the mayor's mansion. Yu Rumeng came up to him and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. You have the bloodline of the dragon race? If Yang Kai hadn't transformed into a 300-foot-long dragon this time, she wouldn't have known about it. However, when the 300-foot-long dragon swept across the battlefield, anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Naturally, Yu Rumeng also saw it clearly. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pinch her smooth chin. He raised it slightly and said, "What's wrong? Are you having a crush on me?" Yu Rumeng slapped his big hand away and said angrily, "Stop it." Yang Kai bent down, picked her up, and strode inside. "What are you doing?" Yu Rumeng squirmed. "My husband has returned from a battle. Naturally, he needs you to help him bathe and change his clothes." Yu Rumeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Whose husband are you?" Yang Kai looked down at her. "You don't want to?" Yu Rumeng curled her lips. Yang Kai put her down and shouted, "Fu Ling." Fu Ling rushed over like a whirlwind, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What orders does brother-in-law have?" Yu Rumeng hurriedly said, "Nothing. He just wants to ask if you are injured." Fu Ling pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you, brother-in-law, for your concern. I am fine." Yu Rumeng nodded. "It's good that you are fine." After saying that, she held Yang Kai's hand and walked into the inner hall. Chapter 34:21. The situation in Roaring Tiger City became treacherous after this battle. For half a year, no army of the demon race visited. Perhaps they were afraid of Roaring Tiger City's power or for some other reason. But the demon race seemed to have forgotten about Roaring Tiger City. Instead, the nearby cities were constantly attacked by the demon race. In the first 2 months, Yang Kai did not dare to act rashly, lest he gave the demon race an opportunity. However, as time passed, after confirming that the demon race would never come to Roaring Tiger City again, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack with the army of Roaring Tiger City. If the demon race doesn't attack the city, I can go out and fight them, right? Thanks to the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City, the nearby cities were in danger several times, but they survived the crisis with the support of Roaring Tiger City and killed countless enemies. The army of Roaring Tiger City was established, and there were as many as 100 to 200 soldiers in the Emperor realm. Wherever they went, they were invincible, and their fame spread far and wide. Nowadays, the major cities in the Western Territory would send a request for help to Roaring Tiger City as soon as possible if they were not able to defend themselves. With the Space Magic Circle and the Sealed World Bead, Yang Kai's reinforcements came and went very quickly, turning the tide many times. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City performed well under the leadership of Yang Kai, the overall situation was not optimistic for the astral boundary. In half a year, the Western Territory had lost a lot of territory. Hundreds of cities had fallen, and countless people had died on the battlefield. The invasion of the demon race was unstoppable. At this rate, the entire Western Territory would fall in less than 5 years. By then, the demon race would use the Western Territory as a springboard, and the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories would not be peaceful. The great emperors were now nowhere to be found. No one knew what they were doing or if they knew the current situation of the astral boundary. The defensive array of Roaring Tiger City was slowly activated, and the 200,000 soldiers returned in triumph. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had suffered a lot of casualties during the half-year campaign, more cultivators joined the army every day. Therefore, the number of the army of Roaring Tiger City had been stable, if not growing. The residents of the city cheered and happily welcomed the return of the army. This time, Yang Kai had led the army out to provide support. It could be said that he had successfully retreated, protecting the city that he had been sent to provide support to, and repelling the attack of the million-strong demon race. Ma Yin, who stayed in Roaring Tiger City, came up to Yang Kai and whispered to him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise. He waved his hand to the rear, and the army went to rest. Yang Kai took off his armor and strode into the mayor's mansion. In the main hall, a person was seated at the side. He seemed to have sensed the movement and turned his head to look. For pairs of eyes met, only to see that the newcomer's eyes were completely white, without a trace of black. It was a frightening sight. "Brother Gao." Yang Kai smiled faintly and walked to the head of the table and sat down. A maidservant served him tea before respectfully withdrawing. The newcomer was Gao Zhan. Yang Kai knew him, but he was not familiar with him. He could not help but feel a little strange. What was he doing here? This guy was the successor of the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations. What was he doing here in Roaring Tiger City instead of serving the great emperors? "You flatter me." Gao Zhan bowed slightly. "Brother Yang, you are cultured and virtuous. When the Roaring Tiger army came out, the demon race was terrified. You have made a name for yourself these days." Yang Kai said, "Brother Gao, you flatter me. May I know why you are here?" Gao Zhan replied, "I am here to invite Brother Yang to come with me under the order of my master." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "The master of Heaven's Revelations wants to see me?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, let me prepare a little." Gao Zhan stretched out his hand. There was nothing to prepare. He just found Li Jiao and Gao Shueting and told them that he was going out for a while and asked them to be on guard. Although no demon soldiers had come to the Roaring Tiger City since that semi-sage demon came to make trouble, there was nothing wrong with being careful. What if the demon army really attacked the city when he was not here? After that, Yang Kai and Gao Zhan set off together. Through the space array in the city, they were sent directly to their destination. Zhang Xian's vision blurred, and the two of them found themselves in a valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was rich, and birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There were pavilions and pavilions in the valley, and the scenery was unique. After spending so much time in the battlefield and the sounds of fighting, Zhang Xian was still a little unaccustomed to being in such a place. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "This is Divine Design Valley." He had long heard that the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations lived in Divine Design Valley, but few people knew where Divine Design Valley was in the star boundary. Yang Kai did not know either, but he did not expect that he would come to Divine Design Valley one day. Gao Zhan nodded and said, "Senior Brother Yang is right, this is Heaven's secret valley. My master prefers peace and quiet, so there is only me and my master here. I hope Brother Yang can forgive us for any neglect." "Brother Gao is too polite." Yang Kai said politely and looked around curiously. Gao Zhan led the way in front, crossing a small bridge and flowing water. Divine Design Valley was full of twists and turns, and the scenery was constantly changing. It was still spring and flowers were blooming somewhere, but when they stepped out, they might be in white snow. There was a very clever array here, which seemed to be able to adjust the aura of the four seasons. Until they were in front of a pavilion, Gao Zhan stopped and stretched out his hand. Raising his head, Kai Yang was shocked to discover that there were two people sitting in the pavilion, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Although he was looking around all the way, it did not mean that he did not perceive the surroundings. In front of the pavilion in front of him, there were two people he did not notice, which was really strange. However, if these two people were both great emperors, it made sense. One of them was naturally the master of this place, the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, and the other was not unfamiliar to Yang Kai. It was the martial beast Mo Huang. At this moment, the two were sitting opposite each other, with a stone table in the middle. There was tea on the table, and the smell of tea was overflowing in the air. Yang Kai stepped forward and entered the pavilion, cupping his hands and saying, "Greetings to the two master." Mo Huang smiled and said, "Don't be polite, sit down." Kai Yang gave his thanks and sat down between the two of them. For a moment, there was silence. The great emperors of Heaven's Revelations and the martial beast did not say anything, as if they were waiting for the tea in front of them to boil. Yang Kai did not want to disturb this quiet atmosphere, but after all, he was sitting between the two great emperors, so he was somewhat uncomfortable, twisting his body from time to time and moving his arms and legs. Mo Huang turned his head and glanced at him. Are you a monkey? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and immediately looked down, not moving at all. Chu Tianji chuckled. It's normal for young people to be lively and active. Brother Mo does not need to be so harsh on him. Mo Huang said, Brother Chu, don't be fooled by this little brat's appearance. He has never been a good person. Because of Mo Shaoqi, Mo Huang had always had a bad opinion of Yang Kai, so naturally he would not hesitate to attack him when he had the chance. Yang Kai complained, Master Martial Beast, this junior has not offended you, right? Back on Dragon Island, I could be considered to have helped you. Last time, I even took Shaoqi to visit Auntie. Why are you saying this to me? Mo Huang snorted twice, picked up the teapot on the table, filled his own cup, and drank it in one gulp. Chu Tianji chuckled, took the teapot, and poured Yang Kai's cup. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly stood up. How could I dare trouble Senior? This junior can do it himself. This was the great emperors of heaven's revelations, and he was actually pouring tea for him. No matter how arrogant Yang Kai was, he could not bear it. Chu Tianji did not ask, and only when Yang Kai's cup was filled did he pour a cup for himself, slowly saying, I have heard many things about you from Brother Mo. Sure enough. There are new talents in every generation, and a new generation replaces the old. Yang Kai's face turned red, and while sitting down again, he said awkwardly, Master of Heaven's Revelations is too kind. Yang Kai knew that Mo Huang had some opinions about him, and nothing good came out of his mouth. He did not know what the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations had heard. Chu Tianji laughed. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things, at least when I was young. I did not have such a charming and colorful life like yours. Compared to you, I am far inferior. Yang Kai bared his teeth. How am I extraordinary? I was just young and impulsive. Master, you are the role models of the countless cultivator in the star world. Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. This old man has lived for many years, and I have seen many so-called young talents, rising stars, but I have never seen anyone as eye-catching and dazzling as you. Everyone says that this old man can see through the past, see through the future, and have the ability to discern the future. But this old man cannot see what your future is like. Yang Kai was shocked. Master, what you mean is that this junior's future is confusing. Chu Tianji slowly shook his head, but did not explain. Yang Kai was anxious, but his fist was not as big as Chu Tianji's, so he could not force him. He could only grab the tea in front of him and gulp it down. Mo Huang could not bear it any longer. Stop flattering him. Hurry up and get to the point. Old Chu, you like to beat around the bush and drag your feet. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Yes, I wonder why the two seniors called this junior here? For the two great emperors to call him here, it was clearly not a small matter. Yang Kai suddenly realized what the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations meant when they said extraordinary people do extraordinary things. They had a mission for him, and it should be a very dangerous mission. Damn, the tea of the great emperors really was not that good to drink. This time, without waiting for Chu Tianji to speak, Mo Huang directly said, Yang Kai, we hope that you can make a trip to the demon territory. Enter the demon territory? Yang Kai was shocked. Enter the demon territory for what? Mo Huang's expression turned serious. I'm afraid that Bright Moon is in some danger. We need you to rescue him. Yang Kai was a little confused. He naturally knew that the Bright Moon Great Emperors had fallen into the demon territory. When the passage between the two worlds opened, several great emperors entered to investigate, but unexpectedly, they were ambushed by several demon saints in the demon territory. In the end, it was the Bright Moon Great Emperors who used his own strength to hold back those demon saints, giving Mo Huang and the others a chance to escape. Later, they also heard that the Bright Moon Great Emperors seemed to be trapped somewhere, but no one knew where exactly, and there was still no news. Now that Mo Huang suddenly wanted him to go to the demon territory to rescue the great emperors, Yang Kai was naturally confused. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Master, are you joking? Chapter 34:22. Huh. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. How could this junior? Before he could finish, Mo Huang interrupted. I also think that it's a bit unreliable for you to handle this matter, but old Chu said that it has to be you. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Chu Tianji curiously. Chu Tianji said leisurely, a few days ago, this old master suddenly felt uneasy and had a feeling that something big was about to happen. So he immediately made a divination and received a prophecy. Little friend Yang, do you know what that prophecy was? Yang Kai thought to himself, how would I know? If I knew that I was the great emperors of heaven's revelations, you wouldn't be able to do anything. He immediately shook his head and showed a curious look. Chu Tianji turned his head and looked to the side, saying neither too fast nor too slow. The moon sets and the crow cries, a ray of hope. Yang Kai racked his brains, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't figure out what this prophecy had to do with him. So he humbly asked for advice. I understand that the moon falls crying crow is a sign that Senior Mingyu is in danger, but what does that slim chance of survival have to do with me? Why does it have to be me? Chu Tianji pointed. Look over there. Do you see anything? Following his gaze, Kai Yang immediately saw a poplar tree that was as thick as a person's arm and had lush branches. Chu Tianji continued, that day, this old master crushed jade here, and the divination corresponded to that poplar tree over there. Look again, where is that poplar tree? Yang Kai slightly identified the direction and hesitated. North? Chu Tianji nodded. The moon sets and the crow cries. A ray of hope lies in the north. Does little friend Yang understand? Yang Kai suddenly understood. North, North, surnamed Yang. Who else could it be other than him? But was this reliable? He didn't doubt the ability of the great emperors of heaven's revelations. Since they were called heaven's revelations and could see the past and the future, they naturally had their own abilities. But what kind of place was the demon territory? Several great emperors had joined forces, but one of them had fallen. What could a little second-order emperor realm master like him do if he ran in? Not to mention rescuing the great emperor's bright moon. Yang Kai immediately fell into hesitation. To be honest, although he was curious about what the demon domain was like, he had never thought about going there. In front of the two great emperors, he couldn't refuse directly, so he could only say, two seniors, even if this junior has the heart, I'm afraid he is powerless. Not to mention the situation in the demon domain, this junior doesn't know where Senior Mingyu is trapped, but how to safely enter the demon domain is a big problem. Although the passage between the two worlds is open, this junior can't brazenly rush through it. If he really did, he would be torn apart by the demon race, but besides that passage, where else can we enter the demon domain? You have a way. Chu Tianji looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. What way do I have? Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. Although this old master isn't too sure, this old master knows that you can become the demon race's territory, and there will be a tribulation in the demon territory. Once you pass this tribulation, you can soar to the heavens. Yang Kai stared. What tribulation? Chu Tianji smiled but didn't say anything. Mo Huang, on the other hand, was a little shocked. Boy, do you really have a way to become the demon race's territory? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. How can I? Unless the great emperors join forces to escort me in. But if I do, the demon territory will know. At that time, even if this junior enters the demon territory, he won't be able to find peace. Who knows, he might even die there. With a solemn expression, he cupped his hands and said, This junior is really powerless. Please don't make things difficult for this junior. He really didn't want to go to the demon territory. Even though the great emperors of heaven's revelations said that the bright moon great emperor's survival depended on him, that was only a prophecy. Whether it was true or not was another matter. Even if it was true, if even the bright moon great emperors had no way to solve it, what could he do? Just as he was talking, he suddenly noticed someone walking into the pavilion from the corner of his eye. Yang Kai turned his head to look and said in surprise, Junior Sister Lan? The person who came was Lan Sun. He didn't know when she came to Heaven's Secret Valley, but after not seeing her for so long, Lan Sun was obviously a lot more haggard. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. It was not difficult to understand. The bright moon great emperors had been trapped in the demon territory for so long without any news. As their daughter, she was naturally very worried. Lan Sun walked up to Yang Kai without saying a word, and under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, she knelt down, leaned down, and kowtowed, trembling as she said, Brother Yang, please save my father. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly got up from the chair and took her arm. Junior Sister Lan, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Lan Sun didn't move and just said, Brother Yang, please save my father. Get up first and talk. Yang Kai was anxious. Since he first met Lan Sun in the Four Seasons realm, They had been friends for many years and had a good relationship. When he was weak, Lan Sun took care of him many times. Lan Sun, as the daughter of the great emperors and the princess of Star Soul Palace, had never been arrogant or domineering. Instead, she treated people gently and politely. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was very good, many times better than Yao Lin's. Now that this friend of his was kneeling in front of him, how could Yang Kai bear it? With this kneel, he was afraid that they couldn't be friends anymore. After pulling several times, Lan Sun refused to get up. Yang Kai was so angry that he directly pulled her up. Just as he was about to say a few words to her, he saw that the person in front of him was crying and looking at him with her beautiful eyes. He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and smiled bitterly. "Junior sister, why bother?" Lan Sun shook her head bitterly. "I have no other choice." After a pause, she said, "I know that this is a bit difficult, and I know that the demon territory is very dangerous, but Uncle Chu said that only Brother Yang can save Father, so this junior sister can only shamelessly ask. If Brother can agree, this junior sister is willing to be a slave, a servant, an ox, or a horse to repay Brother's kindness." Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and said, "Junior sister Lan is too serious. She even said that she would be a slave, a servant, an ox, or a horse." It was obvious that Lan Sun had already regarded Yang Kai as her only life-saving straw. But now that she had said this, Yang Kai would seem a bit unreasonable if he refused again. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but Lan Sun had taken care of him many times over the years, so he was not an ungrateful person. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai sighed, "Junior sister Lan, please don't be impatient. This matter is of great importance. Can you let me think about it for a moment?" Lan Sun nodded and said, "Of course, if Brother wants to refuse, please speak frankly." This time, this junior sister was rude. When she said this, she had a tangled look on her face. Obviously, she didn't want Yang Kai to take risks, but this matter was related to her father, and Chu Tianji said that Yang Kai was her only hope, so she could only try it with the mentality of treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. The pavilion was silent for a while. Yang Kai faced the poplar tree in silence, lost in thought. After a long time, he took a deep breath and turned around. The three people in the pavilion all looked at him, and Lan Sun's expression was even more uneasy. She hoped that Yang Kai would agree, but at the same time, she didn't want him to agree. Yang Kai grinned. "Junior sister, I agree to this matter. The demon territory. I will go there." Chu Tianji and Mo Huang glanced at each other with an, as expected, look on their faces. They had long known that this boy would not agree so readily. Fortunately, they had found Lan Sun. "Thank you, brother." Lan Sun lowered her head and whispered, "But the future of this trip to the demon territory is uncertain. Whether or not you can save Father, junior sister hopes that Brother can return safely." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring Bright Moon Master back safe and sound." Lan Sun said, "I will wait for you." After that, she turned and left. Yang Kai scratched his head. This sentence seemed to be a bit unusual. After a while, Yang Kai glanced around and said in a muffled voice, "Are the two of you satisfied now?" Mo Huang said in surprise, "Boy, you saw through it?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "There is no reason for junior sister Lan Sun to appear here. Obviously, the two of you have already arranged it. You know that I am indebted to junior sister, so if she asks, I can't refuse." Chu Tianji chuckled. "We had no choice but to do this. Little friend, please forgive us." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Master of Heaven's revelations is too serious. This boy also knows that Bright Moon Master's safety is of great importance. If he can really be rescued from the demon territory, it will definitely help the situation in the star boundary. But with such an important task, this boy was afraid that he would fail to live up to your trust, so he declined." Mo Huang nodded and said, "It's good that you can think like this. But then again, how are you going to become the demon race's territory? After entering the territory of the demon race, how can you guarantee that you will not be eroded by the demonic chi and become the demon race?" Although Yang Kai had been fighting against the demon race these days, the demon territory was the demon race's territory. There were demonic chi everywhere. Yang Kai was not the great emperors, so how could he guarantee that he would not become the demon race? Yang Kai said, "Master, you don't need to worry about these things. This boy has his own way of solving it." Everyone had their own secrets. Hearing him say this, Mo Huang naturally would not ask more. He nodded and said, Is there anything that you need our help with? If there is, feel free to ask. Yang Kai said, Once I leave, I'm afraid that I won't be able to come back in a short time. I only hope that Master can take good care of my High Heaven Palace and Roaring Tiger City's people. Mo Huang replied, You don't have to worry about that. Although I can't guarantee that there won't be any casualties, I can guarantee that they won't suffer any serious injuries. That's good, Chu Tianji said. Don't you have any other requests? As long as you have any, we can satisfy you. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, I would also like to ask the two of you to help me pass something to the Iron Blood Master. Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. He did not know what Yang Kai wanted to pass to Zhan Wuhen. Just as he was wondering, he saw Yang Kai take out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured information into it. After a short while, he handed the jade slip to Mo Huang. Just this? Mo Huang looked puzzled. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. I want to safely enter the territory of the demon race and become the demon race, but I still need the help of the Iron Blood Master. Mo Huang was even more puzzled. What can he help with? Yang Kai grinned at him, but did not answer. Mo Huang said angrily, You guys are so mysterious. I don't know what you guys are up to. Yang Kai picked up the tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and said, I'll take my leave first. The next time we meet, I hope that I can fight side by side with the Master. Chapter 34-23. After returning to the High Heaven Palace from the Divine Design Valley, Yang Kai summoned Li Jiao and went straight to the point. Brother Li, I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. You will be in charge of the Roaring Tiger City. Li Jiao was stunned. Cultivating in seclusion at this time? The war between the two realms was in full swing. Although the Roaring Tiger City had been peaceful for the past 6 months, no one could guarantee that there would not be another attack by the demon race. This was obviously not a good time to cultivate in seclusion. If the demon race really came, without Yang Kai as the commander, the Roaring Tiger City's combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, I have some enlightenment recently. I have no choice but to do this. Li Jiao nodded when he heard that. He also knew that the path of martial arts was not easy. If he really had some enlightenment, it was better to cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible. Once he lost this opportunity, he might not be able to make up for it even after dozens or hundreds of years. He could only say, well, I will try my best to take care of the Roaring Tiger City. But Brother Yang, those people in the Half-Dragon City and that Master Fu Ling, don't worry, I will tell them to listen to your arrangement. With Li Jiao's cultivation and identity, it was not a problem to command the Roaring Tiger City. The only problem was Fu Ling Li Jiao might not be able to subdue a rank 6 pure-blood giant dragon. Fu Ling was not very reliable. When Yang Kai was here, she was obedient. If Yang Kai was not here, she would be the most powerful person in the world. She might not give Li Jiao any face. But since Yang Kai wanted to entrust the Roaring Tiger City to Li Jiao, he would naturally arrange everything in advance. After a while, he summoned Fu Ling and told her in front of Li Jiao to be obedient in the future. Otherwise, she would be sent back to the Dragon Island immediately. Fu Ling did not dare to disobey. She immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. For her, it was rare for her to leave the Dragon Island. Naturally, she was not willing to be sent back so soon. Then, Yang Kai sent a message to all the people in the Emperor realm in the city, informing them that he would be cultivating in seclusion today and was not to be disturbed unless there was something important. Only then did he enter the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion and close the door. Cultivating in seclusion was naturally a cover. Since he had promised the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations and Martial Beast to go to the demon territory, he had to make arrangements for the people of Roaring Tiger City in advance. Otherwise, when the day came, Roaring Tiger City would be leaderless. He had to let Li Jiao familiarize himself with it for a while. Even if he left, Roaring Tiger City would not be affected too much. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai activated the space spirit bead on his wrist. The space laws fluctuated and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a boudoir. Who is it? A delicate shout was heard. A cold light bloomed, and a sharp sword pierced his face. Yang Kai flicked his finger and flicked the sword to the side. Then he reached out and grabbed a white wrist. With a slight twist, a soft and delicate body appeared in his arms. He leaned over and said with a smile, Yaoer, your way of welcoming me is a little special. Ji Yao was startled. Why are you here? I came to see you. Yang Kai stroked her hair and stared at her quietly. Ji Yao was a little embarrassed by his stare. She found that Yang Kai's eyes were especially gentle and reluctant today. She reclined in his broad arms and slowly moved her gaze away. However, Yang Kai reached out and pinched her chin, turning her head over to face him. Before she could react, a vigorous aura enveloped her. Their lips pressed together, and Ji Yao slowly closed her eyes. The long sword in her hand fell to the ground with a tinkling sound as she wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and hugged him tightly. After fiercely kissing her for a while, Kai Yang picked her up by the waist and gently placed her on the bed. Leaning over, he wantonly tasted her. Since that time in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, the relationship between the two of them had made great progress, but they had never broken through the bottom line. Ji Yao seemed to enjoy this kind of surreptitious atmosphere and had never asked Yang Kai to do anything, nor did she want him to reveal their relationship to the world. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. After a long bout of passion and passion, the two of them blended together. Their bodies intertwined and rolled around on the bed, causing the atmosphere in the boudoir to become enchanting. After a long time, Yang Kai let her go. Ji Yao's body was as soft as mud, and she was panting heavily as she lay on Yang Kai's body. Suddenly, Yang Kai said, Yaoer, no matter what happens to me, you don't have to worry and don't hold grudges against anyone. These words were inexplicable, causing Ji Yao to suddenly raise her head, as if she had a premonition, her bright big eyes staring at Yang Kai as she asked, What will happen? Yang Kai pinched her nose and said, Don't ask too much, you'll know when the time comes. Just remember my words. Ji Yao didn't say anything and just looked at him. Yang Kai asked, Do you remember? Ji Yao nodded gently, I remember. Kai Yang looked at her with gratification, flipped over, and once again began to ravage her mercilessly. After spending the night with Ji Yao in her room, Yang Kai gave her a few words of advice and then quietly left. High Heaven Palace, Spirit Medicine Peak. Yang Kai walked in with a jar of wine. The several apprentices at the door immediately saluted him respectfully when they saw him, but the oldest apprentice blocked his way and said with a troubled expression, Palace Master, Grandmaster Chu and Madame Xia are refining pills and ordered that no one is to disturb them. Go away, go away, go away. Yang Kai reached out and pushed the apprentice to the side, directly breaking into the room, shouting as he walked, Little senior sister, little senior sister. He walked all the way to the underground alchemy room and suddenly saw the door open with a bang. Jiying rushed out with a disheveled face and a dark face. He reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said fiercely, How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm refining pills? Don't think that I won't beat you just because you're the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to pry his fingers away. Brother Ji, calm down. It's just a furnace of pills. I'll just refine more. When Yang Kai saw him like this, he knew that his spirit pill furnace must have exploded, otherwise his face would not be so dark. Yang Kai guessed that he must be quite angry, otherwise, how could an Emperor Realm alchemist explode his furnace so easily? Jiying angrily said, Refine more. Don't you want time and energy? What's more, this is a stain in my alchemy career. Heavens, how could I agree to come here to refine pills? Behind the door, Xia Ning Chong walked out with a smile on her face. Although her face was covered by a veil, her crescent-shaped eyes showed that she was laughing. All right, I brought you a jar of good wine, look. Yang Kai raised the jar in his hand and blocked Ji Ying's saliva. What bullshit wine, I don't want to drink, you have to compensate me with pills. Ji Ying swept the wine jar away. Yang Kai said, Western Territories sword wine, and it's the highest grade sword wine. Ji Ying, don't you want to try it? This thing is very rare nowadays. Western Territories sword wine was famous all over the world. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing met for the first time, he felt sorry for her and asked her to bring the sword wine from the Western Territory. Only then would he be willing to be friends with her. Who knew that Zhu Qing would really bring him the sword wine? Now that the Western Territory was suffering from the demon race, the mountain where this wine was brewed had been destroyed, making this wine even more precious. Jiying was startled when he heard this and quickly grabbed the wine jar. As he opened it, he said, This Ji has seen the world. If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off. Yang Kai said seriously, I wouldn't dare lie to Brother Ji. And that's right, I need to ask Brother Ji for leave on behalf of my little senior sister. She's going out for a while, and I don't know when she'll return. I'll have to trouble Brother G to refine pills. Where are you going? Brother G looked up and asked, but there was no sign of Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong. This guy actually took Xia Ning Chong away as soon as he finished speaking. Jiying couldn't help but be startled for a moment before he gritted his teeth. At the space formation, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong leisurely appeared. The little senior sister looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "How's the situation in the Western Territory? Why did you come back?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's someone there to take care of it. As for me, I just came back to see you guys." "Have you gone to see Big Sister and the others?" "Not yet." Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Ning Chong reached out and straightened his clothes for him. Suddenly, her gaze paused for a moment. She pulled a long strand of hair from Yang Kai's collar and casually tossed it aside. She said gently, "You should go see Big Sister and the others first. I'll wait for you here. They're always fighting the demon race over there, so they're definitely not as comfortable as I am." Yang Kai's face twitched. He withdrew his gaze from the strand of hair floating in the wind and pulled Xia Ning Chong into his arms. He kissed her forehead and said, "Little senior sister is the most considerate." Xia Ning Chong said shyly, "Of course not." She lightly hit Yang Kai twice and said, "Someone's watching." There were disciples guarding the space array all year round. Naturally, this scene was clearly seen by everyone. However, the master and mistress of the palace were lovey-dovey, so no one dared to look. At this moment, all of them were either looking up at the sky or looking down at the ground, as if there were flowers in the sky. At this moment, the space array fluctuated. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared on the array. At a glance, a sour voice sounded, "Yo, you called us sisters back in such a hurry to watch a good show." Xia Ning Chang's face became even redder. She hurriedly left Yang Kai's embrace and greeted the 3 women. Yang Kai looked back and said with a smile, "Ah Luo, are you jealous of your own sisters?" Shanqing Luo curled her lips and said, "Of course it's fine if we're sisters. It's just that who knows if you've been fooling around with some vixen outside." "How could that be?" Yang Kai hurriedly denied. Shanqing Luo snorted and said, "Is that so? Then please explain what's going on with that Li Shiqing." Shuiyu also nodded and said, "That's right, that woman isn't a good thing." Yang Kai's head was covered in cold sweat. He turned his gaze to Su Yan and revealed a pleading look. Senior sister was really considerate and changed the topic. "Why did you call us back?" The 3 of them had always been in the same city as the people from High Heaven Palace and Ice Heart Valley. This time, they had received a message from Ji Yao and rushed back together. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you to accompany me on a scenic tour." Chapter 34-24. The 4 girls thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, the demon race had yet to be eradicated, and the Western Territory was still in turmoil. Who would be in the mood to go sightseeing at this time? Who knew that he would really do it? Setting off from the High Heaven Palace, they directly teleported to the former site of Thousand Leaves sect in the Southern Territory. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai led the 4 girls on a sightseeing tour. Although the demon race's invasion had spread like wildfire in the star boundary, and the Western Territory was still embroiled in the flames of war. The Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories were also mobilizing. The war was still too far away from the Southern Territory, so the people in the Southern Territory who had not gone to provide support were still living their lives. Traveling with the 4 beauties, Yang Kai leisurely passed through countless spirit mountains and rivers, entering every city he came across, allowing Su Yan and the others to truly experience the wonders of the star boundary. Having said that, although Su Yan and the others had been in the star boundary for a few years now, they had always been in retreat in the High Heaven Palace. When the War of the Two Realms broke out, they had followed the army to the Western Territory. Strictly speaking, this was their first time traveling outside, and they were following Yang Kai, so they were naturally in high spirits, finding everything new and interesting. The group of 5, the men were heroic and extraordinary, while the women were graceful and graceful. Each of them had their own merits, and no matter where they went, they would become the focus of attention. Every night, Yang Kai would lead the 4 girls into the sealed world bead and sleep together. The little senior sister's skin was the thinnest, so how could she endure such shameful things? Su Yan took on the airs of an elder sister and reprimanded Yang Kai several times, but Yang Kai remained unmoved. The more Su Yan reprimanded him, the fiercer he became. Coupled with the dragon lady Shan Qing Luo helping him, Su Yan did not dare to speak casually and could only let him do as he pleased. After going around in circles for half a month, the group arrived at a plain. Seeing Yang Kai carefully inspecting the plains as if he was looking for something, Shan Qing Luo asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Yang Kai said, "The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was opened on this plain. I want to see if there are any traces of it." Su Yan understood. "Are you worried about Shaoler and Schwebers?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although Lu Yan is with them, they are still children after all. If I can see them with my own eyes, I will naturally feel more at ease." Among the four women, besides Shan Qing Luo, who had never met Yang Shao before because she had been cultivating in the ancient wildlands, Su Yan, Shuiyu, and Xiaoning Chong had all seen him before and were very fond of him. Coupled with the fact that he was Yang Kai's adopted son, their relationship was naturally even closer. Now that Yang Kai had the heart to look for it, they were naturally happy to help. The five of them immediately spread out and began to search the plains carefully. But in the end, they found nothing. The Four Seasons realm was an independent small world. Although the entrance opened on this plain last time, no one could guarantee that it would open here again next time. What's more, this time, Cheongqi was the one who brought them in. Maybe Cheongqi had other ways to enter the Four Seasons realm. Without any results, they could only leave. Later, Yang Kai took the four women to Azure Sun Temple and stayed on his spirit sword peak for a few days before setting off for Maplewood City. This was the first city Yang Kai entered after coming to the Star Boundary, which was of great significance to him. It was in this place that he met Mo Shaoqi, met Lan Sun for the first time, obtained the Myriad Sword, and met the first great emperors. Outside Maplewood City, the Spirit Lake Palace stood tall, and countless cultivators still came in and out every day. Xiaosheng was no longer here, and Yang Kai had no intention of visiting. On the other hand, his old friend Kong Si Ran had been promoted to a branch president of the Chamber of Commerce in Maplewood City because of his business dealings with the High Heaven Palace over the years. It could be said that he had a high position and power. In the past, this would have been unimaginable for Kong Si Ran. When Yang Kai arrived, Kong Si Ran naturally welcomed him warmly. They went to the best restaurant in Maplewood City and enjoyed each other's company. The next day, Yang Kai left and led the four women to the old site of the Blue Feather Sect. The Blue Feather Sect was now completely abandoned, and the old site of the sect was full of ruins. Thinking back to when he first entered the Star Boundary and was captured by Lu Xianyun and brought to the Blue Feather Sect, it felt like a lifetime ago. At that time, a Dao Source Realm cultivator was simply invincible to him, but now he could even fight against a false Emperor Master. In the blink of an eye, several decades of flowing time Great Emperor had passed, making him feel sad and frustrated. Walking the old road again, it was as if he had been reborn, and Yang Kai felt a lot of emotions. After the Southern Territory, it was the Eastern Territory, and then the Northern Territory. It was not until 3 months later that Yang Kai led Su Yan and the others back home. They still hurried on their journey without using the space arabe. 3 months of sightseeing without caring about worldly affairs made Su Yan and the others reluctant to part. They felt that it would be best if they could stay like this for the rest of their lives. That night, after an extremely wanton and unbridled sexual activity, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly rose up from the bed with the graceful limbs lying horizontally on it. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and said in surprise, "Senior sister, you." Su Yan suddenly sat up and took a deep breath. "I'm about to break through." Shan Qing Luo also sat up in surprise. So fast. Su Yan was now in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and if she broke through again, she would be in the Emperor realm. It had only been a few years since Yang Kai brought them to the Star Boundary. Although they had the support of unlimited resources from High Heaven Palace, the speed of their progress was too astonishing. One had to know that when Su Yan first entered the Star Boundary, she was only in the Second Order Dao Source realm. In just a few years, she had crossed a chasm that most cultivators could not cross in their lifetime. The remaining 3 women were now in the First Order Dao Source realm. Xiaoning Chong, because of his special physique and his years of alchemy, had barely touched the threshold of the Second Order Dao Source realm. Shuiyu pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. "Don't you know that Big Sister and husband have a dual cultivation secret art? Every night these days, Big Sister has been fed by husband." She was right. Yin and yang in harmony, dragon and phoenix in harmony. Dual cultivation had indeed brought great benefits to Su Yan. Even without Yang Kai, her cultivation progress was not slow. Now that she had dual cultivation with Yang Kai every night for 3 months, it was natural for her to break through. The world energy baptism was about to arrive, so it naturally could not be delayed. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and immediately put on her clothes. The others also hurriedly tidied themselves up. After a short while, they exited the small sealed world. Yang Kai urged his space principles and wrapped Su Yan in a sparsely populated place. He put her down and quickly said, "Be careful." Su Yan nodded, sat down cross-legged, and closed her eyes to concentrate. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he appeared a few dozen kilometers away. With a wave of his hand, he released Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, and Xiaoning Chong. The 4 of them all looked over. Shanqing Luo and the others would definitely benefit from watching Su Yan break through to the Emperor realm. When they broke through one day, they would have more experience in dealing with it and wouldn't be completely clueless. Under their nervous gazes, the wind blew and clouds surged, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. A jade hand held Yang Kai's big hand, and Shuiyu said softly, "Husband, don't worry. Big sister is so powerful. She will definitely be fine." Yang Kai also felt that with Su Yan's ability, there wouldn't be any major problems, but he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was probably what they meant by worrying too much. Shanqing Luo said, "Husband, although we don't know why you're taking us out on a sightseeing tour at this time, and for such a long time, we all know that you must have something important to do. If there's anything you need to do, just do it. With us at home, an eldest sister about to break through to the Emperor realm, you don't need to worry about anything outside." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, then at Shuiyu and Xiaoning Chong. The 2 women nodded slightly at him. Obviously, these women had also noticed something these days. After all, they were his wives. Although Yang Kai didn't say it directly, how could he hide it from their observation? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. I'm going to the demon territory." Shuiyu's jade hand obviously trembled, while Shanqing Luo and Xiaoning Chong also looked stunned and worried. Although they knew that Yang Kai must have something to do, they never expected that he would actually go to the demon territory. "Also, I will be going to the demon territory in a different way. No matter what you hear at that time, don't worry." Yang Kai let out a long breath. "I don't know when I will come back, but I can promise you that I will definitely come back in one piece." Shanqing Luo leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder, saying softly, "You are our heaven. Nothing must happen to you." Xiaoning Chang's eyes were red as she said, "Be careful when you get there." Yang Kai opened his arms and hugged the 3 women, laughing. "Don't worry, I'm not good at other things, but I'm the best at running away." Shanqing Luo pinched his waist and gritted her teeth. "There's a succubus demon in the demon territory. Don't be seduced." Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "It's not certain who will be seduced." At this moment, a loud bang rang out, and a light flashed a few dozen kilometers away as a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, falling straight towards Su Yan's head. The few of them immediately fell silent, their gazes fixed in that direction without blinking. Amidst the dancing lightning, the world energy gathered and submerged Su Yan in an instant. After a while, Su Yan's figure reappeared, but the world energy had been completely absorbed. Asterisk Hong Long Long, asterisk bolts of lightning fell one after another, weaving into a large net that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Shanqing Luo and the others turned pale as they wondered if they could handle such a situation if they were faced with it. However, they were only in the first-order Dao Source realm, so it was inevitable for them to feel that this scene was terrifying. When they reached Su Yan's cultivation, perhaps they would feel differently. The world energy baptism, after breaking through a great realm, was extremely shocking. Furthermore, Su Yan was breaking through the Emperor realm this time, so the commotion caused naturally spread far and wide. There seemed to be a city nearby, and many people were attracted over. In the beginning, these people were quite obedient and watched from afar, not daring to get too close. However, as time passed, some people actually flew over, as if they wanted to see more clearly. How could Yang Kai tolerate this? He opened his mouth and spat out the word scram, which resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. It seemed to be even more powerful than the world energy baptism, causing those people to flee in embarrassment. Chapter 34:25. Every great realm was a threshold for a cultivator, and once they crossed it, they would enter a whole new world. This was especially true in the Emperor realm. Streaks of ferocious power of heaven and earth descended from the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The power was terrifying. A clear and melodious phoenix cry rang out, piercing through the sky as an icy blue phantom vaguely appeared where Su Yan was. This ice phoenix was enormous, and as it let out a loud cry, the unique aura of a divine spirit suddenly spread out, freezing everything within 1,000 kilometers. The crowd watching from afar couldn't help but show shocked expressions. Inside Yang Kai's body, the golden divine dragon source began to stir, as if it was about to resonate with Su Yan's ice phoenix source. If he had not been suppressing it, his dragon body would have been manifested in an instant. This surprised him a little. He hadn't expected that when Su Yan broke through to the Emperor realm, he would have such a strange feeling. He didn't know if it was because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. Time passed little by little, and the world energy grew stronger and stronger. But the ice phoenix phantom continued to condense, and its aura grew stronger and stronger, competing with the world energy. Finally, at this moment, a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out with a bang, and it swept out in all directions. The giant ice phoenix phantom disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the light once again. Peace was restored to the world. After a long time, the onlooking cultivator finally dared to go forward to investigate, but there was no trace of the person who had broken through. They didn't even know when they had left. However, such a scene was far beyond the usual breakthroughs in the Emperor realm, and it was a hot topic for the cultivator in the nearby cities for quite some time. Su Yan had already broken through to the Emperor realm, so she more or less had the ability to protect herself, so Yang Kai was slightly relieved. Another 5 days later, the group of 5 finally returned to the High Heaven Palace. They said their goodbyes at the space array. The beauties shed a lot of tears, which made Yang Kai feel bad. After sending off Su Yan and the others and settling down his little senior sister, Yang Kai was the last to step on the space array, but he did not teleport to Roaring Tiger City. Instead, he went to Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory. Since the last conspiracy of Orthodoxy Temple was crushed, Orthodoxy Temple had become a branch of High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory. There were 50,000 disciples here. Although a group of people had been conscripted to fight the demon race in the Western Territory, that was only the minority. 90% of the disciples were still here to train and become stronger. Without alerting anyone, Yang Kai went straight to the forbidden area of the Orthodoxy Temple, where the astral winds were. The last time he came here, he discovered that the astral winds were unfathomable, and there seemed to be some kind of treasure hidden at the end of the canyon. It was this unknown treasure that produced the astral winds, allowing people to temper their bodies in this canyon. Since he was going to the demon territory, he should make more preparations. Since there was a treasure in his own branch, Yang Kai naturally had to try to collect it. Perhaps it would be of some help to him in the demon territory. Even if he failed, he would not lose anything. Walking into the canyon, Yang Kai found that many disciples were at the forefront of the canyon to receive the baptism of the astral winds, using them to temper their bodies. However, these disciples' cultivations were not high, so they could only stay at the outermost periphery. Yang Kai flashed past without anyone noticing him. As Yang Kai ventured deeper into the canyon, the surrounding cliffs gradually began to fill with holes for him to shelter from the astral wind. The power of the astral wind also grew stronger and stronger, but Yang Kai was not afraid. With his half-dragon body, his physique was tyrannical, so this level of astral wind could not harm him. It was not until after the time it would take to burn a stick of incense that Yang Kai felt pain on his skin. The invisible astral winds were like sharp blades cutting through his skin. Only then did Yang Kai circulate his Emperor Qi to protect himself, but his pace did not slow down in the slightest. A moment later, the Emperor Qi protecting Yang Kai's body was also cut into pieces, unable to provide any protection. The omnipresent astral wind sliced through his body, causing golden blood to seep out from all over his body, dyeing his clothes a golden hue. However, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping, continuing to move forward unhurriedly. The sound of rustling rang out incessantly. The depths of the canyon were like a forbidden zone for life. Even someone as strong as Shilei could only cultivate at the outskirts, not daring to go too deep. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than Shilei's, but whether he could reach the deepest part of the canyon, he did not know. He had done his best and left the rest to fate. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the astral winds became. Gradually, countless wounds appeared on Yang Kai's body. Even with his extraordinary restorative ability, these wounds could not heal quickly. Golden blood flowed from his wounds, and wherever he walked, 2 golden footprints would appear. Yang Kai's entire body was drenched in his own blood. The astral winds were extremely strange. Not only did they cut through his body, but they also seemed to affect his internal organs, bones, and meridians. In the end, with every step Yang Kai took, his bones creaked, and his internal organs were in unbearable pain. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only transform into his half-dragon form and continue to push forward. His 300-meter-long half-dragon body had grown slightly, becoming 32 meters long. Yang Kai guessed that because he had been dual cultivating with Su Yan these past few months, his golden divine dragon source had become more integrated with his body. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk Yang Kai descended step by step, causing the canyon to tremble. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt like he was about to collapse when he suddenly saw a slender void crack appear in front of him, causing his expression to shake. The last time he came to investigate, he had noticed this void crack. The endless astral winds from the outer sky were gushing out from this void crack and blowing outwards along the canyon. At that time, Yang Kai had guessed that if there were any treasures in this canyon, they must be hidden in this void crack. It was precisely because the power of the treasures in this canyon was too strong that the void crack could never be closed, causing astral winds to constantly appear. Now that this void crack was right in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes naturally lit up. Ignoring his own injuries, Yang Kai stepped forward against the astral winds and arrived in front of the void crack in just a few steps. Asterisk Shio. Asterisk with a loud sound, an astral wind shot out from the void crack, like a sword or saber, directly cutting through Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge wound on his waist, almost cutting him in half. When he looked down, he could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but soon golden blood gushed out and covered the wound. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, but at the same time, he was looking forward to the treasures hidden in this void crack even more. His half-dragon body had almost been cut in half, so the power of this void crack far exceeded his imagination. If there really was such a treasure and he could collect it, it would definitely be of great help to him on this trip to the demon territory. Dispersing his half-dragon body and using his space principles, Yang Kai rushed into the void crack in a flash. Inside the void crack, the astral wind that had been bothering him disappeared in an instant, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Covering the wound on his abdomen with his hand, Yang Kai looked around in this void crack, his eyes soon attracted by something. It was a long vine that had taken root in the void crack. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had entered and exited the void crack countless times, but in this strange place, there was only endless void turbulence, nothingness, and chaos. He had never thought that a long vine would appear in such a place. However, at this moment, the long vine had withered, its whole body showing a gray color, without the slightest vitality. At the top of the long vine was a palm-sized gourd. This small gourd was blue in color and had complex patterns on its surface, as if it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Wisps of astral wind emerged from this gourd and blew out through the void crack. The source of the astral wind was actually a blue gourd. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, but soon realized that this blue gourd was definitely a supreme treasure, not inferior to his soul-warming lotus. "I found a treasure." Yang Kai was overjoyed and pushed his Emperor Qi, carefully reaching out towards the blue gourd and grabbing it. To his surprise, he did not suffer the slightest injury. The astral wind that was strong enough to cut him in half did not seem to be a threat here, allowing him to easily grasp the blue gourd in his hand. With a gentle pluck, he plucked the blue gourd from the long vine. Before Yang Kai could take a closer look at the blue gourd in his hand, the long vine, which should have withered for tens of thousands of years, shrank back with a whoosh and plunged into the endless void crack, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance. If he had known that this long vine was so strange, he would have collected it first. Being able to produce a treasure like the blue gourd, this long vine was obviously extremely extraordinary. If he could transplant it into his sealed world bead, he might be able to produce another gourd. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai quickly rejected it. Because this kind of treasure that was born with the world's destiny was the only one in the world, and there would never be a second one. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt a lot better. It was important to be content with what one had. Being able to obtain the blue gourd today was a great opportunity, but it was a bit insatiable. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai carefully played with the blue gourd in his hand. After plucking it from the long vine, the patterns on the surface of the blue gourd disappeared, and the mysterious aura no longer existed, as if it had become an extremely ordinary gourd. But under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to investigate the situation inside the gourd, so he immediately knew that this so-called ordinary gourd was just a facade. If he wanted to exert the power of this blue gourd, he would have to carefully refine it. Putting away the blue gourd, Yang Kai leapt out of the void crack. The source of the outer heavenly astral wind in the canyon had been collected by Yang Kai, so the orthodoxy temple branch naturally lost its ability to temper one's physique. Even the void crack quickly closed under the influence of the star boundaries world principles and disappeared. Doing so would certainly cause some losses to the disciples of High Heaven Palace, but Yang Kai couldn't care less right now. At worst, he could just wait until he returned from the demon territory and put the blue gourd back. At that time, this canyon could be used again. Chapter 34-26. In the roaring Tiger City, in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and listened to Li Jiao's report on the battle situation in the past few months, nodding from time to time. The situation was better than he had thought. He had previously announced that he was going into seclusion, and the 200,000 troops of the roaring Tiger City were temporarily under the command of Li Jiao. Li Jiao did not disappoint him. Relying on the power of his previous victories, he had recently led the roaring Tiger City's army out to support the major cities. He was invincible and invincible. It was not that Li Jiao was very capable, but the main reason was that there were too many people from the Emperor realm among the 200,000 troops of roaring Tiger City. The demon race was no match for an army of the same size. Even if the enemy was 2 or 3 times more, roaring Tiger City could still deal with it. In this way, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Even if roaring Tiger City lost him, as long as the 200,000 troops were united, they would be an unyielding flag. "Brother Yang, are you out of seclusion this time?" Li Jiao asked after reporting the situation. He had not been having an easy time these days. Although he was quite strong and was the palace master of the Fire Dragon Palace, the lives of 200,000 people were tied to him, which still made him feel quite pressured. The battlefield was constantly changing. Although the army of Roaring Tiger City had been successful recently, one mistake could cause the army to lose their lives. At that time, he would not be able to bear such a responsibility. Naturally, he eagerly hoped that Yang Kai could take over the command of the army again. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just came out to take a look. I have to go back into seclusion again." Li Jiao immediately looked disappointed. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Brother Li, don't feel pressured. You've been doing very well recently. Just keep it up. If you really lose one day, it's not your fault." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid." Just as they were talking, Yu Meng rushed in. She was wrapped in an icy aura, and her face was gloomy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao looked up at the same time. Li Jiao immediately coughed dryly. "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." After that, he left quickly without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement. After he left, Yu Meng rushed to Yang Kai and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're willing to come back?" Yang Kai pretended to look at her calmly. "What are you talking about?" Yu Meng snorted. "Damn it. How did this woman know that I wasn't in Roaring Tiger City? Could it be that the heart imprint secret technique was able to sense him?" With that thought in mind, he pulled her hand away with a calm expression and said with a dignified expression, "If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you being so touchy? How improper." Yu Meng cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Why didn't you say this when you ran away for more than 3 months without saying a word?" Yang Kai angrily slammed the table. "Who ran away for more than 3 months? Stop talking nonsense. I have been in retreat in the City Lord's mansion all this time." Yu Meng sneered. "Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I can't sense your aura?" You're not in Roaring Tiger City at all. Tell me honestly, where did you go? Yang Kai got up and said, I can't talk to you. I'm going to continue my closed-door cultivation. Don't be noisy, or I'll beat you. Then he got up and walked to the back hall with his hands behind his back. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yu Meng was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She chased Yang Kai into the secret room and pestered him for a while. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't bear it anymore. He spanked her until she was in tears. Then he threw her out. When the secret room was closed, Yang Kai could hear Yu Meng cursing outside the door. She was like a shrew. But this time, Yu Meng learned her lesson. She stayed at the door of the secret room and didn't leave. Obviously, she didn't want to give Yang Kai any chance to sneak away again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really started his closed-door cultivation in the secret room and didn't go out for more than 10 days. Yang Kai had just got the green gourd, so he naturally seized the time to refine it. He knew that Yu Meng was waiting outside the door, but he didn't want to pay attention to her. Anyway, he had told her what he should do and done what he should do. He didn't plan to go out again. More than 10 days passed peacefully. One day, when Yang Kai was refining the green gourd, he suddenly felt the world tremble. A great pressure fell from the sky. At the same time, a man's angry shout resounded through the world. Yang Kai, come out and see me. In the secret room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining with divine light. Finally, it came. He took a deep breath and put away the green gourd. He got up and tidied his clothes. Then, he opened the door of the secret room and strode out. Outside the door, Yu Meng looked at him with confusion. How did you provoke Iron Blood? What is he doing here? She obviously recognized that the voice just now was the voice of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and judging from his words and tone, the Iron Blood Great Emperor seemed to have some bad intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a posture. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. You ask me? Who should I ask? Yu Meng said, don't you have a good relationship with the Iron Blood's disciple? Why is he hostile to you? Yang Kai asked curiously, hostile? Is there? Yu Meng said angrily, can't you feel whether there is hostility or not? She frowned and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Don't go out first. Let me ask about the situation first. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He patted her hand and said, it doesn't matter. The Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Even if I accidentally offend him, he won't care about it. I'll go and ask about it. If there is any misunderstanding, I'll explain it. Yu Meng thought about it carefully and agreed. The Iron Blood was such a person. Even if there was a misunderstanding between him and Yang Kai, he wouldn't attack him. What's more, the war between the two worlds was in full swing now. Yang Kai was the flag of Roaring Tiger City and had the support of 200,000 troops. It was impossible for him to attack Yang Kai at this sensitive time. Above Roaring Tiger City, a burly figure stood proudly in the void. Everyone looked up, but the figure was surrounded by a haze. Few people could see the person's face clearly. However, the name of the Iron Blood Master soon spread throughout the city. Many people knew that the person was one of the 10 great emperors. They were immediately in awe and reverence. A figure flew out of the city and greeted the Iron Blood. It was Li Jiao. Li Jiao stopped more than 10 feet away. He cupped his hands and said, Li Jiao of the Fire Dragon Palace in the Northern Territory greets the Iron Blood Master. Zhang Wuhen glanced at him coldly and nodded slightly. Although it was just a glance, it was majestic and unpredictable. Li Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. He asked carefully, May I know why the Iron Blood Master has come to Roaring Tiger City? Zhang Wuhen said indifferently, Tell Yang Kai to come out and see me. Li Jiao said, I'll let you know, Master. Palace Master Yang has been in closed-door cultivation a few days ago and hasn't come out yet. Roaring Tiger City has been handed over to me. If it's related to the war between the two realms, please tell me. Roaring Tiger City will do our best. Zhang Wuhen said, I'm not here for the war between the two realms. It's just a personal grudge. You can't help me with anything. You may leave. As soon as he said that, Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's words revealed a lot of information. Personal grudge? What personal grudge does Yang Kai have with the Great Emperors? He actually made the Great Emperors deign to come here. Is it a blessing, not a curse? If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Before Li Jiao could ask for an explanation, Zhang Wuhen waved his hand, and Li Jiao involuntarily fell to the ground. He stumbled back a few steps, but a large hand caught him from behind, and he finally came to a stop. Li Jiao turned around and showed a surprised expression. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded at him. Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, be careful with your words." He didn't know why Zhan Wuhen came to Yang Kai. His tone and attitude were so impolite, but he couldn't help much in the current situation. Even if he wanted to, how could he be an enemy of the great emperors? He could only tell Yang Kai to be polite and not really irritate Zhan Wuhen. Yang Kai smiled and took a few steps forward. He looked up and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai greets Master. I didn't know that Master was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Zhan Wuhen looked down coldly and said after a while, "You are indeed guilty." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole city was in an uproar. Although they had long known that the Iron-Blood Great Emperor came with ill intentions, Zhan Wuhen had undoubtedly killed Yang Kai by saying such words in front of 200,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of residents of Roaring Tiger City. This made many people in the army of Roaring Tiger City angry. So what if he was the great emperors? Could the great emperors just randomly assign crimes to people? Everyone had seen what Yang Kai had done these days. If it weren't for him, Roaring Tiger City would have been long gone. If it weren't for him, the army of Roaring Tiger City would have been scattered. Now, 200,000 soldiers were loyal and had killed countless people in the demon race. It could be said that Yang Kai had made great contributions. Although Zhan Wuhen was the great emperor's and was admired by millions of cultivators in the astral world, his words still made many people unhappy. Gao Shueting immediately stepped forward and said with a cold face, "Master, may I ask what crime junior brother Yang has committed?" Yang Kai smiled and raised his hand to signal her to calm down. He looked at the figure in the sky and said, "Master, I don't agree with your words. Please enlighten me, Master." Zhan Wuhen said, "I will let you understand. Let me ask you, do you have a Holy Spirit stone fire with you?" Almost everyone in Roaring Tiger City knew about the existence of the Dharmakaya. After all, the Dharmakaya had made great contributions in the previous few battles. It was undeniable that it had displayed its power in front of everyone. Yang Kai immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I do." Zhan Wuhen said in a low voice, "Let me ask you again, what kind of martial arts and secret skills does the Holy Spirit stone fire practice?" Yang Kai replied, "The Holy Spirit has its own bloodline inheritance. Naturally, it practices the martial arts and secret skills of the Stonefire clan." "Nonsense!" Zhan Wuhen roared. His majestic aura fluctuated, as if it could shatter the heaven and earth. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Master, why are you so arbitrary? What I said is true." Zhan Wuhen shook his head and said, "Yang Kai, I don't want to make things difficult for you because you have done a good job in defending the city. But if you are so stubborn, don't blame me for not giving you face. I will ask you again. Answer me honestly, what kind of martial arts does the Holy Spirit stone fire practice?" Chapter 34:27. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor had come here in such a threatening manner just to interrogate the Holy Spirit stone fire about his cultivation technique. This left everyone scratching their heads. They didn't know what Zhan Wuhen was trying to do. What did the Holy Spirit stone fire's cultivation technique have to do with him? Could it be that the Holy Spirit stone fire had secretly learned his cultivation technique? Zhan Wuhen's overbearing attitude made Yang Kai's expression turn ugly. He said in a deep voice, "Master, this junior has already said that the Holy Spirit stone fire has its own inheritance. Why does the master keep on pressuring me?" Zhan Wuhen stared deeply at him. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to see into the depths of his soul. All the secrets were exposed. "Fool, since you don't want to tell me the truth, then I won't beat around the bush with you. That Holy Spirit stone fire is cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. Am I wrong? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique?" Many people were at a loss. They vaguely felt that they had heard this name before, but they couldn't remember where. However, the expressions of Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others changed. They looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was famous. This was a technique created by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Great Emperors. It was one of the best evil techniques in the world. That Holy Spirit stone fire actually cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? Gao Shueting and Li Jiao's first reaction was that it was impossible. After all, The heaven-devouring great emperors had already fallen countless years ago. The battle technique had also been lost. How could the Holy Spirit stone fire by Yang Kai's side cultivate it? However, after thinking about it carefully, the Iron-Blood Great Emperor would not speak without thinking. Recalling the majestic appearance of the Dharmakaya, it did seem to resemble the battle tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Gao Shuiting's heart sank. If that was really the case, then it was no wonder that Zhang Wuhen would be so aggressive. After all, this matter involved the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. There was no room for carelessness. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Master, I don't know where you heard this news, but this is pure nonsense. Someone is definitely framing me. Please investigate thoroughly, Master." Zhang Wuhen said calmly, "Whether or not it's a trap, we'll know with one look. Tell Shihua to come out and see me." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Master, please forgive this junior for not being able to agree to this request. Shihua is currently in seclusion, and it is inconvenient to disturb him." "What a good seclusion." Zhang Wuhen laughed angrily. "Just now Li Jiao said that you were in seclusion, and now Shihua is also in seclusion. How can there be such a coincidence in the world?" "It really is such a coincidence." Yang Kai and Zhang Wuhen looked at each other without flinching. Zhang Wuhen nodded slightly and said with a long sigh, "Yang Kai, among the younger generation, I think very highly of you. Not only me, but others also think highly of you and think that your future is limitless. Perhaps you will have a chance to reach our heights." If these words were said by ordinary people, they would not carry much weight. However, it was said by great emperors, so the meaning was different. This meant that if Yang Kai was recognized by heaven and earth, he might become one of the great emperors. The 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City were honored. However, the situation at this moment was worrying. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I acknowledge the master's favor. I'll work harder and won't let you down." Zhang Wuhen said, "It's hard to predict the future. Any wrong choice or decision is enough to consign you to eternal damnation." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, and the laws of the great path circulated in his palm. He looked ahead solemnly and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. "You've embarked on the evil path. It's not too late to turn back now. Quickly turn back, lest you make a mistake." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Master, you're being too presumptuous. I really don't know. How dare you quibble?" Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Zhang Wuhen had already struck out with his palm. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and the world shook. The entire Roaring Tiger City seemed to groan. The space where Yang Kai was standing was shattered, and he let out a muffled groan. Blood spurted out of his body, and he was slammed into the ground. Only his head was exposed, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. After Zhang Wuhen's strike, he stepped in the air and walked toward Yang Kai in an awe-inspiring manner. Gao Shuiting stood in front of him. Her face was pale, and she cupped her hands and said, "Master, please don't be angry. Go away." Zhang Wuhen moved his finger casually, and Gao Shuiting couldn't help but move a few hundred meters away. She was fixed on the spot and couldn't move. A loud dragon roar was heard, and Fu Ling had turned into a giant purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long. She swooped down from the sky and roared, "How dare you hit my brother-in-law? Die!" As she opened her mouth, a purple light beam enveloped Zhang Wuhen. In the next moment, Fu Ling's expression changed. Her secret technique didn't have any effect on Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen was able to withstand the power of her secret technique and walked forward step by step. "Even the 2 great elders of the dragon race can't be so presumptuous in front of me, let alone a little dragon like you." Zhang Wuhen glanced at her coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered to form a giant hand of elemental energy and grabbed Fu Ling's dragon body. Fu Ling screamed and struggled, but how could she break free? Zhang Wuhen had already thrown her away, and she disappeared into the distance. The 200,000 soldiers were completely stunned. They knew that the great emperors were the representatives of the most powerful forces in the world, but not many of them had seen the great emperors in action. It was only at this moment that their knowledge was broadened. Whether it was Yang Kai or Fu Ling, they were invincible in the battle against the demon race. However, in front of Zhang Wuhen, they were as weak as 3-year-old children. In a trance, Zhang Wuhen had already walked in front of Yang Kai. He looked down at him coldly and said, "Do you know your mistake now?" Yang Kai's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Junior doesn't know where he was wrong." As he shouted, he soared into the sky, kicking up a large amount of dirt and stones. While hiding himself in the chaos, he activated all his strength and threw a punch at Zhang Wuhen. This punch was earth-shattering, and its might was unfathomable. Zhang Wuhen snorted and also punched back. With a loud bang, Zhang Wuhen didn't move, but Yang Kai was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. Blood sprayed everywhere as he was sent flying, his entire body smashed into a building. This was not the end. Zhang Wuhen only stretched out his hand, and Yang Kai's body involuntarily flew back. In midair, the laws of space fluctuated. Yang Kai was about to teleport away. Zhang Wuhen would not let him do as he wished. He activated the power of the great emperors, and the void suddenly shattered. He punched out again. Before Yang Kai could fly back, he was sent flying again. "Master, please show mercy." Li Jiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were red as he shouted. Although Yang Kai was powerful, how could he be a match for the great emperors? This was one of the 10 most powerful people in the world. If this continued, Yang Kai would most likely be beaten to death here today. He wanted to help, but in the face of the great emperors, he also knew that his strength was not enough. Thus, he could only plead for mercy. Zhang Wuhen turned a deaf ear to his pleas. It was as if he was toying with Yang Kai. He continuously pulled him back, and then sent him flying with a punch. Everyone who saw this scene had expressions of pity and resentment. They felt that Zhang Wuhen had let down the name of the great emperors. He was actually bullying the weak like this. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai's aura had become extremely weak. It was as if he could die at any moment. Li Jiao hurriedly shouted in the direction of Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, admit your mistake." Lowering his head in front of the great emperors was not a shameful thing. If he did not lower his head, he might even lose his life. In the ruins of a building, Yang Kai was covered in blood. He stood up shakily and continuously coughed up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. He clutched his chest and said, "I didn't do anything wrong. How can I admit it?" Stubborn. Zhang Wuhen seemed to be angry. He stretched out his hand again, and a huge suction force was released, wanting to pull Yang Kai over. At this moment, Yang Kai raised his hand, and a stone man with barbs and evil flames all over his body suddenly appeared. Under the suction force, he quickly flew towards Zhang Wuhen. His figure quickly grew, and in an instant, he became a stone giant that was 20 feet tall. "You finally came out." Zhang Wuhen looked coldly at the embodiment. He tapped his foot and lightly flew towards the embodiment. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures, one big and one small, met in midair and immediately fought fiercely. Although the scene was lively and fierce, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the embodiment was no match for Zhang Wuhen. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor seemed to be forcing the embodiment step by step, slowly increasing his strength. He had no intention of using his full strength. A few thousand feet away, Yu Rumeng suddenly flashed to Gao Shueting's side, made a few hand seals, and tapped a few points on her body, releasing Gao Shueting's seal. She then said, "Go find the Iron Blood's disciple." Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She nodded heavily and quickly left. In this situation, no one could help. Only Lin Yun could intercede. Perhaps she could make the Iron Blood Great Emperor hesitate. Fu Ling, who had transformed into the purple dragon, finally rushed back. At first glance, she saw that Yang Kai had been beaten so miserably. She immediately flew into a rage and roared, "What are you all looking at? Attack together and beat this shameless guy to death." As a member of the dragon race, she did not have much respect for the great emperors. She only knew that Yang Kai had been bullied, so she naturally wanted to take revenge. But when she finished speaking, she found that no one moved. Even Li Jiao was smiling bitterly at the side. It was not that they did not want to help, but the great emperors were there. Even if they went up, what could they do? It would only make the situation worse. Without the orders of Yang Kai and Li Jiao, how could the 200,000 troops act rashly? Fu Ling became even angrier and said angrily, "A bunch of trash." As she spoke, she rushed over alone without any fear of death. The result was self-evident. Before she could get close, she was swept by an inexplicable force and was directly sent flying. She fell heavily on the ground, revealing her human form, and fainted on the spot. Zhang Wuhen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "That's enough!" As if feeling his urgency, the embodiment also went all out. As soon as he made his move, he immediately revealed some clues. Zhang Wuhen coldly snorted and said, "You really have cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique." Yang Kai said coldly, "The quality of the battle technique depends on the person's heart. So what if you have cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique?" Chapter 34:28. So you admit to it? Zhang Wuhen poked the practicing body's forehead with his finger. The 200 feet tall practicing body instantly froze in place, unable to move. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Wuhen, saying in a deep voice, "It did practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting technique, but it never used this cultivation technique to commit crimes. The people it killed were all people who deserved to be killed, and it didn't have a single vengeful soul under its hands. Senior, why are you talking about its cultivation technique?" Zhang Wuhen said, "If it were other cultivation techniques, it would be fine, but the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting technique." He slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Yang Kai, do you remember that I once told you that I had a close friend named Green Lotus who died at the hands of Wukong in the Shattered Star Sea?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course I remember." Zhang Wuhen said again, "Then you should remember that I also said that in this life, I and Wukong are irreconcilable enemies. We can't live under the same sky." Yang Kai said, "This matter has happened for tens of thousands of years. Why are you still so upset?" "It's not that I'm upset, but you don't understand the evil of this cultivation technique at all. Wukong was also a talented person. I admit that I'm not as good as him, but because of this cultivation technique, my character was distorted. Although I became one of the great emperors, I was notorious for thousands of years. You didn't experience the horror of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name in the Star World, nor did you see the tragedy of the great emperor's fighting technique in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, you underestimate the power of this heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting technique. Since I know this, I can't sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, it will be too late." Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Senior, what do you want?" Zhang Wuhen narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the practicing body, and said lightly, "Break its cultivation technique and destroy its cultivation." "Do we have to do that?" Yang Kai lowered his eyes and spoke in a low voice. The hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow, blocking the light in front of him. "It must be done." Zhang Wuhen turned his head and looked at him. "If you want to blame me, I have nothing to say. However, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics cannot be allowed to exist in this world." As he spoke, a milky white halo suddenly bloomed from his fingertip. The halo touched the embodiment's forehead like a dazzling lamp, dispelling all the darkness in the world. The dragon's roar shook the sky as Yang Kai's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 32 feet long half-dragon body. The dragon's might filled the air, causing the 200,000 soldiers of Roaring Tiger City to tremble. The dragon claw reached out and tore through the void, heading straight for Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen, who had been indifferent all this time, finally changed his expression slightly. He raised his other palm to meet the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the dragon claw shattered, and Zhang Wuhen's body also swayed. However, at this moment, a dragon tail rolled out and swept toward Zhang Wuhen with a destructive force. Wherever the dragon tail swept, a dark crack appeared in the void. Zhang Wuhen snorted coldly and reached out to hit the dragon tail. However, he seemed to have underestimated the power of the dragon tail and was forced to retreat more than 30 feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took back his embodiment. The two huge figures stood between heaven and earth, looking down at all living beings with cold expressions. "Yang Kai, don't make a mistake." Zhang Wuhen looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Senior, please leave. There is still room for reconciliation." Zhang Wuhen looked at him with a pained expression. "What I said just now, was it like playing the lute to a cow?" Yang Kai said with a determined face, "Senior, please let it go." Zhang Wuhen sighed. "Why bother? You are no match for me, and you know this. If you go against me, you will only be at a disadvantage." Yang Kai said, "It doesn't matter if I'm your opponent or not. What matters is how you choose." He turned to glance at the avatar and continued, "Senior, it's not tolerated by the heavens and the earth because it cultivated the heaven-devourer battle law. However, it's the best companion of mine to me, and no one can destroy it. Zhan Wuhan nodded slightly. It looks like you and I will have to fight it out. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, Senior, please don't force me. Zhan Wuhen laughed. You have to bear the consequences of your choice. Let me test your strength. After he finished speaking, he rushed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He didn't even need to communicate with his embodiment as he spread out, one on the left and one on the right, one on the right, one on the dragon race's secret technique, while the other on the heaven-devouring domain. Boom, boom, boom. Without any movement from Zhan Wuhen, Yang Kai and the embodiment both felt an irresistible force coming toward them. The two huge figures were sent flying, crashing into countless houses along the way. Zhan Wuhen took advantage of this opportunity to turn around and pounce on the embodiment. From the looks of it, he was determined to break the embodiment's cultivation method first and cripple his cultivation. How could Yang Kai allow this? As he retreated, he raised his hand and activated the mountains and rivers bell. The ancient bell spun and expanded in the wind, covering Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not even look at it. He turned around in the air and kicked the mountains and rivers bell. With a loud bang, the entire roaring tiger city trembled. Hundreds of thousands of people held their heads in pain. The mountains and rivers bell was kicked away, but Zhan Wuhen used the rebound force to quickly approach the embodiment. The embodiment roared, and the evil fire on his body burned fiercely. It gathered into a raging flame and enveloped Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen did not dodge. The emperor's qi on the surface of his body surged, and he was unscathed. He rushed in front of the embodiment in the blink of an eye, forcing the embodiment to retreat. Seeing that Zhan Wuhen's palm was pressing down, the embodiment had nowhere to retreat. He could only punch forward with both fists. At the critical moment, Yang Kai appeared in a flash. His body, which was taller than the embodiment's, stood beside him and threw a punch. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk two huge figures flew out. Even with the combined strength of the two, they could not resist the power of Zhan Wuhen's palm. The strength of the great emperors was evident. Zhan Wuhen did not use his full strength because the battlefield was in roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, Yang Kai and the embodiment would have been even more vulnerable. As he retreated, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Zhan Wuhen was chasing after him without any hesitation. It was the first time that Yang Kai faced a great emperor's head-on. He did not hold back, but the gap in strength and realm was like a natural chasm. He could not see any hope of victory. Zhan Wuhen's attack was also very simple. There were no fancy secret techniques, but his fists, palms, and elbows were all the most powerful weapons in the world. Every casual blow contained great power. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city watched without blinking. They were amazed by the terror of the great emperors, but they were also worried about Yang Kai. The rumbling sound was endless. Countless houses in the city collapsed, and broken walls could be seen everywhere. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. Yang Kai and the embodiment were not Zhan Wuhen's opponents at all. The two huge figures were beaten back and forth like sandbags. They did not even have the strength to fight back. Several times, the embodiment was almost destroyed by Zhan Wuhen. Fortunately, Yang Kai came at the critical moment and saved him. However, in such a situation, it was only a matter of time before Yang Kai and the embodiment were defeated. The mountains and rivers bell, the secret technique of the dragon race, the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, and the divine technique of space. Yang Kai had almost used all his skills. However, these divine techniques that had always been successful in the past were all useless in front of Zhan Wuhen. He could break them with a raise of his hand. Yang Kai was in a frenzy. He wantonly used his power and did not care whether it would destroy the roaring Tiger City. With another loud bang, Yang Kai and the embodiment were sent flying again. However, this time, Zhan Wuhen did not give Yang Kai a chance to save him. He reached out, and a big hand of primordial qi appeared and grabbed the embodiment's huge body. Under the restraint of primordial qi, the evil fire on the embodiment's body became dim. The more than 200 feet tall body struggled hard, but it was useless. Lines visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from the big hand of primordial qi and gradually wrapped the entire body of the embodiment. It looked like a seal or a kind of secret technique. Zhan Wuhen's voice resounded through heaven and earth. Yang Kai, I hope you will learn from this and not go down the wrong path. Yang Kai's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and got up from the ruins. He roared in grief and indignation. I don't accept this. Zhan Wuhen slowly shook his head. Under the stimulation of his emperor's qi, the lines on the embodiment's body became denser and denser, gradually wrapping its entire body. Although no one knew what these lines were, they knew that Zhan Wuhen must have destroyed its cultivation. It was a pity that such a powerful existence was destroyed by a heaven-devouring great emperor just because it cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. However, this matter was related to the great emperor's and the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. No one could say for sure whether Zhan Wuhen's actions were right or wrong. At this moment, Zhan Wuhen suddenly frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. He immediately showed a shocked expression and shouted, "Yang Kai, you've been corroded by demonic qi?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly, and they all looked at Yang Kai. They saw that Yang Kai's half-dragon body was emitting traces of black qi, full of evil and ruthlessness. Naturally, no one was unfamiliar with this black qi. After fighting with the demon race for so long, everyone had a thorough understanding of demonic qi. At this moment, the qi that was being emitted from Yang Kai's body was shockingly demonic qi. Moreover, it was extremely pure demonic qi. No one had ever felt such pure and rich demonic qi from the demon kings on the battlefield. Li Jiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He really couldn't understand when Yang Kai had been corroded by demonic qi. Wasn't he a great wizard? He also had the bloodline of the dragon race. How could he be so easily corroded by demonic qi? There were no signs at all before this. The 200,000 soldiers also couldn't believe it. Only Yu Meng's beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at Yang Kai. She even stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips as if she had seen some delicious food. Corroded by demonic qi? Yang Kai coldly looked at Zhan Wuhen and sneered. "That's nothing." Zhan Wuhen frowned and shouted, "There's a demon in your heart." Yang Kai grinned and laughed wildly, but no sound came out. He said with a happy expression, "Then it's all thanks to Senior." Zhan Wuhen angrily shouted, "Restrain your mind and protect your mind. Otherwise, disaster will befall you." Chapter 34:29. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No need. Senior is bullying the weak because you are stronger than me. If I were stronger, I could teach Senior how to behave properly. You're going to become the demon race." Zhan Wuhen's face turned extremely solemn. "Is that so?" Yang Kai's lips curled into a strange smile. "Then, let's become the demon race." Raising his right hand slightly, he pressed it against his right eye and said in a low voice, "Black pupil purgatory, infinite darkness." *1. The world trembled and was suddenly shrouded in darkness. There was no light at all. A huge eye appeared in the sky, emitting an extremely demonic light that seemed to be able to steal one's soul. The hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City all looked pained and averted their gazes, not daring to look at it. In this dark world, it was quiet. It was as if time had stopped. Most people couldn't sense what had happened next. They only knew that the entire world had become dense with demonic qi, causing people to shudder. Only those second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Masters could detect some fierce energy fluctuations from time to time. In this dark world, Yang Kai's embodiment and the great emperors were still fighting a bloody battle. After an unknown amount of time, the huge eye in the sky suddenly cracked open a crack. The crack spread out in all directions and became as dense as a spider web. With a bang, the huge eye collapsed. Light reappeared in the world, and the darkness receded quickly like a tide. The oppressive atmosphere also disappeared. Everyone turned their heads to look around, wondering how the final battle was going. Zhan Wuhen's angry roar suddenly sounded. "Yang Kai, do you know what you are doing?" Yang Kai's voice sounded immediately, but it was full of weakness and haggardness. "Senior has forced me again and again. This junior has no choice but to do this in order to protect himself." Following the voice, the hundreds of thousands of people in Roaring Tiger City were dumbfounded. He saw Kai Yang standing in midair, his entire body dripping with blood, his appearance battered and exhausted. His huge half-dragon body had already dissipated, but one of his arms and one of his legs were twisted at an abnormal angle. It was obvious that they had been broken. Li Jiao's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This was the first time he had seen Yang Kai in such a miserable state. Back then, when he had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island, he had not been in such a miserable state. It could be seen that this time, Zhan Wuhen had not held back much. After all, Those who went against the great emperors would not have a good ending. However, this wasn't what shocked him the most. What shocked him the most was that there was actually a woman in front of Kai Yang. He didn't know how she had appeared, but at this moment, Kai Yang was holding her by the neck and holding her hostage. Li Jiao also recognized this woman. She was Zhang Wuhen's disciple, the girl named Lin Yun-er. She seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was actually willing to take her hostage. His hand was clasped around her neck like a claw, and he looked like he was going to kill Lin Yun-er if there was any disagreement. Yang Kai had really misfired and become the demon race. Li Jiao's head buzzed, and he was so confused that he could not think. If he had not misfired and become the demon race, Yang Kai would not have done such a crazy thing. The outbreak of the demonic thoughts in his heart had made him unable to act normally. Li Jiao was heartbroken. Gao Shueting also looked at Yang Kai with a painful expression. She was the one who found Lin Yun-er. Originally, she wanted Lin Yun-er to persuade the Iron Blood Great Emperor not to make things too difficult for Yang Kai. However, who would have thought that when she and Lin Yun-er returned from another city, Roaring Tiger City would be in darkness. When the light reappeared, the situation had become like this. She did not even notice when Yang Kai had captured Lin Yun-er. After being stunned for a moment, she hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Yang, let go. It's not too late to turn back." Yang Kai's face was covered by the demonic qi, so his expression could not be seen clearly. However, Gao Shueting clearly felt that he looked in her direction and then did not say anything else. He had actually ignored her. Gao Shueting's heart sank. This situation showed that Yang Kai had become the demon race. She was afraid that he could not even recognize who she was. "Uncle Yang." Lin Yun-er lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai's broken arms and legs. Her eyes immediately turned red, and tears flowed down her cheeks. "Does it hurt?" As soon as she said this, the demonic qi covering Yang Kai's face trembled violently. However, her concern did not get any response from Yang Kai. He only shouted fiercely, "Shut up!" Lin Yun-er cried even harder. It was unknown whether it was because she was worried about Yang Kai's injuries or because she was sad after being shouted at by Yang Kai. However, no one was able to accept such a scene. The man who had turned the tide with his own strength, saved Roaring Tiger City from disaster several times, took the lead in every battle, and led an army of 200,000 to kill countless enemies. He was almost invincible. How could he become like this? In order to protect himself, he did not hesitate to hold a girl in his hand as a hostage. When others cared about him, he even spoke ill of them. It was really unacceptable. However, this was the fact in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Hundreds of thousands of people were silent. They looked at Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the demonic qi, with a complicated look, as if they were looking at a stranger. Strictly speaking, once a person's cultivation went berserk, they would be considered a completely different person. "Stop it, Yang Kai." Zhang Wuhen took a step forward. "Considering your efforts during this time, I will not kill you. I will only destroy your cultivation and that of Shihua." Yang Kai exerted force in his hand. Lin Yun-er immediately groaned, and a bloody mark appeared on her white and slender neck. A cold voice came from Yang Kai's side. "If you dare to take another step forward, she will become a corpse." "How dare you?" Zhang Wuhen was furious. It was not easy to find a disciple who could inherit his mantle. He cherished Lin Yun-er more than his own life. How could he allow Yang Kai to kill his disciple? Yang Kai said coldly, "Senior, you are one of the great emperors. I admit that I am no match for you, and I am afraid that I can't escape from you. However, do you believe that I can make her die with me before you kill me?" Zhang Wuhen's face was as cold as water. He looked at Yang Kai with majestic eyes and said lightly, "Tell me your conditions. What do you want to let Yun-er go?" Yang Kai said, "I will take her first. When we reach a suitable place, I will set her free. However, if you dare to follow me, don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship." "That's all. That's all. How can I believe that?" Yang Kai said, "Senior, I'm afraid you don't have a choice. Either you let me go, or I will go to hell with Yun-er." Gao Shueting stepped forward and said, "Yang Kai, let her go. I will be your hostage." Yang Kai glanced at her and said sarcastically, "You don't have the qualifications to do so." Gao Shueting's face turned pale. She felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly cut by a knife. A feeling of sadness instantly enveloped her. Zhang Wuhen said, "Even if I promise you, you can escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime? As far as I know, you still have 4 wives. You have become the demon race. In the future, you will be hated by everyone. Have you thought about your 4 wives? How can they face the world in the future? Yang Kai laughed. I can't even protect myself now. Who cares about their lives? Zhan Wuhen shook his head slowly. Yang Kai, you have disappointed me. Don't be long-winded. Yang Kai shouted. The demonic qi that shrouded his face was rolling, showing that his emotions were fluctuating. Senior, you can consider my conditions carefully. I am afraid that Yun-Er won't be able to hold on for that long. Lin Yun-Er was fine with being held by Yang Kai by the neck. However, the demonic qi on Yang Kai's body was like a living creature. It kept spreading toward Lin Yun-Er, wanting to corrode her body. If this continued, Lin Yun-Er might really become the demon race. Zhan Wuhen also knew that indecisiveness would only lead to trouble. He immediately waved his hand and said, Okay, I promise you. However, I will say this first. If you dare to hurt even a strand of Yun-Er's hair, I will find you even if you have to go to the ends of the earth. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yang Kai laughed. Thank you, Senior. I will take my leave now. Please rest assured that Yun-Er will definitely return safely. As he spoke, he waved his hand to the side. The embodiment immediately rushed out from the ruins. Compared to Yang Kai, the embodiment was even more miserable. The demonic fire on its body had been extinguished, and the barbs on its body had been smoothed out. It was obvious that it had suffered a great loss in the battle just now. No one knew how long it would take to recover. Yang Kai put the embodiment into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and under the fluctuation of the law of space, he disappeared. The whole city was silent. Only Zhan Wuhen looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. Gao Shueting and Li Jiao looked at each other. They couldn't believe that such a thing would happen today. Until now, the two of them still felt like they were in a dream. They secretly prayed that this was indeed a dream. When they woke up, everything would return to normal. You are the one who forced my brother-in-law to such a state. I will kill you. Fu Ling screamed. She rushed in front of Zhan Wuhen and threw a punch. Asterisk boom star. This punch landed squarely on Zhan Wuhen's chest. Fu Ling was stunned. The hundreds of thousands of people were also stunned. The Iron Blood Great Emperor was hit. Moreover, he was hit by a dragon race. Why didn't you dodge? Fu Ling looked at Zhan Wuhen in astonishment. Although she didn't have much respect for the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he was still one of the great emperors. After punching him like this, she felt a little anxious. She was afraid that Zhan Wuhen would fly into a rage. Zhan Wuhen just looked at her quietly. After a while, he said, he has a demon in his heart. I didn't force him. Fu Ling gritted her teeth and said, who doesn't have a demon in their heart? Who dares to say that they have a clear conscience? If you didn't force him again and again, how could brother-in-law? How could he become like this? Zhan Wuhen slowly shook his head. It's too late to say this now. Give my brother-in-law back. Fu Ling cursed as she smashed her fist on Zhan Wuhen's chest. The dragon race's strength was very strong. Even Zhan Wuhen's body was swaying left and right. However, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging or blocking. He just silently endured. Chapter 34:30. It could be seen that what happened today had a great impact on him. He had only come to condemn Yang Kai for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor tactics, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would completely fall into the demon path and turn a meritorious official of the astral world into a rat on the street. If not, how could Fu Ling get close to him with the power of the great emperors? After today, Yang Kai would have no place in the astral world. After venting his anger for a while, Fu Ling finally stopped and rubbed his eyes that had turned red. He turned his head to look at the surroundings and smiled sadly. It's not fun outside at all. As he spoke, his figure soared into the sky. Li Jiao shouted, Miss Ling, where are you going? Fu Ling didn't respond to him. After a while, a sorrowful dragon roar came from above the clouds. Vaguely, a purple light cut through the sky and disappeared. Yang Kai's fall to become the demon race seemed to have made Fu Ling disheartened. She went back home and didn't even care about the hundreds of thousands of people in Half-Dragon City. A sad atmosphere shrouded the entire Roaring Tiger City. Everyone's heart was blocked by inexplicable emotions and couldn't vent. Zhan Wuhen stood in midair and didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Li Jiao, Gao Shueting, and the others didn't dare or want to disturb him. The law of space fluctuated and his figure flickered. Yang Kai ran all the way like a fugitive. He didn't stop until he reached the southern swamp. After putting Lin Yuner down, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You can go." Lin Yun rubbed her eyes and suddenly walked around Yang Kai with her hands behind her back. She smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, how is my cooperation?" Demonic chi rolled on Yang Kai's face. He said in a low voice, "What cooperation? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't go, I'll kill you." Lin Yun pouted and said, "Master has already told me. Are you still going to lie to me?" Yang Kai stared at her and said, "Iron Blood Master told you? What did he tell you?" Lin Yun giggled and said, "Master told me to go to Roaring Tiger City when it's about time, and then let you hold me hostage so that you can get away easily." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "How come I didn't know about this?" Lin Yun shrugged. "I don't know. Didn't senior sister Gao find you?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Lin Yun said, "That's right. I'm afraid it's just a coincidence. I was just about to go to Roaring Tiger City when that sister Gao came to me. She said that Master was making things difficult for you in Roaring Tiger City and wanted me to go and persuade Master. Then, when I went with her, you caught me. Did Master ask you to catch me?" Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I just thought that it was more reasonable to take you hostage and escape, so—" "Well, it seems that the Iron Blood Master also had the same thought, but he didn't tell me." Lin Yun nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Uncle Yang, what are you doing? Why can't I understand?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Don't think about it if you don't understand. Don't tell anyone about our conversation just now. Just pretend that it didn't happen. When you go back, if someone asks what happened to you after you were taken hostage by me, just say that I was eroded by demonic thoughts and my mind was in chaos. You took the opportunity to escape." "Yes, yes, I remember." Lin Yun nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Suddenly, she stretched out a slender finger and poked at the demonic chi on Yang Kai's face. "But Uncle Yang, your misfire become the demon race so real. Is this a real demonic chi? Don't touch it." Yang Kai stepped back and looked around. "Let's go back. I should go too. Tell the Iron Blood Master that I will do my best to do what they ask." Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Lin Yun stood and watched for a while. She didn't know where Yang Kai went, so she could only go back the same way she came. The next day, in Roaring Tiger City, a stream of light came from afar. Zhan Wuhen, who had been standing in midair, was shocked and looked up. The stream of light landed in front of him, revealing Lin Yun's figure. Lin Yun's eyes were red and swollen. It seemed that she had been crying. At this moment, she was still sobbing and couldn't stop at all. Zhan Wuhen hurriedly asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Yun shook her head and said in a choked voice, "No, it's just that Uncle Yang." Zhan Wuhen asked, "Where did he go?" Lin Yun said, "I don't know." Halfway there, his mind was suddenly in chaos. "I took the opportunity to run back. I don't know where he went." Zhan Wuhen patted her head. "It's good that you're okay. Go back and rest." Lin Yun responded and walked toward the space array in a daze. Below, Gao Shueting, Li Jiao, and the others looked at Zhan Wuhen, waiting for him to give an explanation. Zhan Wuhen didn't let them wait for long. Soon, a low voice resounded in Roaring Tiger City. "The Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, has become the demon race. He has fallen and become the demon race. He's beyond redemption. This person is powerful and has a profound cultivation. If you meet him in the future, if you have the chance, kill him to get rid of evil for the people." His words shook Roaring Tiger City. In just 2 days, the flag of Roaring Tiger City and the leader of the army had become a demon that everyone wanted to kill. No one could adapt to such a change. It wasn't over yet. Zhan Wuhen's voice sounded again. In view of Yang Kai's evil deeds, all his disciples are to return to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory immediately. Seal the mountain gate, and don't open it without my order. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy. There were 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace in Roaring Tiger City. At this moment, they were all furious. Zhan Wuhen ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal the mountain gate with just one sentence. This was a great humiliation to the High Heaven Palace. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were indeed criticized. Even if they were angry, the 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace couldn't say anything. Moreover, who would dare to disobey the orders of the great emperors. Under the personal supervision of Zhang Wuhen, the 5,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace were separated and teleported back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory through the space array. Yang Kai has become the demon race. In a city, Bing Yun gathered Su Yan and the others and said with a solemn expression, after the battle with the Iron Blood Master, he became the demon race. He kidnapped the Iron Blood disciple Lin Yun and fled Roaring Tiger City. Now no one knows where he is. Jia walked in with a cup of tea. When she heard this, her hand trembled. With a crash, the cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She was silent for a moment and bent down to pick up the pieces. However, her delicate body was trembling. Her head was buzzing because of Bing Yun's words. She couldn't think straight at all. Su Yan and the others also looked at Bing Yun in shock. Impossible! Shanqing Luo was the first to express her disbelief. She frowned and said, Senior, where did you get this news? Bing Yun sighed. This queen also thinks that it's a bit impossible. But this news was sent by the Iron Blood Great Emperor himself. It happened just a day ago. The blood drained from the faces of Su Yan and the others. Ji Yao, who was picking up the pieces, even shrank her hand. Her fingertips were cut by a sharp piece of porcelain, and dark red blood flowed out. She was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, but her finger was cut by an ordinary piece of porcelain. It was clear that her state of mind was in chaos. Ji Yao slowly stood up and said, Honored Master, has it been confirmed? Bing Yun glanced at her and sighed. This queen has sent a message to Li Jiao. Li Jiao was right. It seems that there is no doubt about it. I don't believe it. Shanqing Luo looked angry. It must be that old fool Li Jiao's nonsense. I'll go find him now. After saying this, she was about to leave, but Su Yan grabbed her arm. Big sister. Shanqing Luo turned to look at Su Yan. Su Yan slowly shook her head and quietly sent her a message. Aren't you forgetting something? Shanqing Luo was startled and suddenly remembered what Yang Kai said a while ago. He said that he was going to the demon territory and would use a different method to go to the demon territory. Could this be the prelude? That's right. If he wanted to go to the demon territory, what could be better than this situation? Going off and becoming the demon race, and becoming the demon race was indeed a good way to get accepted by the demon race. With Su Yan's reminder, Shanqing Luo had a thoughtful look on her face. Ji Yao observed her expression and suddenly seemed to realize something. No matter what you hear or see, don't believe it. A sentence that Yang Kai said a few months ago appeared in her mind. Ji Yao turned her head and looked outside. Is this the situation you're talking about? There was a stifling silence in the hall. Bing Yun sighed. Yang Kai's whereabouts are unknown. The Iron Blood Master has ordered everyone in the High Heaven Palace to immediately return to the Northern Territory and seal the entrance. Those who leave without permission will be killed without mercy. Shanqing Luo angrily said, We have to return to the High Heaven Palace? Is he going to put us under house arrest? What right does he have? Bing Yun said, And don't worry too much. The Iron Blood Master is not targeting the High Heaven Palace, but is a kind of protection in disguise. It seems that the Iron Blood Master cares about Yang Kai's previous efforts, so he's letting you return. Shanqing Luo coldly laughed. Then should I go and thank him? Whether it was true or not that Yang Kai had accidentally become the demon race, Yang Kai's reputation was tarnished this time. In the end, it was because of the battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Shanqing Luo naturally had some opinions about Zheng Wuhen. Su Yan said, Luo, don't say too much. Master is right. The Iron Blood Master's actions are indeed a kind of protection for the High Heaven Palace disciples. After such a thing happened to Yang Kai, if the High Heaven Palace disciples were still wandering outside, they would definitely be targeted. When that time comes, a small conflict would become a big conflict. If there was any internal strife, it would only make the High Heaven Palace's current awkward situation worse. Letting them return to the High Heaven Palace was the best way to deal with it. Since Su Yan had spoken, even though Shanqing Luo was angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. She just had a look of displeasure on her face. Bing Yun said, I will help you investigate Yang Kai's situation. Even if he really did become the demon race, there must be a reason for it. There may be a chance to set things right. You know his abilities the best, so don't worry too much. Gather your High Heaven Palace disciples and prepare to go back. Yes. Su Yan responded and led Shui Yu and Shanqing Luo away. Yao Er. Bingyun called. Disciple is here, Jiao responded. Go to the Roaring Tiger City in person and ask Li Jiao what happened yesterday, Bingyun ordered. Yes, disciple will leave now. Jiao originally wanted to go to the Roaring Tiger City to ask clearly. Now that she had received Bingyun's order, she naturally didn't want to delay for a moment. She hurriedly teleported to the Roaring Tiger City through the space array. Chapter 34-31. Yang Kai has become the demon race. Wen Zishan took out a jade slip and checked the information in it with his divine sense. His face was filled with disbelief. The jade slip was sent by Gao Shueting, and it was branded with Gao Shueting's divine sense brand, so it was obviously not fake. Moreover, Gao Shueting also explained in detail what happened that day, so it was hard for Wen Zishan not to believe it. After being absent-minded for a long time, he summoned Chen Qian and asked her to go to Roaring Tiger City to ask Gao Shueting face-to-face. In another city, Yang Yan was also holding a jade slip in her hand. She frowned and muttered softly, "What is that brat doing? Why did he suddenly go against the Iron Blood Master and become the demon race?" A group of people from the Emperor realm who came to ask for support saw her expression change and did not dare to disturb her. After a while, Yang Yan summoned an expert from the Emperor realm and asked him to go to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. Yang Kai has become the demon race. What do you think? In the hall, Luan Feng looked at Fan Hua and Song Go and asked in a deep voice, "When did this happen?" Song Go's eyes widened in surprise. "I just received the news." Luan Feng looked serious. Fan Hua said, "I also received the news. It seems to have happened yesterday." That brat really became the demon race? Songo could hardly believe his ears. Fan Hua said, "The news came from the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so it should be true." Songo was absent-minded and murmured, "That brat will also become the demon race? That's impossible. Did you make a mistake?" Luan Feng and Fan Hua both shook their heads slowly. The former said, "This is a matter of great importance. It can't be wrong." Hearing this, Song Dog sighed, "That's a pity." Although that little brat Yang Kai often went to the ancient wild lands to make things difficult for them, Song Dog still admired him. It was rare to see such a talented junior. Now that he had fallen into the demon path, he would have no future to speak of. The Luan Feng said, "Regardless of whether he has become the demon race or not, he is still related to the descendants of Tian Xing ever since the descendants of Tian Xing entered the blood door. There has been no news of them. It has been more than 10 years. Maybe they will come out soon. You all know how important Yang Kai is to them. If Yang Kai is in a bad situation, I don't know what kind of attitude they will have." Fan Hua nodded solemnly. Madame Feng is right. Then, in Madame Feng's opinion, how should we deal with this matter? The Luan Feng said, "Find his whereabouts as soon as possible and send him to the savage, desolate ancient ground. At that time, even if the descendants of Tian Xing come out, they won't blame us." Fan Hua nodded. "That's a good idea. Let's do that." The Luan Feng said, "Then I will send Fei to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about the situation. I want to see where Yang Kai went. There's no time to lose. Let's go now." For a time, people came from all directions to Roaring Tiger City to inquire about what happened a day ago. Roaring Tiger City suddenly became very lively. At the same time, the news that Yang Kai had become the demon race and had become the demon race spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the news spread to all the major cities in the Western Territory and also to the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories. When those who knew Yang Kai heard this news, their first reaction was that it was nonsense and a pure rumor. However, this rumor seemed to be true. It even said that Yang Kai was defeated by the Iron Blood Great Emperor and finally shamelessly kidnapped Lin Yun to escape. When this rumor was confirmed, the whole star world was in an uproar. No one had expected that such a rising star would really become the demon race and practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics in advance. There were always errors in the transmission of information. As the news spread, the news that a Dharmakaya had practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics gradually became Yang Kai's business. Whether it was falling to become the demon race or practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, it was intolerable. This time, Yang Kai's reputation was completely ruined. Coupled with the Iron Blood Great Emperor's previous words, Many people were even eager to find Yang Kai and kill him to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and get rid of evil for the people. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in the outside world, he could more or less guess what was going on and was mentally prepared. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in the medicine garden with a solemn look on his face. Next to him was the Tsang tree. The two wood spirits were suspended in midair, hiding a few dozen meters away, looking at Yang Kai worriedly. However, at this moment, there was nothing they could do to help, so they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The gold and silver sealing power on the Tsang tree was slowly poured into Yang Kai's body under his guidance. He guided it into the dantian to seal the ancient demon chi. Previously, using this ancient demon chi, Yang Kai cooperated with the Iron Blood Great Emperor and perfectly acted out the drama of become the demon race and become the demon race. But now, he found that things had become a little troublesome. Ever since he absorbed the demonic chi outside Maplewood City, Yang Kai had no good way to deal with it. He could only rely on the Tsang tree's power to seal it. But after several unseals, the ancient demon chi became purer and more difficult to control. The demonic chi sealed in the dantian was like a living creature. Every time it was unsealed, it would grow violently. This made it more difficult for Yang Kai to seal it again, and it required more sealing power. Yang Kai had discovered this a long time ago, until this time. This time, the situation was much more serious. Whether or not he could seal it, Yang Kai was not sure. It couldn't be real, could it? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it really became the demon race, it would be a big loss. Guarding his mind and eliminating distracting thoughts, Yang Kai controlled the Tsang tree's sealing power and poured it into his body. He suppressed the demonic chi in his body and sealed it back into the dantian. Time slowly passed, and the gold and silver light of the Tsang tree became dimmer and dimmer. It wouldn't be long before it was completely exhausted, but the demonic chi in Yang Kai's body still showed no signs of diminishing. It was still tumbling and growing. This was a little King awkward. Yang Kai was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Not far away, Mu Zhu and Mu Na obviously sensed that the situation was not good. After glancing at each other, they seemed to have made up their minds and flew towards where Yang Kai was. Sensing the movement, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. He shouted, "Don't come over." Mu Zhu and Mu Na turned a deaf ear to him. Their small bodies stood on the branches of the firmament tree, and the two of them rapidly formed complicated hand seals. As the hand seals changed, the two wood spirits seemed to form a strange resonance with the firmament tree. The Tsang tree, whose light had gradually dimmed, suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The gold and silver light shone brightly, and the sealing power also surged out like a fierce tide. Yang Kai was startled, but he didn't waste any time. He hurriedly guided the sealing power into his body. The tumbling demonic chi on the surface of his body was suppressed bit by bit, and the evil and violent aura also gradually disappeared. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai no longer had any demonic chi on the surface of his body. All of the demonic chi had been suppressed into the dantian, and his body returned to its original state. He felt a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. Mu Zhu and Mu Na were both sweating profusely and panting slightly. It was obvious that using the secret technique of the wood spirit race just now had taken a toll on them. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. The two wood spirits shook their heads together. Mu Zhu glanced to the side and said, "We're fine. It's just that the Tsang tree." Yang Kai followed her gaze and discovered that the Tsang tree was already on the verge of death. Its branches drooped down, as if it didn't have long to live. The gold and silver light that should have been there was now gone, and the branches and leaves were all withered and yellow. Mu Na said, "We've stimulated its vitality, so it's very harmful to it." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "It won't die, right?" Mu Zhu shook her head and said, "That won't happen. The Tsang tree's vitality is very strong, and this place has the immortal tree's vitality, so it won't die so easily. It's just that if it wants to completely recover, who knows how long it will take. Master, in the future, don't release the demonic chi seal so easily. Without the Tsang tree's power, if you release it, there will be no turning back." Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression. "I'll remember that." The price of his plan this time was really high. Not only did he ruin his reputation, but he also couldn't use one of his most powerful trump cards. However, since things had already come to this point, He could only look forward to the future. After instructing the two wood spirits to rest, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him before leaving the small sealed world, identifying his location, and flying off in a certain direction. Up in the void, a figure flashed by at an extremely fast speed, stopping from time to sense its surroundings before setting off again. Tracking down this way, it was actually following the trail Yang Kai had left. Yang Kai didn't know how this person had discovered Yang Kai's whereabouts. One had to know that after escaping into the southern swamp, Yang Kai had been adjusting his breathing for a few days, and then repeatedly using the space divine technique. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to track his movements. However, this person was able to track him down almost exactly. The figure stopped again. Under the hazy moonlight, a graceful, curvaceous figure with long hair fluttering in the wind could be seen. Impressively, it was a beautiful woman. Yu Meng. After Yang Kai escaped from Roaring Tiger City, she had also disappeared from the city. Gao Shueting and the others had been looking for her for a few days, but to no avail. Who would have thought that she would appear here? At this moment, Yu Meng's beautiful eyes were blooming with a strange brilliance, like a cheetah that had found its prey. She was full of excitement, sticking out her scarlet tongue from time to lick her red lips, giving off a wild temptation. She stood in the void, her hair fluttering in the night wind. Turning around, she stared in a certain direction and giggled, whispering in a low voice, "Husband, she's coming for you. You can't escape." As soon as her last word fell, she turned into a stream of light and swept across the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the wilderness, all was quiet. Even the insects hiding in the soil seemed to have been frightened by something. It was silent all night. Chapter 34-32. Anha City was a small city located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory. The population in the city was no more than 100,000, and there were no decent powerhouses in the city. Even the city lord's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm. Such a city could be said to be insignificant in the entire star boundary. The population in the city was small to begin with, and now that the War of the Two Realms had broken out and Anha City was located at the border of the Southern Territory and bordering the Western Territory, most of the residents in the city had fled to the depths of the Southern Territory. They were afraid that the demon race would really come one day and wipe out the entire city. Now, the population had plummeted by more than half. However, whether it was in troubled times or prosperous times, there was one business that would never die out, and that was the sex trade. Anha City was not big, but there were several brothels. The largest one was the Spring Breeze Drizzle Building. Perhaps it was because of the troubled times, the situation of indulging in luxury had become increasingly serious. So even though Anha City's population had decreased by more than half, the business of the Spring Breeze Drizzle Building was better than usual. The old pimp at the entrance constantly welcomed and sent off customers, and the girls wearing rouge and face powder were beaming with smiles as they warmly solicited customers. The interior of the building was luxuriously decorated, and the lifelike murals filled the entire Spring Breeze Drizzle Building with an aura. In the hall, tables of guests were toasting and drinking with the coquettishly dressed girls. From time to time, they would move their hands up and down, causing the girls to giggle. In the tightly closed rooms, there were bursts of breathtaking moans that would make one's face turn red. With a loud bang, a person suddenly flew out from a room on the second floor and landed heavily on the ground. After rolling a few times, he stopped moving. The noisy hall fell into a strange silence at this moment, and everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the source of the commotion. He saw a young man lying on the ground. His face was covered in stubble, his body was dirty, and he reeked of alcohol. He was lying there motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. Fights were common in the brothel, so the guests were not surprised by this scene. They did not have much of a reaction, but they all looked at the young man lying on the ground with disgust. In such a situation, it was either that they had an argument with someone and were beaten up, or that they had no money to pay after having fun in the brothel. Neither of them deserved sympathy. The guests were calm, but Mama Song, who was at the door, was furious. She yelled at a man in a black suit on the second floor. "Someone is going to die. Are you going to pay for the broken tables and chairs?" Madame Sue was the procuress of the Spring Breeze Drizzle Building. Her cultivation was not high, and she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, now that she was old, her figure was somewhat out of shape. Although she still had her charm, she could no longer be a receptionist. She could only stand at the door and send people off. Seeing Mama Song getting angry, the man who knocked the young man down from the second floor smiled apologetically and said, "Mama, don't be angry. It's this kid who is too outrageous." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Mama Song swayed her waist as she walked to the young man's side. She lifted her leg and kicked him, but there was no reaction. She was shocked and said, "Is he dead?" The man in the black suit said, "It can't be. He seems to have some cultivation. I didn't use much strength, so how could he die?" At this moment, a young woman wearing a thin veil walked out from the side room. The veil was translucent, and when it covered her body, it made all the wonderful things on her body faintly discernible, causing the men below to take a few more glances. The woman looked down and pouted, "He deserves to be beaten to death." She then said to Mama Song, "Mama, you have to make a decision for your daughter. This guy has been drinking here for several days, and he has no money to pay." "No money?" Mama Song frowned, and her face was burning with anger. "He dares to come to the brothel without money. Where did this bastard come from?" "That's right." The woman on the second floor also had a look of disdain. "I thought he was a rich young master when I saw his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. Who would have thought that he was a poor kid? Your daughter has suffered a great loss." Mama Song coldly snorted and waved her hand. "Search him. See if he has anything valuable on him." As soon as she finished speaking, two men dressed like pimps immediately walked over and searched the young man. After a while, the two men looked up and shook their heads at Mama Song. "There's nothing." "Damn it!" Mama Song gritted her teeth. "Drag him down and chop him up to raise flowers." The two pimps didn't hesitate at all. They grabbed the young man's arms and dragged him up. A guest next to them laughed. "Mama Song, you are too cruel. It's just a few days of drinking money, and you want to chop him up to raise flowers?" Mama Song coldly said, "Do you want to pay for him? If you are willing to pay for him, Mama will spare his life." The guest smiled. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Mama Song glared at him, then looked at the young man. However, she revealed a shocked expression and raised her hand. "Wait." The two pimps immediately stopped and turned to look at her. They didn't know what she was going to do. Mama Sue took a few steps forward and fanned the tip of his nose as if she couldn't stand the strong smell of alcohol. She frowned and said, "Is this kid still breathing?" The two pimps looked at each other. One of them touched the young man's chest, and the other reached out to test the young man's nose. Then they nodded in unison. "He's not dead yet." Mama Song nodded and walked around the young man. Then, she took out a silk handkerchief and placed it on his chin. She pinched his face and looked at it carefully. Her eyes lit up and she smiled. "Take him down and wash him. Then send him to my room." The two pimps were dumbfounded when they heard this. "Go." Mama Song glared at them. The two pimps didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed the order. The guest who spoke earlier laughed. "Mama, don't tell me you like that kid?" Mama Song said, "So what if I like him? I like that kind of guy." Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that to be the case. For a moment, they were amazed. Some guests even teased Mama Song for being so greedy that she even liked that stinky kid. Mama Song was obviously used to this kind of scene. It didn't take much effort for her to deal with it. She flirted with a group of men and livened up the atmosphere. However, she was looking forward to it. She had worked in the brothel for hundreds of years. Every day, she welcomed and sent off guests. Naturally, her eyes were extraordinary. Although the young man was a little messy, she could see that as long as he dressed up a little, he would definitely be a handsome and extraordinary guy. When she was young, she didn't have the right to choose her guests. No matter how old or ugly they were, they had to serve them wholeheartedly. Now that she was a mother, she naturally could do whatever she wanted. Tonight, she was lucky. After entertaining a few more guests, Mama Song swayed her waist and walked to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was the highest floor of the Spring Breeze Drizzle building. There were only a few rooms, and one of them was hers. She pushed open the door and closed it behind her. Mama Song had an expectant smile on her face. Her peach blossom eyes were overflowing with love. She bit her red lips and walked to the bed step by step. She looked down and saw that the young man was sleeping soundly on the bed. Mama Song took a closer look under the soft light and immediately smiled. Her eyesight was indeed not bad. This young man really had a different kind of elegant demeanor after dressing up a little, causing her index finger to twitch. She stretched out a hand and gently stroked the young man's chest. As soon as she touched him, she felt a majestic and powerful heartbeat, causing her hands to tremble and her legs to twist. She covered her mouth and smiled. She got up and went to the table. She mixed a bowl of hangover medicine and returned to the bed. She helped the young man up and let him lean on her body. Then, she poured the medicine down his throat. She put down the bowl and sat on the bed, waiting quietly. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Mama Song frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Her hangover medicine was extraordinary and should have taken effect long ago. Why wasn't this guy waking up yet? Could it be that he drank too much in the past few days? With this thought, she mixed another bowl of hangover medicine and poured it down the young man's throat. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Mama Song's face sank. Her good mood was ruined. In a fit of anger, she poured the rest of the hangover medicine into the kettle and poured it all down the young man's throat. Another hour passed, and there was still no movement. The young man on the bed was sleeping like a dead pig. His snoring was like thunder. Mama Song gritted her teeth and turned around. She got on the bed. I don't care. A dead pig is a dead pig. It's not like I haven't touched it before. She reached out and took off her clothes, revealing her fair body. Although she was a little old and her figure was a little out of shape, it was obvious that Mama Song had the ability to be proud when she was young. Her skin was snow white, her breasts were tall, her legs were long and slender, and her buttocks were perky. Only her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. After taking off all her clothes, she began to take off the young man's clothes. There were only a few pieces, but it was surprisingly troublesome to take them off. It was because the young man did not cooperate, but from time to time he would move his legs and arms, messing up her rhythm. It took her a long time to take off his outer clothes. Mama Song gritted her teeth and went all out with the young man. Little did she know that Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, wanted to cry but had no tears. He never thought that he would be forced by a woman one day. Moreover, it was in a brothel, and by such a woman. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to a brothel. However, in this situation, it wasn't convenient for him to suddenly wake up. He could only play it by ear. After a fierce struggle, Yang Kai was finally taken off by Mama Song. "Ayo, sweetheart. I was so anxious." Mama Song was sweating all over. Seeing that she was about to succeed, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She flipped over and sat on Yang Kai. She raised her body slightly and slowly sat down. Her face was full of anticipation. However, at this moment, a cold little hand reached out from behind and grabbed her by the neck. Mama Song's beautiful face turned pale. She angrily shouted, "Who is it?" "You're tuning in to the Blee Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.